In a world where life and death seemed like a joke, a gaunt skeleton, clutching a vibrant red spider lily, declared haughtily, "Undead, we are immortal, we transcend death." An army of monsters, an assembly of deathless souls, was ready for the invasion. They believed that dominating Earth, that insignificant dimension, was only a matter of time. But then, their arrogance suddenly dissolved. A figure, emerging from a blazing sea of fire, made the skeleton tremble, beads of sweat forming on its brow. How is it possible? It stammered, its fingers shaking as it pointed ahead. That figure, just a human, an ordinary human, stood firm amidst the fire, their skin and veins gradually regenerating. He gave a cold, defiant smile. "Perhaps, I am stronger than you?" And a thunderous punch landed, crushing the arrogant undead. 2 years prior, in a dreary apartment complex, a woman's shouts echoed in a small room. "I can't stand you anymore." Kang Hyeon, the younger sister, questioned her brother, Kang Hyeon. He, a lazy, unemployed man, could only lower his head in remorse. His days of freeloading, drinking, and playing games angered his sister. "If you're going to be like this, just go back home to our parents," Hyeon snapped. Hyeon could only scratch his head in confusion, trying to explain, "It's not that, I just..." But his explanations only fueled Hyeon's anger. "You can't rely on our parents at your age, so it's okay to rely on your younger sister?" Hyeon sighed helplessly. "You get subsidies too, and tomorrow is the new year. Go find some work." Hyeon could only reluctantly agree, his mind still reeling from the alcohol. Lying on his bed, Hyeon questioned himself. "You're pathetic, Kang Hyeon. Why are you living like this?" He felt useless, only knowing how to play games and waste time. Suddenly, the light from the computer screen flashed, and he realized he hadn't turned off the game. If only life were like a video game, Hyeon wished inwardly. Then I would have a good job already. His eyelids grew heavy, muttering drowsily warrior, mage, swordsman, before falling into sleep. In the midst of his dream, a series of system information panels suddenly appeared. "A common connection has been detected from the Hyeon dimension," a notification announced. Numerous notifications continuously appeared around Hyeon, activating Earth's defense system. "Connection to the Hyeon dimension temporarily denied. Tutorial will now begin on Earth." A flash of purple light startled Hyeon awake. He stared blankly around. What is this?" A notification panel hovered in front of him. "Time until connection to the Hyeon dimension is complete. 4 years, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. The countdown began. 27 seconds, 26 seconds, 25 seconds. "Welcome, Kang Hyeon, to the tutorial." Another notification appeared. "The tutorial consists of 8 stages. Death here does not affect reality. You cannot quit midway. If you fail, you cannot try again. Upon completing the tutorial, you will awaken and receive a reward." This information stunned Hyeon. "Is this a game?" he thought to himself, his imagination painting a vivid picture of a beautiful, sweet elf. "Master, you've logged in today too." The elf beamed at him. "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. Hyeon, I'll go find a job right away," Hyeon said to himself, then laughed out loud. "Who cares? This is a dream. God probably just wants me to play one last time." Entering Stage 1, "We pray that your courage will save Earth," a notification appeared. "Save what?" Hyeon muttered, his mind in a mess. Stage 1. Prove your courage by overcoming your greatest fear. Completion condition. Reach the end of the bridge. Failure condition. Death. Suddenly, Hyeon was transported to another space, where fire and lava engulfed everything. "What the hell is this?" He looked around in shock, where other people were also standing fearfully on a tiny stone bridge. He couldn't believe his eyes. "Lava? I'm sure I was at home." "Kang Hyeon?" A familiar voice called out. It was Hyeon, his younger sister, also in a state of panic. "How the heck are you in my dream?" Hyeon asked. "That's what I want to ask," Hyeon replied. Both began to question the reality of this dream. "If we're dreaming, why is the lava so hot?" Hyeon inquired. "Brains are easily fooled. People always say they don't feel pain in dreams, but they were probably lying," Hyeon countered. Then he started to back away. "Anyways, I'm going. The system said to get to the end of the bridge, or you die." "Aren't you afraid you'll fall?" Hyeon asked. "No. Because this is a dream. If I die, I'll wake up," Hyeon asserted. But before he could finish, a man fell into the lava, dying in agony. Both siblings were horrified. "I just said it," Hyeon muttered, while Hyeon was trembling like a leaf. "Forget it, crawling is safer," Hyeon said as she began to crawl on the bridge. "Really? I'm not afraid, but because you said so," Hyeon hesitated before crawling too. "Hey, what do you think is happening?" Hyeon asked. "Any ideas?" "It's just a realistic nightmare," Hyeon replied. But does a dream like this really exist? Maybe if we die here. In reality too. Hyeon said, her voice turning serious. Damn it, I'm trying to ignore it. Why do you keep bringing it up? Hyeon cried out. He lay flat on the bridge, unable to move any further. Let's rest a bit and continue. I can't crawl anymore, Hyeon pleaded. So you're just going to lie there? Hyeon asked. There's still a chance this is a dream, right? If I stay like this, I'll wake up myself. Hyeon smiled naively. Adrea. Hyeon choked on her words. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The stipulated time has passed since the start of the tutorial. Difficulty has increased. An earthquake struck, and the bridge began to collapse. What's happening? Both siblings panicked. People around them began to scream, running around in chaos. The bridge is collapsing. Run! The bridge collapsed right behind Hyeon, and both could only run for their lives. It's okay, Hyeon thought to himself, looking ahead. The bridge isn't too narrow. If I don't slip, I'll reach the end. But then, Hyeon suddenly noticed, huge rocks were falling right in front of Hyeon. Kang Hyeon, he yelled loudly. Without hesitation, Hyeon rushed forward, tightly embracing his sister, pulling her out of danger. They narrowly escaped death, but the bridge had completely disappeared. Level up! Congratulations, you have completed stage 1. A notification rang out. You are temporarily awakened to receive the quest reward. You will truly awaken when the tutorial is over. Hyeon collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. I can't move anymore. Hyeon was immersed in the system information. Temporary awakening. Tutorial. There's more? Hey, aren't you going to thank the person who saved you? Hyeon said. I know, thank you, Hyeon replied. Hyeon's power information panel appeared, showing her stats and abilities. What is this? Level? Physical strength? Hyeon was surprised. Status window. The number 1 gift men won on their birthday, Hyeon rejoiced. He struggled to his feet, opening his own information panel. But instead of stats, he only saw information about revival and skills. I want to. Hyeon gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. And then, he woke up, in his familiar room. Hyeon shouted, panting. Was that a dream? He cautiously observed his surroundings. Perhaps, it wasn't just him, but others had similar experiences. Hyeon started texting his friends, I had a weird dream today. And then, numerous similar messages were sent. Me too. The people in the chat group were all confused. On social media, countless posts about this strange dream appeared. My whole family had the same dream. What does it mean to die in a dream? A netizen posted. TV channels across South Korea began reporting on this bizarre phenomenon. Our supreme leader has survived hell, a Twitter user wrote. Countless anonymous posts about the World Rescue Challenge, open chat rooms for all those with innate abilities, and fight appeared everywhere. Time until connection to the Hyeon dimension is complete. 4 years, 364 days, 15 hours, 4 minutes, 25 seconds, the system notification rang out. Earth, now, had entered a new era, a battle between life and death, between reality and dreams. In their familiar apartment the door burst open, and Hyeon and Hyeon shouted simultaneously, Kang Hyeon, Kang Hyeon. The two siblings pointed at each other, recounting their strange experiences in unison. I just had a dream. I was walking on lava. I almost died. It wasn't just a dream. More importantly, the status window. We dreamt something incredibly real. Seeing her brother in a rush, Hyeon flared up. Damn it, let me speak first. Hyeon also lost his cool, yelling, You were the one who interrupted me. After a noisy argument, both leaned wearily against the door, panting. Humph. They both sighed in unison. The same thought seemed to be running through both their minds. Hyeon spoke first. Should we eat something first? Hyeon immediately agreed. Yeah. Together, they opened a search ranking information panel, and the keywords appeared in the following order. 1. Apocalypse. 2. Lucid dream. 3. Shared dream. 4. Dream. 5. Revelation. 6. Tutorial. 7. Hyeon dimension. 8. Temporary awakening. 9. Status window. 10. Red Dog Cultural Center. Hyeon stared at the ranking, lost in thought. Both remained silent, speechless. She looked at the information and concluded, so, it wasn't just a dream. Not only in our country, it seems people all over the world are having the same dream. Hyeon was equally surprised. Really? As he ate, he offered his speculation. I guess dying in the game doesn't affect reality. They said about 3 to 4 out of 10 people fell, but no one was injured. Hyeon shuddered. But it was so vivid. Falling down would be so painful. She continued, I heard the people who fell were badly hurt. Hyeon only pondered as he ate, lost in his own thoughts. Hyeon worried, So, is it really okay for us to eat normally like this? It seems like everything outside is in chaos. Hyeon remained silent, enjoying his breakfast. He seemed to be contemplating something. Putting down his chopsticks, he stated firmly, "Well, what else can we do, except eat properly?" He stood up and headed towards the window, or, pulling the curtains, he observed the crowd below. Are you planning to jump into that chaos? Below, clashes were taking place. People were gathered, pushing and shoving, fighting over food. "Hey, that's mine," one person shouted. "Sorry, but I took it first," another responded. People holding signs were protesting, calling out "Repent. The judgment day has come." Many were smashing storefront windows, stealing brazenly, destroying everything. Hyeon also walked towards the window, looking at him worriedly. "We can't go to work now, can we?" Hyeon was helpless. "Don't ask. Going out now will only get us hurt." "Do you remember anything about the connection to the Hyeon dimension?" he asked. "You didn't examine the status window carefully, did you?" Hyeon responded, "They said we could check the remaining time when we are temporarily awakened." She deftly opened the status window and checked time. Hyeon was envious. "Damn it, I want to see my status window too." The window displayed, "Time remaining until the connection to the Hyeon dimension is complete. 4 years, 364 days, 17 hours, 3 minutes, 13 seconds. Anyways, whatever it is, we still have almost 5 years, Hyeon said confidently, looking down at the chaotic crowd. "We could even prepare for that case in 5 years. It's chaotic now, but it will calm down soon. It's better to stay inside." Hyeon was taken aback, not believing her ears. "You suddenly sound so reasonable." The government and police had intervened. Unlike the morning, nothing notable was happening. By evening, most people had returned to their normal lives. The police were cleaning up the scene. South Korea had stabilized in just 1 day. That night, Hyeon was sound asleep. Suddenly, the system screen appeared, waking him up. "Welcome to the tutorial, Kang Hyeon," the message appeared. "Oh, right." Hyeon scratched his head. "Would you like to see the explanation and basic interface usage guide?" the system panel asked. "Skip," Hyeon responded. "Show me the status window first." He gazed lovingly at the information panel. Name, Kang Hyeon. Title, not displayed. Level, 1, physical strength. 8, agility. 9, stamina. 8, magic power. 14, bonus points. 1, ultimate skill, resurrection, ability. Not displayed. Skills, not displayed. He sat there, pondering his strength. Is it okay? There's nothing to compare it to. I can't evaluate it. He looked at his magic power. Can I use magic or something? Not sure. But, his eyes fixated on the ultimate skill. Overjoyed. Resurrection. Resurrection? It seems like an overwhelmingly broken ability. Hyeon chuckled mischievously. Detailed information about the skill appeared. Resurrection. Ability. Resurrect 24 hours after death. Description. Return from death until Earth escapes the crisis. If the resurrection location is not specified, resurrection will occur in the last sleeping place. Penalty. Level -1, -50% to all abilities for 24 hours. Tutorial does not apply resurrection penalties. This is awesome. Unbelievable. My life isn't just that of a useless person. Hyeon danced in celebration. Would you like to proceed to stage 2? A notification appeared. Of course, Hyeon responded, his eyes filled with hope and determination. Whether my stats are high or low, I can still level up and increase them. As the miraculous resuscitator, what can't I do? He declared confidently. But then, in a fortress filled with ominous energy, a blood-soaked mace and a wounded goblin covered in blood approached Hyeon. He quickly, gathering all his strength, attacked. Stage 2. Defeat the enemy and prove your skills, the information appeared. Hyeon jumped onto the goblin, planning to deliver a decisive blow. But things didn't go as expected. I thought it was a battle because the system was like a game. Definitely, he thought inwardly. He launched a decisive blow, obliterating the goblin. Holding the goblin's blood-stained mace, he trembled uncontrollably. I took it down with a surprise mace attack. Yet, the feeling of defeating a living creature makes my whole body shake. I killed it, Hyeon admitted, the strong smell of fresh blood making him feel nauseous. Damn it, I feel like I'm going to throw up. Hyeon turned and walked away. I only won because it was a goblin. If I didn't attack by surprise, I'd be the one lying there. Suddenly, he noticed a larger goblin, staring intently at him with menacing eyes. Hyeon shivered, terrified, raising the iron mace at it. The goblin noticed the corpse behind Hyeon. It was filled with rage, gripping its sword as it stared directly at Hyeon. "Goblin soldier!" it roared. Hyeon panicked. What? There were 2 from the beginning? Aren't goblins supposed to be low-level monsters for beginners? He reproached the system. He trembled as he looked at its sword. This one is twice as big as the last one, and it's holding a sword that's over 1 meter long. If I get hit, it's not just going to knock me away. The goblin yelled, charging at Hyeon. Its fighting power was incredibly strong. Hyeon could only defend, tears welling in his eyes. How can I, with a body that rarely exercises, block a 1-meter sword with a 70 centimeters mace? He thought to himself. The goblin knocked away Hyeon's mace, attacking relentlessly, leaving him defenseless, panting from exhaustion and the repeated blows. Damn it, why do I have to go through this? Hyeon blamed his fate. The goblin dragged his body, leaving a trail of blood behind. Damn it, why doesn't it just kill me already? When will I wake up from this dream? Hyeon despaired. Someone, please save me. Time flowed like an endless river, but for Kang Hyeon, it stretched out infinitely, both tedious and painful. How much blood is in the human body? He wondered. I never paid attention to that until I confirmed it myself with my own blood. The fear of death gradually crept into his mind, along with the extreme pain as 4 goblins tortured him mercilessly until he completely stopped breathing. On the other side, Kang Hyeon woke up with a start. She twisted the doorknob. Honestly, why is this happening so early in the morning? Hyeon turned around, looking towards the sound. Kang Hyeon was under the covers, sitting on the bed, biting his fingers, trembling. No, goblin, I'm so scared. Please. Afterwards, the two of them went to the kitchen together. Hyeon spoke up. So, you died from losing too much blood? Kang Hyeon was still trembling. Yeah, that's right. First, they started pulling out all my fingernails and toenails, then they crushed them. Not satisfied, they started pulling out my teeth and, unable to listen anymore, Hyeon covered her ears. Stop. I'm going to die too. But that wasn't real. She asked a question that made him blush. And, were you crying just now? Hyeon jumped up. No. If you experienced it, you'd understand. Even Guan Yu would cry and run to his mom. Speechless at his behavior, Hyeon reluctantly responded, okay, who cares? To be sure, Hyeon asked again. So, you don't need to go to the hospital, right? Hyeon blankly repeated, hospital? Hyeon nodded, taking out her phone. I heard the number of patients seeking treatment in the neurology department has doubled in the last 2 days. It seems some people have had similar experiences. He stared at her pensively for a moment, then pulled out a chair, intending to leave. I don't think so. I don't have money. Hyeon scrolled through her phone. There's some good news. I guess once you die, the tutorial ends. She continued, people who died in the first stage won't dream about the second stage. Hyeon sighed in relief. That's great to hear. Tonight, I might be able to sleep a little better. But who would have guessed? That night, a notification popped up. Welcome to the tutorial, Kang Hyeon. Stage 2 has encountered an error, teleporting immediately. Your courage can save Earth. His face went blank as he read each line. Tutorial Stage 2. Round 2 begins. Hyeon angrily gritted his teeth, wailing in agony. What the hell? Son of a bitch. But in response, only a cold notification appeared. You will not have resurrection rights because you were in the tutorial. He sat down helplessly, sighing deeply. Hyeon blankly recalled, I was drowsy, then went to sleep, then became drowsy again within an hour. I thought if I could endure it, I could escape the dream, but it doesn't seem feasible. Regaining his spirit, Hyeon propped himself up. So in the end, I have to do what I want, right? I'm so hungry. He walked towards the wooden door, glancing at the weapons. Last time I chose a mace, I chose it because it seemed strong and easy to use. But, he thought. Hyeon turned his attention to the ranged weapons. Since close combat is quite scary, wouldn't a bow be better? Or a crossbow? For close combat, a spear seems better than a sword. After much deliberation, he decided to take both. Okay. Hyeon quickly lay down in ambush, aiming his bow at the 2 ugly goblins, thinking to himself, let me show you the crossbow skills of a Korean reservist. He concentrated 100% on his aim, decisively firing. But the arrow only grazed the face of one of the goblins. Did it hit? He anxiously wondered. Immediately after, a goblin with a ferocious face turned around, answering his question. His face was covered in sweat. Damn it. There's no way it'll be effective the first time. With no time to think, Hyeon grabbed the spear and decisively charged forward. He quickly stabbed straight into one that was charging at him. Hyeon grinned. It worked. One down. But before he could rejoice, the other one was also heading for him. Now for the last one. Suddenly, Hyeon froze. His hands were trembling from the effort. The spear can't be pulled out. Just as he looked up, the other goblin jumped up, swinging its mace at him. Blood splattered everywhere, startling Hyeon awake. Heavy breathing echoed in the quiet room. A faint smile appeared on his lips. This time, I still died with one blow. I need to try harder next time. The familiar notifications popped up again. Welcome to the tutorial, Hyeon. Stage 2 has encountered an error, teleporting immediately. Your courage can save Earth. He muttered through gritted teeth, save my ass. It's a mess. He stood in the weapon selection room. Tutorial Stage 2. Round 3. Today's weapons are a sword and shield. Wouldn't it be better to use weapons you're familiar with? Hyeon shook his head. No. Today it has to be a sword. I spent all day learning it on Xtube. After equipping himself, he went out to face the two goblins. Alright, let's go, you bastards. But very quickly, Hyeon woke up again. Those dogs are playing dirty? His face was pale with fear, but inside he was bitter. Hyeon laughed maniacally. Let's try again, shall we? He muttered. I'll kill them all. Hyeon stood outside the door, watching for a while, not knowing what to say. As always, the notifications popped up again. Welcome to the tutorial, Hyeon. He angrily roared, shut up. Stage 2 has encountered an error, teleporting immediately. Your courage can save Earth. Tutorial Stage 2, Round 4. What courage? Hyeon held the sword, swinging it to warm up. At first, I just swung the sword randomly. My whole body was gradually heating up. Why? Because according to the status window, this is the basics. Your stamina has increased by 1 due to pushing yourself to the limit, the system announced. Hyeon, after hearing that, collapsed onto the ground. I have to swing a sword for 8 hours to level up? The status window appeared. Name, Hyeon. Title, not displayed. 8. Agility, 9. Stamina, 8. Magic power, 14. Bonus points, 1. Ultimate skill. Resurrection, ability, not displayed. Skills, not displayed. Suddenly, his eyes stopped at the line bonus points, 1. Hyeon pondered. I just remembered. I got that when I completed Stage 1. After a long time, he realized, I was so tired that I completely forgot about it. It's not because my memory is bad. Hyeon still continued to charge forward. Anyways, I used 1 point in my strength stat. With 2 stats increased, I was planning on getting revenge on the goblins. But because I was exhausted from overexerting myself, I couldn't take down even one and died immediately. Day after day, each time, he trained a little more. Welcome to the tutorial, Hyeon. Stage 2 has encountered an error, teleporting immediately. Your courage can save Earth. Tutorial Stage 2, Round 5. Gained 1 stamina point for swinging sword. Round 6, gained 1 strength point after 10 hours of training. He himself realized, now, defeating the 2 goblins in front of me is easier. But because I saw the physical strength and combat skills, facing the remaining goblin is too much for me. Welcome to the tutorial, Hyeon. Stage 2 has encountered an error, teleporting immediately. Your courage can save Earth. Hyeon thought to himself, Tutorial Stage 2, Round 7. I just simply swing my sword. He used all his strength, swinging his sword, swinging and swinging. Gained 1 more stamina point for pushing yourself to the limit, the notification responded. He tiredly screamed, then collapsed onto the floor. Heavy breathing filled the space. At this moment, a system screen appeared before Hyeon. Basic Swordsmanship F has been formed. He tremblingly pressed on it. Basic Swordsmanship F. The ability to help adjust posture and reduce fatigue when swinging a sword, making attacks more effective. Description. This is a swordsmanship skill used by thugs, but it's better than nothing. His hand slightly clenched. Hyeon happily shouted, I did it. I did it. Thank you. Thank you. As if injected with more strength, he grabbed the sword. You goblin bastards. His face, full of confidence, declared, today, you are going to die for sure. A small tactical plan formed in Hyeon's mind. In the tutorial Stage 2, there were a total of 5 goblins, 2 at the beginning of the fortress, and 3 in the latter half of the forest. The first 2 goblins were quite easy to deal with. I surprised the first goblin with the crossbow, then finished off the other with the sword. The problem is the 3 in the forest. I could deal with the first 2 like before, but the last one is the real obstacle, he thought. The sound of sharp weapons colliding created chilling noises. Hyeon quickly used his sword to push up the goblin's axe. It angrily swung its hand, hitting him directly. Hyeon calmly retreated, using his shield to block the blow. He suddenly noticed, I can see it. I can see his attacks. The 2 weapons clashed continuously. Every time the goblin swung down, he easily diffused it. It feels like my body reacts before I even think, he realized. His sword hand moved down, recalling the skill he had received. This is Basic Swordsmanship F. The ability to help adjust posture and distribute force when swinging a sword, allowing for more effective attacks. Description. This is a swordsmanship skill only used by local thugs, but it's better than nothing. Hyeon decisively thrust his sword towards the goblin. The effect of basic swordsmanship F caused the blade to graze, leaving a trail of blood on the goblin's face. His hand tightened. But there's still one problem. I'm exhausted and lost a lot of stamina dealing with the 4 goblins already. The goblin quickly swung its axe. A collision between the 2 weapons rang out like an explosion. He panicked. No. From this distance, Hyeon's sword was knocked away, embedding itself into the ground behind him. The goblin took this opportunity to bring its hand down, intending to slash Hyeon. He simply chuckled and easily dodged the fatal blow. The goblin couldn't believe that he had dodged it, standing frozen. Hyeon's eyes lit up at this moment. This dog loves to torture, doesn't he? That's why he didn't kill me right away. But it's best if they wear down their opponents first. Thinking this, he pushed his foot down, twisting his body and kicking the ground into its face. A guy like you. So predictable. The goblin roared as dirt flew into its eyes. Taking advantage of this, Hyeon picked up a nearby rock, crouching down. Not too quickly, Hyeon smashed the rock into its leg. Take that. The goblin screamed in pain. Unable to see, it could only swing its axe wildly. Hyeon stood at a sufficient distance and spoke. I am. The goblin opened its eyes. As he spoke, he picked up another rock and charged, the strongest. Its eyes widened in horror. Before it could react, a rock smashed into its face. The goblin fell heavily to the ground. Hyeon wiped his mouth with his hand. Phew. I get it, your stage. He laughed mockingly. It's so boring because you just keep trying to die. The system quickly announced, congratulations, you have completed stage 2. You have received 5 additional stat points as a quest completion reward. You may choose 1 weapon as a quest completion reward. Basic shield skill has been unlocked. Basic crossbow skill has been unlocked. Hyeon happily shouted, I did it. I won. The system kept popping up. Level up. Level up. Looking at these lines, he was satisfied. This is the power of the ultimate being. You fake human goblin bastard. Then he laughed loudly, echoing throughout the forest. That morning, as the first rays of light appeared, Hyeon's face looked haggard. What an energetic morning. If you're wondering who I am, my name is Kang Hyeon. He happily stood in the kitchen. That's it. Since I completed stage 2, I'll make breakfast to celebrate, he thought. Hyeon tasted the seasoning, proudly saying, I know that I'm the one who made this, but it's just too perfect. Suddenly a shout made him jump. Kang Hyeon burst through the door loudly. What the hell? What did you just say? Before he could answer, both of them saw a notification appear. The tutorial for Earth is complete. Now, you may use the system freely outside of the tutorial. Both of them blankly asked, what? The dungeon has activated? Hyeon and his sister ran out to the balcony at the same time. Both were stunned looking down below. His eyes widened. Below was a huge door with bizarre patterns. Hyeon's voice trembled. Is that a dungeon? Many people gathered around the strange thing that had just appeared. Only awakened people may use the dungeon. A notification rang out. Dungeons appeared one after another in various places around the world. It appeared suddenly, leaving people not only shocked but also curious. You must complete the dungeon within a fixed time. A notification rang out. The dungeons continued to appear simultaneously without any warning. In the face of this state, only the cold system sound was heard. Time remaining until the connection to the Hyeon dimension is complete. 4 years, 357 days, 13 hours, 59 minutes, 51 seconds. At this moment, Kang Hyeon and Kang Hyeon were also sitting in the house watching the news. After the dungeon appeared, the world became chaotic. First, we decided to stay home and review some information, Hyeon said. It seems like the tutorial isn't completely over yet. It seems that recently, people who just turned 18 have also participated in the tutorial, so the minimum requirement is 18 years old, Hyeon replied. The comments section is a mess because of the dungeon. Everyone is saying it's a hasty decision to call the tutorial completers awakened people and send them to complete dungeons, she said. Hyeon interrupted. Anyway, that's not a big problem. His hand moved the mouse, and a question caught Hyeon's attention. People can turn the status window on and off. Is this real? What's important is the benefits from the status window. He stood up and reached his hand out, saying loudly, up here. But in response, there was only silence and a judging look from Hyeon. After a while, the system finally turned on. The tutorial is still in progress. You cannot use it. Hyeon nodded. Is that so? Is it still too early? He calculated internally. There are 8 stages in the tutorial. It seems that while I was struggling to complete stage 2 with 7 attempts, others have already completed all the stages. Hyeon sat down dejectedly, turning to ask his sister, is there no other way other than completing all of them? Do you have any information about stage 3? She replied indifferently, haven't you heard that patience is a virtue? There's nothing. Hyeon reported while searching, there's no information at all. Even information about stage 2 is very scarce. Hyeon asked further, should I fight back? As he spoke, he flexed his muscular arm. I'm quite strong now. I won't be defeated as embarrassingly as before. I will complete stage 3 with style and precision. Very quickly, night fell. Evening. Tutorial stage 3, a notification appeared. A stream of warm golden liquid poured down. The satisfied voice of the owner of the liquid echoed, "Right now, Hyeon, disguised as a bush, angrily gritted his teeth. I'm going to kill you. I'm definitely going to kill you, you son of a bitch." He had just been peed on by a monster. The screen displayed 3 notifications in a row. Stage 3. Improve perseverance and patience in all situations. Completion condition. Defeat the Gurkha leader. Failure condition. Death. Tip. If you wait long enough, an opportunity will arise. Kang Hyeon, wearing the camouflage suit provided by the system, exclaimed in amazement, "Camouflage! This suit is amazing. This must be a stealth, assassination, or something like that mission, right?" He studied the mission for a moment, thinking, defeat the Gurkha leader. So, first I have to find them. He carefully observed his surroundings. But I have to check what I got from stage 2 first. Those bastards weren't nice at all. They didn't even give me time to check. He opened the status window. Name, Kang Hyeon. Title, None. Level, 2, New, to 4, New. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Stamina, 11. Magic power, 14. Bonus stats, 0. Ultimate skill. Resurrection. Abilities. Basic swordsmanship F. Basic shield technique F. Basic crossbow technique F. Skills. None. He looked at the filled screen, happily cheering. So much. The status window should look like this. He clicked to see the 2 new skills he had just received, shield and crossbow skills. The system displayed the details. Basic shield technique F. The ability that allows you to use the shield effectively. Description. If you work hard, you'll stop the neighborhood kids from bullying you. Basic crossbow technique F. The ability that allows you to use it effectively and improve accuracy. Description. It's best not to use a crossbow to kill people. After understanding everything, he clicked to something else. For bonus stats, let's increase strength and stamina since they're useful right now. Should I add 2 agility points just in case? He fiddled with the 3 status windows and wondered, finally, what was it? I remember there was something else. The system displayed the question, would you like to check your inventory? That's right, he suddenly remembered. Inside his current inventory was only 1 sword. Awesome, Hyeon exclaimed, clicking on the icon, then pulling out an extremely cool long sword. He looked at the corroded longsword excitedly. Amazing. This is the best thing I've received so far. He looked up at the blue sky in the middle of the forest, satisfied, and started the mission. Alright, stats check complete. Now, let's go find Gurkha or whatever. While on his hiding mission, Hyeon suddenly remembered Carlos Hathcock, the legendary sniper of the Marine Corps, a man who successfully assassinated a general, after crawling 1.4 kilometers for over 3 days. He's the one I respect the most. Starting today, he thought as he silently encouraged himself, have I been crawling for 10 hours yet? Almost there. A village had gradually appeared in front of him. He observed for a moment, thinking, 2 guards are on patrol. Should I just charge in? He saw 2 strange masked guards that looked like they belonged to some tribe. Crawling in the grass for so long, my body feels so uncomfortable. My pants are wet and sticky from the pee from earlier, he thought uncomfortably, grinding his teeth, parting the grass. The grass makes me itch so much, and there's a bunch of bugs crawling on my clothes. Suddenly, the light above his head was blocked. Hyeon was shocked, his eyes wide, heart pounding, and he looked up at the figure above. A guard, from an unknown moment, had appeared in front of him. It's here. 2 words rang out in his head, and at the same time, a holy water he couldn't hold back any longer, sprayed out. This time, Hyeon was completely petrified, his face blank, as if he had nothing left to lose. I don't know if I should be happy I wasn't discovered, or sad I got peed on. He stared blankly as the pee slowly spread across the ground, frantically warning himself internally, I have to endure it. He watched the other one swing freely and tried to restrain himself. Didn't the system say I have to improve my perseverance and patience? His head was covered in pee, his whole body trembling as he watched the other one's back, hypnotizing himself, persevere, patience, persevere. Even so, his thread of reason couldn't hold on any longer, finally snapping completely. He charged out like an arrow towards the other one. I'm going to chop. He was almost completely out of his mind. Swinging his sword, yelling, he slashed hard across the other's body, then slashed down again in a cross pattern. The guard didn't even have time to react before he was sent to meet his ancestors. He looked at the body that was cut into 4 pieces falling to the ground, put his sword away, and smiled with satisfaction. By the time I looked up, the other one had already discovered it. He complained unhappily, I chopped down something useless again. The remaining guard emitted a strange sound, then roared, the sound echoing throughout the village. The torches lit up the night sky. Everyone in the village came running out with torches. In a moment, the 10-meter radius around him was surrounded by hundreds of people. Hyeon put his sword over his shoulder, smiling arrogantly. Ha! Since everything is messed up, I have to say the things I've been holding back for so long. He looked up at the sky and roared loudly. Come at me, you dogs! Immediately, the system popped up. Lion's roar skill has been formed. What followed was a scene of mad carnage. Strange masks flew everywhere. Red blood splattered. Desperate screams mixed with crazy laughter. Tutorial Stage 3, Round 2. He excitedly removed his camouflage suit, his eyes bloodshot, his face like that of a perverted killer. Let's burn them all down. The system displayed Lion's Roar D, a skill that reduces the stats and morale of surrounding enemies, removes adverse effects, grade D or lower. Description: unleash the anger from the depths of your heart. It attacks the fear of the enemy and blows away adverse effects on yourself. He threw away the camouflage suit, yelling as he rushed towards the people in the tribe, I'll kill you all, you bastards. In round 1, what I learned from crawling for 10 hours. He looked at the remaining weak people in the tribe. The Gurkha warriors seem to have gone out hunting and will only return when the sun sets. Or in other words, he was like a fish in water, easily killing them all, leaving only the weakest, mostly just underlings. He rushed to the biggest tent in the middle of the village, charging straight inside. Hyeon excitedly looked up, his face covered in blood, his expression crazy. I'm here, you bastard. Gurkha leader. However, his face quickly changed when he saw the person in front of him. The lazy leader sat in the master seat, with two mage-like figures on either side, directing a magic circle towards him. As soon as the leader saw him, he pointed his hand and gave an order. Both mages shot magic at the same time. A purple light quickly engulfed Hyeon's body, and a magic circle appeared behind him. You have been hit by low-grade binding magic, the system warned. Hyeon tried to move, his whole body trembling, but he was still held in place. My body won't move. Even the tutorial has magic? There has to be a way. He remembered the Lion's Roar skill and its description. He opened his mouth and took a breath. Activating Lion's Roar, the system appeared. He shouted, Release! The leader was horrified, not understanding what was happening. When he looked again, Hyeon had moved in a flash, too fast to see, and appeared right in front of him with his sword. Hyeon laughed madly, his eyes flashing dangerously. Good plan. He looked at the leader right in front of him. As soon as I slash, victory is mine, only until you're dead. Congratulations, you have completed Stage 3. You have received Intermediate Physical Recovery B. You have completed Stage 3 in the shortest time. You have set a new record. As a bonus reward, you have received the temporary title Indomitable, a level up, and some other notifications. The details of the new title appeared, Indomitable, a title given to the rebel who completed Stage 3, a test of perseverance and patience, in the shortest time. If the record is broken, the title will be transferred. Effect: all stats +1. Hyeon had experienced Stage 2 with great difficulty, but now, he was satisfied with the results of Stage 3. I completed Stage 3 in just 2 days. Thinking about how I spent a week to complete Stage 2, this is a huge improvement. With this rate of growth, a thought flashed in Hyeon's head. Could I possibly be a genius? He dreamt of himself as a charming knight. At this rate, I'll finish it in a few minutes. He imagined himself after completing Stage 4, wearing golden armor, single-handedly taking down a giant dragon, which was what he imagined a month ago. One morning at Kang Hyan's house, a National Assembly broadcast was on TV. It has been 25 days since we launched a special force of awakened individuals to conquer the dungeons. 40% of the discovered dungeons have been conquered. Awakened individuals continue to participate in dungeon conquering, and to show gratitude, the government is considering rewards. The sound of the TV echoed into the kitchen. Meanwhile, a scream accompanied by an arrow of resentment crashed into the kitchen, startling Hyeon. He's doing it again. She turned off the stove, complaining unhappily, if you keep doing that, the neighbors will complain. She saw him come out, indifferently asking, did an arrow fly into your head today? Hyeon came out, filled with murderous aura, saying angrily, I finished it, you idiot. His whole body at this moment was shrouded in an aura of murder. He said in a deep voice, I just punched them all to death. Hyeon, used to this scene every morning, just told him to eat breakfast and brought up the issue of shouting, you've gone crazy to the point you can't control yourself anymore. She was about to say more. Well, Khan. Then she jumped in shock and looked at him. What happened in the dream? Your face. Hyeon was standing in front of her, and just based on his back, it felt like he was a completely different person. Hyeon sat eating breakfast, curiously looking at the person across from her and asking, "Why have you been like that since this morning?" Kang Hyeon had now become a muscular man, his face like that of a crazed killer, exuding a kind of terrifying murderous aura from within his bones. He frowned as he ate and said, "The tutorial is making me annoyed." Hyeon looked at him with disgust and then coldly remarked, "Good luck with that. Your face looks like those criminals on the news these days." He angrily retorted, "Hey, you bastard. I'm older than you." She sighed, not bothering to argue, and asked about something else. "How's stage 4 going?" "What about it? I'm just your brother, that's all," Hyeon mumbled. He then replied seriously, "Basically, the project requires me to demonstrate leadership skills or something like that. Based on the system's mission requirements, Stage 4, prove your leadership abilities by leading people. Completion condition: destroy the core of the dungeon. Failure penalty: death. After destroying the dungeon, an exit will automatically open. Tip: it's best to proceed without leaving any group members behind." In it, Shanan had to work with 4 other members, with the mission requiring him to lead the team to destroy the dungeon's core. Like a role-playing game, the team members act like NPCs following their assigned roles, Hyeon recalled. He recounted, "They debated whether to go straight or retreat. We didn't have enough supplies to risk carrying out the mission. Despite the strong opposition from 2 couples, the final decision was still to continue." Hyeon asked curiously, Then what?" "Of course, I led very well at the start," Hyeon continued. "The whole team worked together to exert their full strength. I raised morale with an angry roar and led with the superior healing power of intermediate body regeneration." He paused to explain, Intermediate body regeneration is a skill I got after completing level 3. The system displayed the details. Intermediate body regeneration B. Ability: regenerate and restore injuries on the body with magic power. Description: any injury, including cuts, burns, or frostbite, will automatically heal with magic power. Intermediate body regeneration shows the wonder of healing even broken bones within a day. Hyeon asked in surprise, "Everything seems to be okay? What made you take a whole month?" As soon as she mentioned it, Hyeon felt his rage boiling up. He unwillingly remembered the betrayal of his teammates, and said in a deep voice, "The problem arose that night." He angrily opened his mouth and roared. The food in my mouth immediately blurred because of the extreme sensitivity. Those bastards were supposed to take turns patrolling, but they were planning to escape together. When I discovered them, they ambushed and killed me. I knew it from the beginning, from the moment they dared to flirt with each other in that sacred dungeon." Hyeon looked at the disgusting food in his mouth and didn't care. She flared up and shouted, "Swallow all the food in your mouth before you talk. You crazy bastard." He immediately obediently lowered his head and chewed all the food, waving his chopsticks as he continued, "Similar characters and similar situations are repeated continuously in each part. Under those harsh conditions, I finally found a breakthrough with this super intelligent brain." Hyeon was silent for a moment, then calmly asked, "What is it?" Hyeon solemnly placed down his chopsticks, grinned widely, his eyes wide, blood-red pupils contracted, his face like that of a pervert as he muttered, "Just eliminate the pests and continue." In Stage 4, at the end, Hyeon calmly watched his teammates argue, "Let's go a little further. It'd be such a waste if we came all this way and went back empty-handed. Food is limited. What if we don't find the core? The money from the magic stones alone will be enough. If we die first, you will be responsible for that." Hyeon heard the other one was about to say "I," then opened his mouth and let out a horrifying roar. The whole group was startled and confused. "What is it, Kang Hyeon?" A short-haired girl trembled, covering her ears, her face pale with pain as she asked. Immediately after, she was stunned when his sword was pointed at her. He raised his sword, his whole body emitting a thick murderous aura, his tone domineering. "From now on, you must listen to my instructions. Resisting means death. Complaining also means death." A mushroom-headed guy angrily shouted, "Are you crazy? Suddenly so unreasonable." Before he finished speaking, he received a punch in the face, directly silencing him. Hyeon didn't care, continuously punching the guy in the face, his voice breaking. I said, don't complain." It wasn't until the mushroom head was beaten into a pig's head that he stopped with a click of his tongue. The short-haired girl beside him screamed in fear. He flicked his bloodied hand and glanced at her. "Just listen to me, because I know the way," he warned. "If you keep this up, you'll really live a dog's life." His status window updated. Name: Kang Hyeon. Title: The Indomitable One. Level: 14. Strength: 17 + 1. Agility: 15 + 1. Stamina: 17 + 1. Magic power: 15 + 1. Bonus stats: 0. Ultimate skill: Resurrection. Abilities: Basic swordsmanship, Basic shield technique F, Basic crossbow technique F. Skills, angry roar D. Intermediate body regeneration B. The whole team began to move forward. Hyeon faced a skeleton monster, easily overpowering its weapon, startling it. Then, he yanked it, causing it to lunge forward, and his other hand, holding the sword, swung up, using the hilt to stab it forcefully in the skull. The entire skeleton was crushed by the force. He held his sword. The last one. The teammates behind him exclaimed, "Oh my god, he really took them all down." In the dark dungeon, there was only light from the torches on both sides of the walls, and shattered bones littered the floor. It's almost just us left. Hyeon approached a red gem that glowed like fire. Is this the core? I just need to destroy the pillar, right? He raised his sword towards the core. Simple. He slashed down on the wooden pillars supporting the core. The system displayed 4 notifications. Congratulations, you have completed stage 4. You have received the quest reward /1 into 2E. You have received the quest reward Mind Strengthening Ring B. Level up. Hyeon looked at his status window. The benefits gained from stage 4 aren't bad. Ability stats are increasing exponentially. Name: Kang Hyeon. Title: The Indomitable One. Level: 15, Strength, 17, +1, Agility, 16, +1, Stamina, 17, +1, Magic Power, 15, +1. Bonus stats: 0, Ultimate Skill. Resurrection, Abilities, Basic Swordsmanship E, Basic Shield Technique F, Basic Crossbow Technique F. He looked at his inventory. There are a lot more items, not to mention the monster drops that can be collected. I still don't understand the effect of magic stones. The purplish blue stone is the magic stone of the scout skeleton, and the red and green one is the magic stone of the knight skeleton. If I accumulate them, I might need them eventually. He looked at his skill reward, /1 into 2E. /1 into 2E. Ability: divide the opponent's body into 2. Description: increases sword power, can ignore a certain degree of defense. Next was the ring with the red stone. Mind Strengthening Ring B accessory. Durability: 100/100ths. Description: the ring was given to the royal bodyguards of the Handelic Empire. Although it is a standard model, it boasts excellent achievements when given to the most elite knights. Ability: provides immunity to all mental and mental state-related magic of grade A or lower. Select, show/hide. He looked down at the drops of sweat on the ground and thought, these items are pretty good, but the most noteworthy achievement is... Hyeon was doing push-ups with one hand, his body full of strength, sweat soaking through every muscle fiber. 288, 289, 300. What I feel is most valuable when going through this stage is that I have become stronger in reality, he thought. After finishing his workout, he collapsed onto the ground, wiping the sweat. It seems like my physical training is becoming less effective. Maybe I should start going to the gym. The phone right next to his hand suddenly displayed a message. Is it an advertisement? He picked it up suspiciously to see. Emergency announcement. National Security Agency. Dungeon opens near 20 Dong on 20/20. Residents in the area are advised to stay indoors and stay vigilant. The message startled him. Outside, screams for help echoed into the sky. Goblins were pouring out, crazily destroying everything, chasing and killing everyone they saw. Faced with this situation, the system issued a warning. If the dungeon is not completed within the specified time, the dungeon door will open. Hyeon stood on the balcony looking down at the chaotic scene. Is it today? I even sent in a request to complete it here. He suddenly remembered, while I was training, Hyeon went to work. Hyeon is in danger, he thought in horror, and immediately ran off. A weapon. I need something I can use as a weapon. Hyeon frantically looked around. Damn it. In this place, can't even find a cheap longsword? He suddenly looked in one direction. In the sink was a kitchen knife. Outside, Hyeon used extremely high speed to run on the street. While running he took a deep breath, and then wanted to use Lion's Roar to roar at the goblins. Long time no see, you bastards. The goblins were startled and looked at him, unfazed, making a dubious noise. Hyeon gripped the knife in his hand. As expected, I still can't use the skill. The goblins, seeing someone come to deliver themselves, made a delighted sound. Hyeon emitted a murderous aura, but thanks to that, I've attracted their attention. They all yelled and charged forward. He perked up his ears, mocking. Huh? What? The noise of low-level grade 2s crying too much. He glanced at them. There's no guarantee that their level is the same as in the tutorial, but somehow, he twirled the knife stylishly, and then smiled and happily swung the knife, slashing at the closest one. I can still distinguish their levels through their movements. The goblin, hurt so badly it was trembling, folded its ears, mouth agape, and inside its throat, a green spot of light appeared. Hyeon smiled gleefully as the blood splattered on his face. First, thank you for coming. He pulled out the knife, letting it fall. I will use this knife well. A good product. In front of Hyeon's company building, people used many tables and chairs to block the entrance. Outside, the screams of goblins rang out continuously. The whole group stared nervously at the door, which was shaking violently. Even Hyeon looked down in fear. She looked at the message that Hyeon had sent. Hey, office lady, are you at work? A few minutes later she replied, what is it? Hey, why do you ask that, hey? But she didn't receive a reply, and she worried, what is he thinking? Suddenly, a goblin's terrible roar rang out. From the outside, the door was constantly shaking. The spirits of the people were like walking on a tightrope. Suddenly, the door, which was carefully blocked, was kicked away by a force. A foot wearing slippers covered in blood kicked heavily onto the pile of collapsed items. The others were horrified, while Hyeon stared in disbelief at the person who had just arrived. Oops, I didn't mean to break the glass. Hyeon's expression at this moment was 10 times more terrifying than the goblins. His whole body covered in blood, with a knife raised in his hand, his red eyes smiling gleefully as he said, Big brother has come to save you, Kang Hyeon. The crowd stared in horror at Kang Hyeon approaching, his body covered in blood, holding the knife up as he happily greeted his younger sister. Your big brother is here, Kang Hyeon. She was embarrassed, while the others whispered, what the hell is that? Who are you? Hyeon's brother? Ignoring Hyeon's obliviousness, she hesitated and asked, what did you just? Suddenly there was an angry shout. Hey! He looked over curiously. An angry old man interrogated Hyeon. I don't know who you are, but how did you break through the barricade? What am I supposed to do now? If this keeps up? Those monsters? Hyeon hesitantly said. Team leader. He laughed it off and admitted his mistake. It's my fault. Sorry, I can't control my strength. Well, Hyeon stepped aside, revealing behind the gate bodies lying in a pile, and said, you don't have to worry anymore, startling everyone. Those monsters. He killed them all by himself? Everyone was surprised. He pointed at them with his thumb, and said to the others, do you see the weapons those goblins were using? Just pick one up. Hyeon continued, I don't know how long you guys can hold out, but as long as you don't panic, we can defeat them. Seeing him turn to leave, Hyeon startled and asked, where are you going? On the way here, I saw some goblin hordes. They're probably on the upper floors, he replied, taking a step inside, putting the knife on his shoulder, then turning his head to smile. We have to try to get a good night's sleep, you know. Mineral water was poured onto the wound. As he waited for Hyeon to bandage him, he complained, hey, is pouring so much water okay? We don't know how long this situation will last, so we have to conserve, right? Hyeon replied, be quiet. Your wound needs to be cleaned. And this is the only bottle of saline we have. She sat down beside him, asking Hyeon, hey, why do you keep acting like this? And how can you fight so much? As he rubbed his shoulder, he bragged, maybe it's because I haven't learned how to dodge so my fighting skills aren't good. My recovery ability is so strong that I can take most hits. But since I can't use my skills right now, it's quite difficult. Hyeon scornfully replied, why do you like to brag? Looking at everyone busy, she looked through the first aid kit and reminded her brother, be careful. If you can't use skills, you can't resurrect, right? Hyeon grumbled, acting like that to deal with the remaining monsters is really unnecessary. Hyeon shrugged, smiling slyly as he asked, but it's cool, right? She could only sigh, right, until you get beaten like a dog. He glanced over, hearing his sister say, but I think everyone is seeing you differently. Hyeon smiled mischievously, whispering to him, some seniors asked me to introduce you to them. What do you think? Do you have a type? Hyeon started thinking. Night had fallen, and only that floor was still lit up. There was still the sound of Hyeon saying, I just need someone to listen to me curse every time I wake up, making her laugh. What the hell? He suddenly opened his eyes wide. The screen notified, Stage 5. Improve wisdom to overcome any challenge. Hyeon scratched his face, startled to remember. I forgot about this. I was stuck just now. He turned around, wondering. Huh? What is it? Some girls were arguing with each other. Are you a succubus? The other one replied, yes, but don't you think that at a time like this, the person who talks the most is the most suspicious? She challenged, what do you mean? Another girl intervened. Everyone calmed down. Watching them argue, Hyeon was confused. What is going on here? The system displayed the mission. Completion condition. Defeat the succubus disguising as a human. Failure is death. Tip. The succubus is hiding her true identity. Those who discover her true identity will be targeted first. Hyeon stroked his chin, imagining the image of the succubus. Isn't a succubus a dream demon? A creature that appears in dreams and drains the life force of men? They are known to be beautiful. Looking at the beauty of the girls, he calculated, all the women here are very pretty. Everyone knows the existence of a succubus in this situation. Suddenly, a short-haired girl asked him, Kang Hyeon, what do you think? He was startled, and asked back, what? She came closer, smiling brightly as she repeated, about the succubus, who do you think it is? Whoa! Up close, she's really pretty, and smells good too, he thought. He scratched his head, looking away, embarrassed as he replied, I don't know, Suddenly Hyeon noticed. Huh? The girl became sinister. The system notified, the Iron Will Ring is resisting the hypnosis. Iron Will Ring Grade B. Durability, 100/100ths. Ability, helps the wearer become immune to all magic that affects the mind and consciousness attacks at Grade A and below. Description, a ring given to the royal guards of the Handelic Empire. It can strengthen the wearer's physique. Select, visible or invisible. Late at night, Hyeon sat by the campfire, while the others moved around. He sat in contemplation, watching the sparks of the fire crackle. Hyeon thought about his journey so far. Stage 1 was the Ring of Fire, Stage 2 was the battle against the goblins. In Stage 3, I fought against the monster that peed on my face after crawling for 10 hours, and Stage 4 was a team activity that lasted for a whole month. He thought to himself, finally, I can enjoy the interesting things. After being tossed around like a dog, his thoughts changed, and he revealed a sinister expression. God, I'm sorry for cursing you. I didn't know you had prepared this for me. Realizing what he had just done, Hyeon covered his face. I should control my expression, because the person who discovers the succubus's identity will become the target. If she discovers me, my life will end. If she is a succubus, she is definitely a powerful being, who can disguise herself as a human. Maybe they are even proficient in magic. It's better for me to pretend to be an NPC. Hyeon continued to think. A male NPC will be hypnotized by the succubus. Using a female NPC would be better. Let's just sleep and think about it later. In the morning, he opened his eyes, waking up in the same room as last night. His mind was still hazy. This ceiling looks familiar, he thought. Suddenly, he sat up, shouting loudly, this is Hyeon's office. Everyone was happy to see him wake up. You're awake? I was about to wake you. The army has arrived. Hyeon bitterly clenched his fist, his voice hard. She definitely realized that I knew. Maybe she will kill me while I'm sleeping. Suddenly he noticed something. Huh? What is that? Military vehicles were moving in groups, shaking the road surface. Some fully armed soldiers jumped out of the cars. Those in the vehicles were aiming and firing. The nearby goblins were hit and screamed, blood flying everywhere. He pressed his hands on the window, observing the situation below. The army is really here. The others cheered happily. We're safe. Just as expected, those monsters can't withstand guns. He was silent for a moment, then reminded them, it's not over yet. Hyeon suddenly felt a shock. Something tingled. Observing the fighting situation below, he was astonished and wondered, what was that feeling just now? Down there, the soldiers had shot down all the goblins. He was cautious. Why do I feel something dangerous? What is it? Hyeon was horrified when he saw something. New clips were being loaded. 2 soldiers on the pickup were furiously firing at the goblins. One of them lamented, "They're too many. It's endless." The other one reminded, "Didn't the army teach you anything? Just keep shooting." The other one retorted, "It's not effective." He snapped, yelling, "Focus, and kill those bastards." He complained, "Damn it, why did this happen before I was discharged? Experts should be handling this, not us." As he was speaking, he stopped. What is that? In the distance, a soldier was desperately firing at an approaching goblin. Close enough, it swung its spear, severing his head. Everyone was horrified that the guns were ineffective against it. Someone panicked and reported, "Sir, the people over there have been killed." The team leader was confused and asked, "What? I can't hear." Sweat covered his forehead. He stuttered, "There's a goblin? And a bullet hit the goblin's head, but it just stood there." Only then did he finish. "Is approaching." The goblin mocked and went berserk, baring its fangs, roaring as it charged. Everyone on the vehicle was shooting wildly, yelling in panic, "Damn it, what is this? Hey, go faster." The goblin ignored the firepower, rushing at a breakneck speed. It stomped its foot and jumped up, swinging its spear from above. The 2 soldiers yelled in terror, blood splattering everywhere. The tires rubbed against the road, creating a cloud of dust. The vehicles crashed into each other. The people in the building were confused. What the hell? What happened? Hyeon could only grit his teeth as he watched the battle below. While he was still observing the others scrambling to assess the situation, what the hell happened? What are we supposed to do now? The goblin stood on the truck bed with defeated soldiers all over the place. He was horrified observing it. The goblin was poised, its legs bent, and then it looked up at him menacingly, its whole body emitting a death aura. The military vehicles were empty, with blood splattered everywhere, and smoke was still rising from one of the vehicles. Young Jaehoon, his head bleeding, was in pain and confusion. What is this? A soldier in the distance, his face full of fear, called out, "It seems like Squad 3 has been attacked." He propped himself up, and turned to ask the standing soldiers, "The signalman. Where's the signalman? Request backup quickly. Sergeant Jang Jaehoon." As Jaehoon tried to stabilize himself on the vehicle, he closed his eyes, his face contorted in pain. "Ah, my head. Why does it hurt so much?" From the distance, panicked voices called out, "Hellhound! Hellhound! Unit!" A monster holding a weapon was standing on top of their vehicle, licking its lips in a disgusting manner, making the soldiers exclaim in fear, "Oh no!" Jaehoon jumped up, grabbed his gun, and said to the soldier behind him, "The signalman. What about backup?" The other stuttered, "They said they'll send a capable person." He was incredibly shocked by the information he received. A person? A civilian? The hellhound jumped high from the front of the vehicle, rushing to the resting soldiers. Jaehoon raised his gun, cursing, going insane. "Damn it!" As he raised his gun and fired, he shouted, "Die!" Suddenly, Jaehoon froze, trembling, as if something happened to him. Why does it have to burst out at this time? The monster swung its weapon towards him, making Jaehoon panic for a moment. Someone from another direction, holding something that looked like a rock, yelled and charged forward. The rock left the person's hand and flew quickly forward, hitting the monster in the face, making it fly away. The large rock injured the monster, causing it to bleed a lot, and it fell to the ground, creating a small tremor next to the military vehicle. The monster lay motionless on its back on the cement floor, dust flying everywhere. Jaehoon didn't understand what had just happened, turned to look at the monster, and stammered, "What just happened?" A person climbed onto the military vehicle, sighed in relief, and looked down at Jaehoon asking, "Are you all right?" Kang Hyun's terrifying face when he laughed loudly made him extremely scared. "Ha ha 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 ha. You must have had a hard time. You're a soldier." His face looked incredibly terrifying. Jaehoon stared at him with wide eyes, and in fear, jumped back, raising his gun towards him, shouting, "Monster!" Hyeon also stopped joking, and jumped up. "Damn it, put the gun down. Do I not look human?" Jaehoon was still not completely convinced, and asked again, "Human? Are you human?" Hyeon was angry and amused. "Are you so surprised that you have to ask twice?" Jaehoon looked at him with wide eyes, and thought, "Is this a volunteer? He does look quite strong." Coming back to his senses, Jaehoon stood up and bowed to him. "I'm sorry, I was a bit panicked." Hyeon waved his hand, signaling it was okay. "TSK, it's understandable, you just escaped from the jaws of death," he said sincerely. "Thank you for helping us." Hyeon tilted his head in refusal. "Ah, no need, I didn't come for justice." As they were talking, the monster had crawled up from afar. Again? He looked at the monster baring its teeth menacingly, thinking, "That bastard clearly just made eye contact with me. If the army is destroyed, those bastards will come to Hyeon's company." Hyeon climbed out of the vehicle again, holding his weapon as he attacked the monster, not forgetting to remind Jaehoon, "Don't shoot, because if you accidentally hit me, I'll die." And then suddenly, he remembered something. Looked at him. "By the way, do you have something like pepper spray?" Jaehoon didn't hesitate and answered, "We do. We have almost every kind of weapon." Hyeon demanded, "That's good then, give me one." He exclaimed in shock, "Huh?" Jaehoon quickly came back to his senses. "So, should you wear a mask?" Hyeon quickly interrupted, jumping out of the vehicle, "It's okay, hurry up, I don't have time to explain." He confidently charged forward, and said loudly to everyone, "Ah, and please make sure that while I'm fighting, no guns go off. If you guys miss, I'm dead." Jaehoon immediately replied, "Yes, yes, I understand." Remembering his sister's worries, he continuously ordered the soldiers, "All platoon members must wear gas masks and be vigilant. Only shoot when approaching monsters, never aim your guns at the center of the street." Finally, Hyeon took the weapon and proudly walked towards the monster. "Good. That's all done." Looking at the monster's face constantly growling menacingly, he said to it, "Sorry, but I really hate you guys." From the vehicle, Jaehoon pulled the pin of a grenade and threw it towards Hyeon and the monster. The monster immediately noticed something falling. Confusing. A small explosion rang out, with tear gas continuously billowing out. The monster's tears and mucus streamed down its face as it opened its mouth and screamed from the effect of the tear gas grenade. From the other side, Hyeon was also slightly affected, coughing continuously, tears and mucus also flowing, and then he smiled mysteriously. Hobgoblins or goblins all struggle when panicked. Hyeon charged forward, yelling at the monster, "You threw the grenade far. Is this your first time experiencing pain like this? His face was covered in tears, as he furiously charged, "It seems like your pain tolerance is quite good, huh? But I'm more used to enduring pain." Hyeon slashed, causing the monster to fly away, its weapon flying in the air. First, confiscate your weapon. Then, he continuously attacked different positions on the monster's body. Hyeon's arm was trembling, and with his face stinging from the tear gas, he said, "This is hard." Jaehoon was leaning against the vehicle, observing the battle, with dust flying everywhere, and the sword slashes so sharp. He yelled, "Hey, damn it, is he an awakened?" Jaehoon, wearing a gas mask, was observing when he suddenly heard a voice from behind him. What exactly is happening? Kim Hyeon came up from behind him, asking confusedly, "I thought I was the only support here," making him also extremely confused. His eyes followed everything, with a cold and disdainful look. Down below, Hyeon's sword was scratched everywhere. He wearily raised the weapon to his chest, panting, tears still flowing. This bastard. Sick Naguit, with his swollen face and his body covered with wounds, was still standing firmly in front of him. I had anticipated it, but I didn't expect that it wouldn't do any damage. If this keeps up, my stamina will decrease. Hyeon stood still for a moment, hesitating. Should I use something as support? The only thing I know how to do is slash. Kim Hyeon suddenly charged towards the monster, and with sharp slashes, those slashes caused countless wounds on the monster's body, making it open its mouth in pain. He then landed smoothly. Hyeon was somewhat surprised. Fast. Who is that? Kim Hyeon, in his gas mask, also glanced behind him. While watching the monster continuously try to stand up, its mouth constantly growling menacingly, he recalled his attack. I didn't feel any cutting sensation at all. It felt like cutting rock with a knife. The monster stood up, preparing to attack again. Kim Hyeon turned and yelled to reassure everyone, "An awakened is here. No matter what, it's just a level F dungeon boss. Since it's abnormally strong, there must be other weaknesses." Hyeon found it interesting, and smiled. Level F dungeon? He seems to know a lot. Then, he and him attacked the monster from two sides. "I don't know who you are, but I understand, so do you have any ideas?" The two of them charged towards the monster, and Kim Hyeon said, "First, my physical strength isn't that strong. My body is about to run out of strength." He replied, "Looking at you, I can tell." Hyeon raised his weapon high, yelling, "When your strength runs out, what are you going to do?" After the slash ended above the monster's head, the sword even flew a distance away. No damage at all. Damn it, the sword! Hyeon lost his sword, and immediately thought, a weapon. Something that can be used as a weapon. He remembered the monster's weapon that he had knocked away. Hyeon abandoned the fight and rushed towards that weapon. Kim Hyeon laid out the strategy. "I have speed, but I lack the strength to deliver the final blow. When I hold it down, you attack its weak point." Hyeon quickly picked up the weapon, and rushed back into battle. Even in important situations, the monster raised its arm to block Kim Hyeon's attack. It's probably just to show off, but, so he knows that and is protecting himself. Hyeon stood outside, assessing the situation. So where should I attack? Behind the joints. Is the skin weaker there? Not sure. Hyeon decided to just charge and attack, yelling, "Ah, whatever." A pool of blood splattered everywhere. Sick Naguyet was extremely surprised, his eyes wide open. Hyeon, who was fighting, also stopped in shock. The weapon Hyeon was holding had pierced into somewhere on the monster. The weapon had stabbed into the middle of the monster's butt, making everyone freeze. Hyeon looked at his work, embarrassed. "Oh, for some reason, I feel a bit guilty." The monster, after being attacked in the butt, trembled in anger. Kang Hyeon held the weapon, transferring energy into it, and in the moment he felt the discomfort on the handle of the axe, a question suddenly popped into his head. Is the anus a vital point? He suddenly realized, I think it's a weak point that can cause instant death. His arm began to move, and a decision was made immediately. Using the tip of the axe as a stepping stone, Hyeon flipped the monster high into the air, his face still dazed, and my body as prepared for the next step. While attacking, Hyeon shouted loudly to gather his spirit. A small tremor rang out, and the monster was thrown onto its back on the ground. Its eyes blazed with anger, and its mouth continuously roared in rage. Kim Hyeon watched in shock as he charged forward, continuing to attack the monster. Is he still alive? Hyeon laughed gleefully. It hurts too much, so you can't take it, right? The monster was foaming at the mouth, dizzy and out of consciousness, lying on the ground. Hyeon seized the opportunity, and forcefully stabbed the axe down, finishing off the monster, and blood splattered everywhere. Whether it was releasing pressure or the satisfaction of defeating the monster, he breathed a sigh of relief. Kim Hyeon silently watched him fight from afar, secretly assessing him. Strong. Where did someone so strong come from? Is he not part of any organization? Hyeon, still holding the axe tightly, suddenly discovered that there was something glowing behind the monster's head. What is that? The system notified, unable to check the item information as it is still in the tutorial. Hyeon crouched down and picked up the glowing thing. I don't know what it's for, but I'll take it. It's inconvenient not having an inventory. I have to quickly finish this damn tutorial. Kim Hyeon came up from behind, asking, "Excuse me, is it possible?" Hyeon startled, and hid the glowing thing in his chest. He showed a wary expression. Normally, items have to be divided evenly, right? But that guy interfered out of nowhere, and I took it down with my own hands. Gotta run. Without waiting for him to ask further, Hyeon stood up and ran. I'm in a hurry, so I'll go ahead. This smelly thing, this wonderful axe is yours. Hyeon watched him leave. What? No, wait. He turned back, winked, and smiled happily. Well, bye. Hyeon was still standing there, wanting to stop him, but it was too late. He was gone. Then, he took off his gas mask, sweat pouring down his face like a river, and reached up to wipe away the sweat. Behind the mask was a very handsome face. What kind of person is that? As dusk fell, the situation seemed to calm down. Hyeon held on to her brother's sleeve, the two of them holding weapons as they walked around, passing through streets that looked like ruins from a movie. From sunrise until dusk, the two of them walked side by side. Only when night fell did we return home. Hyeon, walking in front, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" Hyeon, who was behind, didn't understand what was going on. The room was extremely messy, leaving them both stunned for a long while. She asked, "Did you forget to close the door?" He said nonchalantly, "It seems so." Hyeon sighed, and smiled helplessly. "Ha! It was stupid to think you had grown up." After changing clothes, Hyeon slumped down and grabbed his phone, looking at his sister unhappily. What? Why do you keep complaining about this handsome face of mine, huh?" On the phone, countless messages were teasing what he had said. "Looks like a villain lol. Seriously, from afar he looks just like a criminal. If I bumped into him, I would pee my pants. Look at those muscles. How much weight can he lift?" In the darkness of the night, Hyeon questioned himself, "Am I really that ugly? I told you." Hyeon sat on the bed, acting panicked. Hey, we're in big trouble." Hyeon peeked through the door, a toothbrush in her hand. "What?" he said nonchalantly. "Turn off the lights for me." She was angry because she was interrupted. "Don't want to." Hyeon looked at her lazily and pleaded, "Please. Pretty please." Hyeon sighed. Her arms crossed. "Tsk. I'll turn them off this time since you've had a hard day." Then she raised her toothbrush towards him. "Don't yell tomorrow morning, okay? I'm tired too." Hyeon smiled confidently, giving a thumbs up. "Don't worry. This stage is easy. Tomorrow we'll have some beers and share stories." After turning off the lights, Hyeon added, "Your confidence is about to exceed the level of a death flag. I don't expect much, but good luck." He was helpless with his younger sister's sharp tongue. Really. As night slowly descended, Hyeon lay down on his beloved bed and closed his eyes. He seemed unable to sleep as he worried. "When we were fighting, that guy just now was quite strong. I wonder how many stages he has cleared. I should have been eliminated back in stage 2. Hyeon tossed and turned. "Well, don't think about it anymore. I will complete stage 8, because I will become stronger than anyone else." He slowly fell asleep, remembering the events that had unfolded. "The succubus yesterday was quite pretty. Even though she's a monster that could kill me, I feel quite excited to meet her again." The space began to change. Hyeon closed his eyes, imagining, his face a little embarrassed. "God, you startled me." He slowly opened his eyes, his cheeks flushed and a smile on his lips. In front of him appeared a gray goblin, opening its sharp teeth towards him. Hyeon jumped in shock, swinging his fist, shouting, "What the hell is this?" The goblin cried out in pain, confused, and was sent flying by his punch, falling to the ground, foaming at the mouth, with a swollen cheek as it fainted. Hyeon looked around, his eyes wide, extremely confused. "This world is that a goblin?" He opened his eyes wide, and saw a glowing system screen appear right in front of his eyes. Completion condition. Invade the goblin nest in the cave and conquer the dungeon. Failure condition. Death. Tip. Goblins in the cave have poor eyesight, but their hearing is very good due to evolution. Find a way to trick them. A series of goblins appeared, continuously making terrifying sounds, and he asked the system, "What about their hearing? Why are you telling me now?" They advanced towards him. Hyeon was startled, remembering the situation. No, more importantly, he bit his lip, furious. The sky was blue, birds were flying, and his shout echoed. Why did the contents of the tutorial change? It changed. Why did it change? In a high-rise building, everyone was angrily shouting, "Too noisy. On the fourth floor, the sounds of impact echoed continuously. A man was brutally punched, his face swollen, nose bleeding, and he fell back. And Yusong, inside the room, went berserk, throwing a punch at someone's face. He painfully hugged his face, blood pouring from his eyes and nose, and his sharp eyes looked at the one who had hit him. Why? His whole body trembled in fear, looking at An Yusong with contempt. How is it that someone who hasn't even participated in the tutorial is stronger than a potential? Yusong ruthlessly stepped on the person lying at his feet, and said contemptuously, "TSK, not much has changed, has it? If you don't know how to fight, what is the point of getting stronger?" And Yusong watched Hyeon's fight on the screen. But, thank God. His face was full of excitement, licking the blood on the corner of his mouth. It seems that there are still a lot of interesting potential out there. Stage 5, Round 3 Tutorial. The system displayed the necessary information. Completion condition. Defeat the doppelganger hiding in the crowd who eats people every night. Failure condition. Death. Tip. Knights and mages can use their special abilities once a day. Hyeon stood in the middle of the crowd, reading the information. A monster that eats people every night? I need to find and defeat it, right? The people around him also began to discuss how to complete this stage. Hyeon was somewhat disappointed. Isn't it just like looking for a succubus in round 1? Hyeon thought. Instead, this is like a mafia game, right? He realized, wisdom. Use wisdom to overcome. Hyeon tilted his head and took a deep breath, shouting loudly to the people around him. Everyone gather. His voice echoed everywhere. The young people and an old man looked at him in shock, while 2 others were uncomfortable because the sound was too loud. Everyone focused their eyes on Hyeon, and the space became silent. Hyeon cleared his throat. From now on, anyone who moves is the culprit. After saying that, he felt something was off. At this time, I forgot. The sun had risen high, spreading warm light everywhere. Hyeon woke up, his face confused in his bedroom. In the mafia game, the one who talks the most dies first. He was stunned. I've never won a single mafia game, have I? Hyeon ruffled his hair. Maybe I should eat something. I never thought I would continuously repeat the same mistake for a month and a half. Under a starry night sky, a caring question rang out. Are you okay, Kang Hyeon? Hyeon pushed up his glasses, held a book, and pretended to be knowledgeable. Your brother was born very intelligent. Hyeon's face darkened. Gross. She retreated uncomfortably. After work, I have to deal with what now? Hyeon explained loudly. I tried to change my appearance to change my inner self. Hyeon waved his hands uncomfortably. 53 days have passed. I died 53 times in that damn stage 5. So I need to do something, right? Hyeon slumped down, helplessly listening to his excuses. They said to use wisdom to overcome it, but the content changes every time. Even a Mensa member can't win. She covered her face. Implanting someone else's brain would be faster than waiting for you to become smarter. Hyeon was shocked. Oh? Hyeon scolded him. That same old phrase again. You dumb, crazy bastard. Closing the door of the house, the noise from outside still echoed, and Hyeon said, instead of buying a suit, you should use that money to soundproof the room. The lady downstairs has installed a subwoofer. Hyeon laughed. Ha! Hyeon recalled, Stage 5, prove that your wisdom can overcome all difficulties. Hyeon entered another space, which was quite dark. A cave, huh? A dungeon, perhaps? Hyeon glanced at the system. What terrible mission are they preparing for me this time? After the system displayed it, he was shocked. Looking at the notification panel, he said, this is... Hyeon leaned his face closer, slyly. Found it. The system announced, completion condition. Complete the entire level F dungeon, to rank breeding camp. Failure condition. Death. Tip. The level of the Tarank poison spitter guarding the breeding camp is 20. Find its weakness and develop an appropriate strategy. The torches on either side of the cave blazed. The Tarank poison spitter, with purple eyes, made terrifying sounds. Complete the dungeon? Why is the condition so simple? Hyeon thought. The Tarank poison spitter advanced towards him, spitting out a stream of white poison. Finally, I have found a solution that even Aristotle would flip over, Hyeon thought. He was shocked by what it spat out, and dodged it disgustedly. What is this? A spider spitting poison, huh? He turned back, fearfully. My hand. It's been poisoned. Hyeon raised his sword, and slashed off the poisoned arm. It's nothing. The Tarank poison spitter angrily made terrifying sounds and charged quickly. Hyeon slid past its feet. He held the blood-stained sword. It hurts a bit. The system displayed a tip. Tip. Clues about the poison spitter Tarank's weaknesses are hidden in the breeding camp. Hyeon's sword slashed down on the Tarank's head, cutting its massive body in half, and blood splattered everywhere. Finally, I choose a strong breakthrough, Hyeon said. Weaknesses, clues, are all not important, as long as I kill them, right? Instead of looking for the key, I will crush and overcome. The system displayed, "Congratulations, you have completed Stage 5. You have received the quest reward Strength of the Giant Bee." Hyeon was happy. Brains are only for those who are physically weak. Strength of the Giant Bee. Ability: enhance muscle strength with magic power. Description: increases strength by 12 points for 10 minutes. The notification panel displayed, name: Kang Hyeon. Title: The Indomitable One. Level: 25, Strength: 20, plus 1, Agility: 19, plus 1, Stamina: 19, plus 1, Magic Power: 19, plus 1. Bonus stats: 0. Ultimate Skill: Resurrection. Abilities: Intermediate Swordsmanship, D. Basic Shield Technique, F. Basic Crossbow Technique, F. Skills: Lion's Roar, C. Intermediate Body Regeneration, B. /1 into 2E. Strength of the Giant Bee. A new day arrived. Inside a school, a voice came from class 3 to 2. "Hey Kwon Minsu, give me a birthday punch." He held his head. "Let it go. I'm exhausted after that damn tutorial." His friend laughed. "That's right, you're 18 years old. How was your stage 1? Minsu was helpless. "As bad as everyone said. But I still completed it." He lay down on the desk, looking at his friend and complaining, "The problem is what's coming up. From Stage 5 onwards, there aren't any decent tips at all." His friend bowed his head and laughed. "Just completing Stage 4 puts you in the top 1%. Minsu's phone lit up. Maybe those people who keep valuable information are protecting each other closely. Minsu was surprised as he read the notifications. "Hey, there's new information. Someone completed Stage 7 yesterday and is about to challenge Stage 8. His friend was incredulous. "Huh? Fake news?" Minsu read aloud. "The theme of Stage 4 is leadership ability. Subjugate all members with strength. The theme of Stage 5 is wisdom. Muscles are the highest form of wisdom. Increase your strength." He frowned as he continued, and his friend also couldn't believe it. Stage 6, Cruelty. Destroy both enemy and allies. Stage 7, Sincerity. Only destroy enemies. Minsu was disappointed. "What is this? Is it not bait?" Below the information were the comments. "You're so stupid, you can't even get the attention right. Ha ha ha, are you kidding me? If you completed Stage 7, then I'm Han Seyoon. Don't touch Han Seyoon. Han Seyoon is beautiful." Hyeon read the comment and angrily shouted, "You bastards, I tried my best to share the tips." Hyeon, wearing a bag, walked by. "Why are you shouting so loudly again?" Hyeon furiously complained. "No. Listen to this. I personally revealed advanced tutorial strategies, yet these people don't believe me." She shook her head. "Why do you keep nosing into these matters? You old fart. TSK TSK. Hyeon was confused and retorted, "What?" With the same confident expression, he provocatively gave a thumbs up. "Just wait and see. Once I complete Stage 8, I will become the 3rd tutorial graduate in South Korea." Hyeon, walking to the door, still looked back, on par with Han Seyoon, the leader of the Dangun Association, or Choi Dongwoo, the chairman of the Ability User Alliance. She puffed up her cheeks and laughed. The sun shone brightly, and the sounds of the two siblings arguing rang out again. "On par my ass. Why are you comparing geniuses who completed it in one try to someone who took 4 months to finish? Shut up. I also completed Stages 6 and 7 in one try." The sun was setting, giving way to the darkness. The starry night reappeared, signaling new journeys to come. The system displayed a notification. "Welcome Kang Hyeon to the tutorial. You have completed the Stage 7 tutorial. Do you wish to enter the final Stage 8? The gifts for completing the previous stages constantly appeared in Kang Hyeon's mind. First was the sword, the Stage 6 quest reward, a B-rank weapon, Biljane's longsword. The system displayed the stats. Biljane's longsword grade B. Durability, 500/500. Description: a longsword that had accompanied the mercenary Biljane, who made a name for himself on the battlefield for 30 years. It was initially just a well-made long sword, but when it absorbed Biljane's blood, it became imbued with a dark aura. Ability, Frenzy, Endurance, Strengthening. Next was the iron armor, the Stage 7 reward, Ronald's armor. Ronald's armor grade B. Durability, 500/500. Description: this is the armor that Ronald wore throughout his life, a wandering knight of the kingdom of Alois. It has the function of automatically restoring damaged parts after being destroyed and repaired multiple times. Ability, Self-repair. Hyeon closed his eyes. "If I complete Stage 8, I can use it in reality. I also need to check the items that drop from the hobgoblin." The system displayed a notification. "Welcome Kang Hyeon to the tutorial. You have completed Stage 7. Hyeon slowly opened his eyes. "I didn't expect to pass in one try. but as long as it doesn't take more than a week, it's fine. The system announced, Stage 8. Hyeon stared blankly at the system display in front of him. What is your faith? He hesitated. Faith? Hyeon was silent in thought. Suddenly, the space around him shook violently, making him confused. The cracks grew more and more, and Hyeon looked up at the ceiling. What the hell is going on? The space is... Hyeon panicked when he saw the floor beneath his feet also cracking open. The floor under his feet broke apart, causing Hyeon to fall while suspended. No. The space below was extremely vast, and his shouts kept echoing back. Hyeon was in a state of closing his eyes, but the very next second, he sat up abruptly in a panic. Hyeon was wearing the same clothes, barefoot, standing blankly amidst the continuous flow of people. He looked around in all directions. A blonde girl bumped into him, but he felt nothing. Hyeon was surprised when the girl passed right through him. I just got passed through? Am I invisible? He still couldn't imagine where he was, and kept looking around in all directions. This is the first time I've seen a city in the tutorial. Is this Earth? Hyeon looked towards a couple who were laughing and talking happily, and seemed to realize something. Hyeon tensely frowned. No, these people. Their eyes were bigger, their faces somewhat similar, but he could easily tell, they're not humans. Next to a traffic light, two people were happily talking and laughing. On another side, a mother was leading her daughter across the road. Hyeon was lost among the rushing crowd. Suddenly, he stopped. A person wearing a yellow puffer jacket was looking at him. Whoa. He made eye contact with me. Hyeon was restless. He's staring at me like a madman. Can he see me? The other person's eyes were wide open, but there was no reflection of him in their pupils. Hyeon realized something strange. No. Countless monsters appeared from behind him. They can't see me. Hyeon panicked and turned his head, seeing many monsters running towards him. The people here were also panicking, making sounds that he couldn't understand. Monsters from small to large, and people running away, made the street chaotic. They began to look for prey, destroying everything haphazardly. Hyeon stood among the monsters, surprised and observing, there are some monsters I've seen before, and some I've never seen. There are giant octopuses, flying monsters, and a pack of howling wolves. This is a completely different level than the dungeon opening I experienced 2 months ago. Countless monsters of different levels gathered, as if it was the end of the world. The system displayed, time remaining until the connection to the Hyeon dimension is complete. 4 years, 278 days, 23 hours, 32 minutes, 24 seconds. Hyeon couldn't believe his eyes. Is Earth going to be like this in 5 years? Suddenly, amidst the pack of monsters, a large shadow appeared, and the sound grew louder and louder. Hyeon turned his head to observe, and was stunned when he saw the scene behind him. A giant monster, its whole body covered in magic power, was approaching, reaching out and destroying the city. The people and monsters were all fleeing in fear, screaming eerily. Hyeon instinctively raised his hand in front of his face, but nothing happened. Only a strip of color flashed and disappeared. In front of Hyeon was a blinding light. He fell into a place where there was nothing. What was that just now? Was it a monster too? A voice echoed from somewhere. How do you feel? Something was glowing from below as he looked down. Hyeon landed. You are a god or something? She smiled. No. You can simply think that I am a dimension administrator. Hyeon's eyes widened. Administrator? He listened silently as she explained, this stage is a personal exchange with me. Feel free to ask anything that you're wondering. This is also a precious time for me to ask you a few things. Hyeon frowned. What did I just see? That bizarre scene reappeared. Is Earth going to look like that in 5 years? She replied nonchalantly. It depends on what you do from now on. Hyeon was uncomfortable. I don't understand. If you're such a great being, why don't you stop this yourself? She put her hand in front of her chest. As I said, I am just an administrator, not a guardian deity. I only maintain balance. Hyeon put his hands on his hips. The status window and tutorial I gave you, is that the best I can do? He was dumbfounded when he heard her say, can I ask you a question now? Ah, yeah. Kang Hyeon, what faith has guided you? And what do you live for? Hyeon crossed his arms in front of his chest. What the heck are you asking? Why are you asking that? She explained, after observing humanity throughout this event, I can say that I've become curious. All living beings are interesting, but humans are especially interesting. Hyeon smiled slyly. Observing? Curious. For some reason, this guy is driving me crazy. So I guess you haven't observed enough yet. She didn't know how to respond. Hyeon told her about his friends who buried their heads in their studies, the brave soldiers fighting, and the people who were always busy. At least in my circle, no one lives their entire life thinking about such nonsense. Since birth, we've just been struggling to be a little happier, trying to survive day by day. After hearing him say that, she asked, do you have anything you want to protect, Kang Hyeon? Hyeon proudly patted his chest. My troublemaker of a younger sister and my parents. I have to protect my family. The next question made him dumbfounded. Have you ever wanted to become a hero? What nonsense are you asking again? Hyeon said carelessly, putting his hand forward. After a few deaths, I know my position. That cool but exhausting job is not for me. From what I've observed, heroes definitely have innate talent. And you, Kang Hyeon, have almost no talent, she said. He was angry. This bastard is trying to pick a fight, huh? She reached out her hand. But personally, I am a fan of you, Kang Hyeon. You don't know how happy and excited I was to watch you sweep through the tutorial. Hyeon lowered his head. You say happy? Are administrators sadists? The future of Earth is... Huh? Wait, could it be? He raised his head and held up 5 fingers. Hey administrator, that stage 5 with the theme of wisdom, is that a mission that changes over time? She hesitated and closed up, not answering. Then, she suddenly disappeared. Time's up. I had a lot of fun, Kang Hyeon. A system screen appeared. Congratulations. You have completed stage 8. Hyeon was confused. What the? Her voice echoed again. The tutorial is just the surface. There are more challenges waiting for you. Hyeon looked at the screen, confused. Wait, she continued, and whether you like it or not, Kang Hyeon, I believe that you will become a hero who saves the world. Hyeon continuously waved his hand, interrupting her. Wait, so in the end, stage 5 was you. In Hyeon's desperate shout, hey, you bastard, she concluded, congratulations on graduating from the tutorial, Kang Hyeon. Hyeon was immediately teleported, leaving her alone. I'm counting on you, Kang Hyeon. The system displayed a notification. You are the 62nd graduate of the tutorial. You have received the title Tutorial Graduate. The sounds constantly echoed in Kang Hyeon's head, just as expected. The thing in stage 5 was because of you, right? Among those voices, hey, you bastard. Hyeon sat up and shouted, but there was something in his mouth. It took him a moment to realize. Hyeon took the sock out of his mouth, and disgusted, stuck out his tongue. What is this? Hyeon sat on a chair with her arms crossed. You're awake? I knew you were going to shout, so I put something in your mouth. Hyeon angrily threw the sock behind his head. But did you have to use a sock to gag me? Hyeon smiled mischievously. If you don't like it, then shut your mouth when you wake up. Looking at your face, I can tell you failed again, right? How long do you think it will take this time? Hyeon smiled triumphantly, and swung his arm, opening the system. Status window. His laughter echoed. Did you see it? This brother's strength. I think I'm the chosen one now. Hyeon was still confused. I don't see anything. Then, she stood up, grabbed her bag, and left. Alright, time to go make some money. I made breakfast for you this morning as a special reward. Hyeon pouted. At least you should congratulate me, you cold-hearted person. No wonder you don't have a boyfriend. A cooking utensil flew straight into Hyeon's face as a response, making him groan in pain. The dishes in the kitchen were cleaned up and organized. While he was pressing the system, Hyeon changed her clothes for work, and announced as she opened the door, I'm leaving. Yeah, Hyeon replied. Hyeon sat quietly, contemplating what was on the information panel. Completed tutorial. Description. A title for those who have completed all 8 stages. Effect. All stats ±2. Hyeon lamented. The title I got after completing stage 8. Thinking about it, the effect is not so great. Then, he looked up, surprised. Name. Title. Indomitable +1. Level. 28. Strength. 21, +2. Agility. 19, +2. I can't stack the titles? The system answered, excluding the selected title, the others only provide 50% of the effect. Hyeon was surprised. That's perfect. He said to the system, of course, I should use completed tutorial. The displayed panel changed. Name, Kang Hyeon. Title, completed tutorial. +1, level, 28, strength, 21, +2.5, agility, 19, +2.5, stamina, 20, +2.5, magic power, 20, +2.5, bonus stats, 0, ultimate skill, resurrection, abilities, intermediate swordsmanship, basic shield technique, F, basic crossbow technique, F, skills, lion's roar C, intermediate body regeneration B, /1 into 2E, strength of the giant B. Hyeon smiled with satisfaction, and grabbed a box, and hey, I've been waiting for this moment. He happily opened the cardboard box, and inside was a book enveloped in magic power. Hyeon's face was full of anticipation as he took out the book. The mysterious item I received after defeating the hobgoblin. He flipped through the book. Report your identity. The system displayed information about it. Magic Explosion Grade E. Description. A skill book that allows you to learn the Magic Explosion Grade E skill. Ability. Shoots a magic ball that creates an explosion. He read the information seriously. A skill book. Hyeon lowered his head, his whole body trembling, then stood up and raised the book. After 4 months of shouting in the tutorial, Kang Hyeon has finally reached the realm of silent shouting. He was slightly frustrated when the system displayed meaningless information again. Do you want to learn the Magic Explosion Grade E skill? Of course I do, damn it, Hyeon thought. You have learned Magic Explosion Grade E. The book in Hyeon's hand left behind a streak of light and magic power before disappearing. Hyeon looked happily at the palm of his hand. Nice. I've finished receiving the gifts. He excitedly stood up, his hand in a fist. Now that I've received all the gifts, should I apply to participate in the Awakened Training School? At another place, the headquarters of a company, the atmosphere was fresh and warm sunlight shone down. On Myeong, a young and cheerful girl, held a cup of coffee, her face bright, a newly appointed civil servant. My first job is at the Awakened Training School, where those who have completed the tutorial can receive their certification. The training system of our country, which is said to have developed rapidly, has become one of the best in the world, Myeong thought, smiling happily. They may be rookies, but they are future heroes. Isn't witnessing their start a wonderful thing? A line of people poured in to register. The atmosphere was noisy and bustling, or that was what she thought a few hours ago. Myeong trembled in her chair, her hand holding a piece of paper. I'm sorry. She was so panicked that tears were streaming down her face. Hyeon, in her eyes, looked incredibly terrifying, standing behind her as she checked his information. I need to see your identification card. Myeong's hand trembled as she touched Hyeon's picture on the application form. Hyeon approached, his eyes slightly lowered. What? Myeong covered her face with the application form, shouting and sobbing. Why did you do that to me? Hyeon was confused. No. No, what's wrong? He was extremely flustered as the people around him whispered. He made her cry? Did he threaten her or something? Everyone was looking at him disapprovingly, and some people were even filming. Hyeon was bewildered. No, wait, I didn't do anything. He was suddenly scared when someone else approached. Is there a problem here? Myeong cried loudly. Instructor Kim Hyeon. Kim Hyeon approached, observing, it seems the registration is a bit slow. Is there something wrong? Suddenly, he noticed something. Hyeon also saw Kim Hyeon. He looks so familiar. His voice sounds familiar. Hyeon reached his hand out towards Hyeon's application. Can I see that for a moment? Myeong handed it over. Here you go. As he read it, he asked, Kang Hyeon, you look so different in person than in the picture, right? Hyeon frowned. Look, my appearance has changed due to a skill. But I swear, it's really me. It's not fair. If you don't believe me, I can do a DNA or fingerprint test. Kim Hyeon read something. You have completed up to stage 5? Hyeon replied nonchalantly. That's right. I purposely changed the details to avoid drawing attention, he thought inwardly. Kim Hyeon lowered his head. You're level 12, quite high. Have you ever conquered illegal dungeons? Hyeon was startled. I changed it to be less than half, but it's still too high? He stammered. I did go in a few times before the law was enacted. He raised his head. I see. What is the magic skill you listed under your ultimate skill? Hyeon proudly said. Ah, it temporarily doubles my strength. Kim Hyeon reached out his hand. Thank you for your cooperation. Just one more thing. Hyeon approached, slightly dissatisfied. He's asking too many questions. The two of them stood next to the wall, and he said, in stage 3, the awakened received a skill. In stage 4, it was an accessory. And in stage 5, it was another skill. Kim Hyeon let go of the paper, looking straight at him. I need to see all those rewards. Hyeon raised his hand. So thorough. Okay, this is the skill I received in stage 3. Suddenly, Hyeon lowered his head and bit his hand. Kim Hyeon was shocked. Drops of blood began to fall to the ground. He released his hand. A small amount of magic power surrounded the wound, and the wound closed up. Kim Hyeon pushed up his glasses. A recovery skill. A ring was presented by Hyeon. The mind-strengthening ring. And in stage 4, it was this ring. He folded up his other hand, and in stage 5, Hyeon hesitated. Alright, I wrote my ultimate skill as magic power instead of strength. It's a skill that transmits fear to nearby enemies with a roar. Is it okay if I use it here? Around them, there were still many people lining up. It's okay, feel free to use it, Kim Hyeon replied. Alright, Hyeon thought. And Yusong, who was also lining up, suddenly turned his head in one direction, witnessing Hyeon using a skill. Wait, that guy. He remembered the computer screen he had been watching. The Goblin Slayer in Genwadong. A loud noise rang out, and Yusong realized something was off, and covered his ears. Hyeon's skill was activated, and the sound echoed throughout the waiting area, everyone panicking and covering their ears. What is that? What the? Even Kim Hyeon was struggling. Seeing that, Hyeon cleared his throat. Ahem. Ahem. He looked like he had just experienced something terrible. Hyeon smiled confidently. Is that enough? Kim Hee-hoon pushed up his glasses. Ahem. That's enough. So Kang Hyeon, please go to the first floor of the Gunmu building next door. Witnessing everything, Yusong smiled. His face is full of excitement after what just happened. In Kang Hyeon's eyes, everything was pink, and he thought, last time, I almost got rejected because I looked different than my ID photo. But after attracting attention with that fierce roar, in the classroom, everyone was buzzing. Is that him? Yes. Hyeon chewed on food, puffing out his cheeks as he rested his chin on his hand. It seems I made a bad impression on everyone. Some people are saying that I scolded that girl so loudly that she vanished. Something's not right. Oh well, never mind. And Yusong, sitting behind him, also rested his chin on his hand, unsure what to do. Kim Hee-hoon and a few others entered the classroom. He went to the podium. Thank you for waiting. I am Kim Hee-hoon, and from now on, I will be directing the training at the Songnam branch of the Potential Training School. I'm honored to meet you all. Hyeon and the others applauded. He continued, the training course will last 10 days, with theory classes in the morning and practical sessions in the afternoon. Food and accommodation will be provided here. If there are no problems, everyone will complete the training course and receive a certificate. And Yusong crossed his arms, intently listening. As you all know, it has been almost half a year since the world changed. Information about dungeons and monsters appears daily, so strategies are constantly being developed. Hyeon rested his chin on his hand, not wanting to listen. It's already discouraging at the beginning. Kim Hee-hoon said seriously, there may be false information, or information that will soon become useless. Therefore, I will only teach you the most important things to help you survive. He was elegant. In the next 10 days, I hope to cooperate with you all. The projector was still on. That's all for this part. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll move on to the next part. Everyone began to relax. Hyeon tilted his head back against his chair. Boring like military training. This is going to continue for another 10 days? Suddenly, someone walked up to him. The person reached out his hand, wanting to strike up a conversation. My name is Kwok Soil. Let's shake hands. Glancing at Kwok Soil, Hyeon remained silent. He felt confused. Who is this gym freak? His delicate hand was placed in the other's hand, and he introduced himself. My name is Kang Hyeon. Soil smiled slyly. Let's help each other out. He laughed cunningly. I caught one. Guys like this need to be taught their place from the start. Last time, when Hyeon roared, he had blushed painfully while covering his ears. I've hated this guy ever since he caused that chaos. But Soil realized that something was wrong. Hyeon was still nonchalant, his hand in his. His face darkened. What the hell? This guy, he's still holding on? Hyeon opened his mouth and spoke to the system. Giant strength. The system displayed a notification, activating giant strength. His arm became muscular, giant strength grade B. Ability, enhance muscle strength with magic. Description, increases strength by 12 points for 10 minutes. Soil was shocked by the force of the counterattack, wincing in pain. Huh? I'm losing in a strength match? I put all my stats into strength. Everyone around them noticed. Huh? Are they fighting? Soil's face was flushed red, as he exerted all his strength, his veins bulging, and his arm turning red. A sound rang out. His arm cracked open. Blood splattering everywhere, horrifying everyone. Soil was stunned. I'm losing? Hyeon was also stunned, his eyes wide as he looked at him. Huh? Blood splattered onto the people behind them, and even Yusong was stunned. I'm losing? His face suddenly became creepy and excited. Blood began to splatter everywhere, and everyone screamed. An ambulance quickly arrived. Hyeon was struggling. No, I swear. That muscle brain guy. No. That guy came and shook my hand first. And then all of a sudden, while he was flexing his muscles, it suddenly exploded. Kim Hee-hoon was calmly sitting opposite Hyeon. Do you think I'll actually believe that? Ah, this is truly insane. His coat was also splattered with blood. Hyeon hugged his head. It's not about believing or not. It's the truth. Thanks to my unique power, the strength of the strong, which increases strength by 1.5 times, I was able to avoid being injured. If you don't believe me, then check the CCTV. Kim Hee-hoon felt that something was off. Your unique ability is called manpower? Hyeon said vaguely. Ah, yeah, that's right, manpower. Kim Hee-hoon held the mouse, and it increases strength by 2 times, not 1.5 times. Hyeon glanced over. Maybe it's because I'm not good at math and got confused. Kim Hee-hoon began to suspect, then sighed. I understand. Please return to your class. Inside the classroom, everyone was still whispering. Hyeon returned to his seat. Phew, the first day is already exhausting. He crossed his arms and lowered his head. Someone came and sat next to him. Hello. And Yusong smiled amiably. Can I sit near you? Yeah, whatever, Hyeon replied. thinking, first the gym freak and now a thug? The two shook hands. I am in Yusong. I'm Kang Hyeon. Yusong smiled brightly. Can I call you Hyeon? I just turned 18. And I just completed the tutorial. I learned fast so I already graduated high school. Hyeon was surprised. Just talk to me casually, thinking, he looks older than me. Yusong was curious. What did you do before? Hyeon was confused. Huh, what? Yusong's face became excited again. That guy's hand suddenly exploded. Awesome. What skill was that? Hyeon was helpless. This guy isn't normal either. Oh well. He turned to explain, it's not like that, okay? That muscle brain's muscles just suddenly exploded. Kim Hyeon entered. Let's start the second class. Please return to your seats. He picked up the projector remote. Because of the long delay, I will just summarize the main content. Kim Hyeon stood next to the blackboard and pointed at the data on the screen. Currently, dungeons are divided into two types, regular dungeons and incomplete dungeons. Regular dungeons are the more common type. The dungeon gate will break 4 weeks after it appears. As you know, the breaking of a dungeon is the phenomenon of monsters spilling out of the gate. Incomplete dungeons are a type where the breaking time is unpredictable. It can open earlier or later than 4 weeks, so frequent guarding is mandatory. He asked, so how do we prevent the breaking of dungeons? We have 2 methods. On the projector, 2 orbs were displayed, one red-orange, and the other purple. One is to complete the dungeon by obtaining the central core. The other way is to periodically replace the regular core to delay the breaking of the dungeon. He was giving a lecture when someone interrupted. However, you must be careful of the order of attacking the core. Oh, really? Hyeon thought. The muscle brain at the back shouted, what about dealing with monsters? You think I'm here to listen to this useless theory? Hyeon was uncomfortable and turned to face the back. Another muscle brain. Those muscle brains and that gym freak from before are the problem. Please be quiet. Kim Shongun reminded, trainee, if you cause trouble again, you'll be expelled. Kim Hyeon stopped him. It's okay. Trainee, please come down here. The guy was confused. Huh? He repeated, I said to come down here. The muscle brain laughed. Ha. You do have some self-respect, don't you? He went down in front of the podium, spreading his arms and challenging, I'm down here. What's next? Kim Hyeon picked up his phone. 1 minute. He showed the screen, displaying 1 minute. From now on, I will only dodge and block your attacks for 1 minute. If you can injure me, you will graduate immediately. If not, you will be expelled. Wanna play? Kim Hyeon's eyes darkened as he looked at the guy. Hyeon and Yusong were uncomfortable. That Gim Freak too is really arrogant. What a nuisance. Then, the two of them changed their expressions. But it looks fun, so it's okay. Kim Hyeon stood opposite the muscle brain, and said firmly, starting now, I will only dodge and block your attacks for 1 minute. If my body has even a scratch, I will also let you graduate immediately. The guy froze, and if you fail, you will be expelled. What do you say? The muscle brain frowned angrily. What do you take me for? From the weapons storage, he took out a sword. The muscle brain swung the sword. Are you sure you won't regret this? Kim Shongun stepped forward to stop him. Sir. But a real sword. He continued to walk. It's okay. He darkened his face and pushed up his glasses. Come on. The guy felt insulted, and grimaced. It'll be like this until the end. Then, the muscle brain stomped his foot, and charged forward, yelling, I'm attacking. His face full of murderous intent, he rushed towards Kim Hyeon. The sword came slashing down, and he simply shifted his body to the side, dodging it. Hyeon said with a cold face, teaching, attacks that are announced beforehand are useless. Even if you don't attack stealthily, surprise is still a basic component of an attack. The muscle brain missed his attack, was lectured, and angrily glared, clearing his throat. Another move was swung out, and Kim Hyeon continued to dodge. He appeared from behind the muscle brain. Similarly, the preparation move is too cumbersome. Your opponent won't wait for you to attack. The guy's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he gritted his teeth as he turned his head. He slashed continuously, but Hyeon dodged them all. Just swinging a sword isn't enough. While dodging, Hyeon shared his experience. You have to be observant, and see through your opponent's movements without missing a beat. The muscle brain roared, enough of the nonsense. He charged forward with his sword. Damn it. He bent down to dodge. Hyeon continued, using all your strength isn't always the best way. When the range of your movement is larger, the openings are also larger. His leg bent, but more importantly, Kim Hyeon used a kicking move, knocking the sword out of the muscle brain's hand. He lost his balance and fell backward. The sword flew up, and stuck into the ceiling. He fell to the ground, and Kim Hyeon gently placed his foot down. Doing that will make you use up your strength very quickly. He turned the phone towards him. It's been 1 minute. Time's up. The students were horrified as they watched everything. Observing everything, Hyeon thought to himself, the video of the professional boxer, avoiding punches by simply tilting their head. I've seen videos like that. But doing that with someone who has abilities. Are there really differences between the superhumans? His eyes flashed with surprise. All of Hyeon's dodging actions were taken into Hyeon's eyes. His agility and reaction speed, even someone who has enhanced stats like me, would find it hard to keep up. He closed his eyes. If I were to face him in a 1 versus 1 battle? Hyeon's face was excited. Then who would win? I really want to fight him. And Yusong next to him kept laughing. Hyeon was surprised. What's with that expression? What's wrong with him? Is he crazy? He was scared as he looked at Yusong. I probably shouldn't sit next to this guy next time. I don't want people to think I'm like him. The space changed to a more spacious place. Everyone lined up in front of Kim Hyeon. The schedule for the potential training students includes a theory class in the morning and practical training in the afternoon. He reached out towards the weapons. Today, we will practice using weapons. Everyone, please receive your training weapons. The students intently, please train by yourself first, and the teaching assistants will take turns adjusting everyone's form. Because there is a lack of manpower, so please understand that we cannot provide one-on-one guidance. Hyeon held the sword. This is boring. Yusong also held a sword. Brother? Practicing weapon skills sounds boring. Huh? Do you want to spar? Hyeon nodded with excitement. Okay. Are you good at fighting? Kim Hyeon spoke up. Note: sparring is prohibited until the 6th day of training. The sounds of training rang out. Everyone dispersed, swinging their swords continuously. Hyeon walked around and observed. I wasn't expecting much, but is everyone really like this? The average level is lower than I thought. He scratched his head. I don't need to train at all. I'll just walk around a bit. But his hand was still moving automatically, twirling a few times, drawing a beautiful sword path. Hyeon noticed the movement on this side, assessed him, and glanced at him for a long time. Hyeon continued to use his weapon at high speed, slashing back and forth. Then, he was stunned when someone commented, "Trainee, you're not allowed to do that." Kim Shongun approached. In that position, you have to close your legs and adjust the angle of the sword a little. It seems you're trying to show off, but it's useless during training. Hyeon glared at him. What is this guy saying? Shongun lectured. Later, when you enter the dungeon, you will find it difficult to apply those swordsmanship techniques in real combat. Hyeon grabbed Kim Shongun's collar. Are you good at fighting? Should we have a go? After saying that, he let go of his collar. All right, I'll hold back because I'm afraid of making a big deal out of this. Suddenly, Kim Hyeon called out, "Assistant teacher Kim Shongun, hold on." He approached this area, making Shongun confused. "Teacher." Kim Hyeon clapped his hands, attracting attention. Everyone pay attention. From now on, there will be simulated battles between the students and teaching assistants. Shongun and Hyeon looked at him confused. Kim Hyeon handed his sword to Kim Shongun. Assistant teacher Kim Shongun will follow the instructions from before, and trainee Kang Hyeon will continue to swing his sword as usual. You only have one attack back and forth. Shongun was bewildered, and Hyeon happily nodded. Kim Hyeon gestured. All right, begin. Hyeon smiled confidently. 1. Shongun gripped the sword tightly. Serious. 2. When the last count rang out, 3. Both almost simultaneously charged towards each other. Hyeon enthusiastically attacked. Kim Shongun used his sword to block the attack. Then, Hyeon twisted his hand in another direction. He swung his sword up and down. His movements were neat and decisive, causing Shongun's sword to fly away, and he was stunned. The sword flew up, twirling a few times in the air. Hyeon pulled his sword back, and Kim Shongun fell backward onto the ground, afraid. His sword fell straight down, making a hole behind him. The space was silent, and everyone was stunned. Kim Hyeon turned his head to look at the students. The weapon skills that you are learning are to prepare you for real battles. Train your body to react immediately when attacked. But trainee Kang Hyeon has shown us that we must not forget the most important thing, which is the ability to react. Never think that what you are learning is the answer. He looked at the two people. Let's give these two a round of applause for that demonstration just now. Kim Shongun scratched his head, embarrassed. Hyeon let out a sigh of satisfaction. Did you see that? This guy still hasn't understood anything. Kim Hyeon reached out and helped Shongun up. I'm sorry, assistant teacher Kim Shongun. You've worked hard. He took his hand. It's okay, thanks to you. I've learned a lot. Shongun stood up, trembling and surprised, but Kim Hyeon interrupted. I apologize for that. He looked at Hyeon, who was smiling happily with Yusong, and pushed up his glasses. I just wanted to check a few things. On the table was a notebook titled My Precious Training Diary, with Kang Hyeon's name in the bottom right corner. The first picture was of Yusong constantly laughing and talking, while Hyeon appeared indifferent. Above it was a piece of paper that said Day 1, and below were some thoughts. A big guy picked a fight with me, so I taught him a lesson. That guy named Yusong keeps trying to be friendly with me, but he seems a bit crazy. The theory class was super boring, and the practical session wasn't very effective either. At the bottom was a picture of Hyeon wielding his sword haphazardly. Next was a page that said Day 2, with a picture of the classroom above, and an Yusong and Hyeon sitting next to each other looking bored. Below was a picture of an Yusong being reprimanded by a teaching assistant. Swinging like that is dangerous. Hyeon wrote, not much different from yesterday. In the morning, we learned a few tactics and stuff, and in the afternoon, we had weapon training. And Yusong seems really excited. I should keep my distance from him. Day 3. It was still an Yusong sitting next to Hyeon in class. The two of them were talking. How many tutorial stages have you completed? Secret. The only one who keeps talking to me is still this guy. In the afternoon, the two were sparring with swords, making a teaching assistant angrily yell, not like that. Day 4. In the morning theory class, Hyeon was immersed in drawing something, and An Yusong curiously glanced over. I'm so bored. Hyeon wrote with a picture of a person holding a sword and slicing off a monster's head. In the afternoon, he was holding two swords, making Kim Shongun shout, hurry up. Each person is only allowed to use one weapon. Day 5. In class, Hyeon slumped down on his desk, sleeping, and Yusong sat beside him, his head in his hands, bored. In the afternoon, Hyeon threw his sword down and lay straight out on the field, making Kim Shongun's body tremble with anger. What are you doing, trainee? He replied, bored, meditating. On the page, Hyeon wrote, this is so damn boring. I want to go home. Today was the 6th day, and Hyeon still slumped down on his desk, sighing, this is so boring. He asked Yusong, who was sitting seriously next to him, why aren't you causing any trouble? He said nonchalantly, didn't you tell me before that we should complete the course quietly? Hyeon's forehead was imprinted with a dent from lying on the desk, and he looked up and said, if you get kicked out, it's not my business. His words made Yusong laugh. You really do know how to say trashy things as usual. He was stunned when he continued, you don't need to worry too much. Yusong was bright. Today is the 6th day. So from now on, we will have sparring in the afternoon, right? I feel like something interesting is going to happen. His expression had a hint of slyness. I have a feeling. Day 6, afternoon sparring practice. The weather was still clear. A person was shocked when the sword in their hand flew away. That person fell backward in fear. Hyeon approached to help them up, and Kim Hyeon announced, trainee Kang Hyeon wins. Next team, prepare. He returned to his seat, sitting down nonchalantly. Yusong turned to him and praised, you're pretty good at fighting. I saw you defeat the instructor. It's just that the opponents are too weak, Hyeon replied, his face bored. He was still chirping continuously. Come on, why are you suddenly so humble? Hyeon silently watched the next teams. What should I do? It feels like kids playing. He crossed his arms, and pondered in the middle of the hall. Overall, the level here isn't that high. I don't know much about things like talent, but it seems that ordinary people can't pass that many stages. The atmosphere around him was still lively, but Hyeon still couldn't blend in. They said sparring will continue until day 8. Do they really have to keep doing these boring things? Two people were sparring, and the dark-haired one rushed forward, yelling loudly. The brown-haired one panicked and raised their sword, their eyes wide open, their mouth gaping. Hyeon observed, I have to face things like this every day. The tip of the sword stopped right in front of the brown-haired one, who was trembling with his eyes closed. Then, after a while, he opened his eyes, seeing the tip of the sword did not touch him. Kim Hyeon managed to grab the black-haired one's hand before things went too far. He glanced at the two people. Stop here. The winner is trainee Kim Chang-woo. Hyeon was surprised and assessed them. He's pretty good. If I could spar, I would prefer to spar with instructor Kim Hyeon. An Soo-young stood up when he was called. All right. Next team, step forward. Before going onto the arena, he turned back to notify Hyeon. I'm going now. Yeah, sure, Hyeon replied. A smile appeared on Yusong's face again. I feel like something interesting is going to happen. Hyeon was worried. He's not planning on causing trouble, is he? I have a bad feeling. Kim Hyeon was explaining the rules. Trainee Lee Yuri is a mage, and will be using her own weapon instead of the training weapon. This will give her an advantage due to the disadvantage in space. Do you have a problem with that? She smiled. No, the weapon in her hand was different from what she was using during training. Kim Hyeon noticed, but, I remember trainee and Yusong's main weapon was a sword, right? Why is it a mace now? He winked. There's no law that says you can only use one type of weapon, right? He hesitated. However, what An Yusong said is correct. Okay, then, Kim Hyeon arranged the match. Alright, both of you, step back. I will count to 3, and then you will both start. 1. The counting sounds echoed, and Hyeon was also tense. 2. As soon as the final count rang out, 3. Lee Yuri cast her magic, and the magic power, like arrows, rushed towards them. Yusong also poured his magic power into his mace. He gently swung his hand, blocking Yuri's magic. Yusong laughed excitedly. Hyeon was interested. This is the first time I've seen magic in real life. So if I just do what's in the tutorial, I can also learn magic. Hyeon wondered, why didn't I see this during weapon training? Did she train separately? Yuri trembled, damn it. Magic was cast again. A large surge of power turned into a magic stone above her staff. It rushed towards Yusong quickly. He glanced at Kim Hee-hoon, seemingly paying attention to his every move. Yusong swung the mace high, and stomped his foot hard onto the floor. And Yusong swung his hand forward powerfully, and a sly smile appeared on his face. The magic power suddenly moved differently. Hyeon was astonished. Huh? He was confused. That guy. Could it be? Yusong continuously swung his mace in a circular motion, and he was bending the trajectory of the magic. Yuri's magic power was now rushing straight towards Kim Hee-hoon. He had also realized that. Kim Hee-hoon dodged it. Yusong continued to swing the mace. While Kim Hee-hoon was distracted, Yusong rushed in front of Yuri. Kim Hee-hoon came back to his senses and yelled, "Trainee!" Blood splattered everywhere as people screamed. Kim Hee-hoon's eyes widened in shock. Hyeon watched, completely speechless. Blood covered Yuri's hand, spreading all over the ground. Yusong's whole body was also covered in blood, and he tilted his head to wipe it on his shirt. Day 6. His face was covered in blood, but he still smiled nonchalantly. This bastard is crazier than I thought. Inside the base, shouts rang out continuously. Assistant Kim Shongun. Medical team. Assistant Lee Min-hyuk. Call 119. A paramedic reported over the phone. A fracture in the right hand. After receiving a question from the other side, he quickly replied, "Yes, that's right. Hurry up." The paramedics tried to give first aid, and cries of pain rang out continuously. "Just bear with it a little longer," the paramedic tried to comfort him. At this time, a blade was pressed against Yusong's face, and a voice questioned, "Trainee and Yusong." It turned out to be Kim Hee-hoon's voice. He pressed the knife against Yusong, whose face was covered in blood. "Do you know what you're doing?" Hee-hoon said through gritted teeth. In response to Hee-hoon's tension, Yusong's face was calm to the point of being frightening. His face didn't even twitch, and he just stood there blankly. Hee-hoon couldn't help but be surprised. He held his weapon, grinned. It was an accident. Accidents like this can happen during sparring, right? "Do you think I'll believe that?" Hee-hoon replied. Yusong didn't seem to care much, and even winked teasingly. Hee-hoon was helpless. Then, he sighed. Quickly, Hee-hoon allowed a break. "We'll take a 20-minute break. Please return to your seats at 3 o'clock. After making the announcement, Hee-hoon ordered, "Trainee, follow me for a moment." Yusong cheerfully followed after him, teasing, "Yes, yes." Everyone dispersed, leaving only Kang Hyeon standing there wondering. He recalled the dagger that Kim Hee-hoon had used. That dagger. The dagger made Hyeon remember that day. Everything quickly passed, and the sparring continued for 2 more days. And Yusong, despite having caused a serious incident, still hadn't been expelled and continued training. But he was being watched by the instructors, who were extremely wary of him. After being watched, Yusong seemed a little nervous, and winning was no longer as easy as before. Hyeon silently observed, "There's even a recovery mage. I heard that they're very expensive." Day 8 passed without incident. But looking at Hee-hoon's reaction, no, Hyeon had intended to do something different. I had intended to let it go. Outside Kim Hee-hoon's office, Hyeon proposed, "Kim Hee-hoon, the training is about to end. Let's spar with real swords." Hee-hoon's face was blank. "Since the graduation ceremony will be in 2 days, can't you let it go by peacefully? I'm already tired. And don't suddenly walk into an instructor's office like that." Hyeon silently observed, clearing his throat. "Aren't these childish games a bit boring?" Hee-hoon hugged his head, tired. Hyeon tempted him. "Let me tell you something, Kim Hee-hoon. Don't your hands feel itchy? This is where you're supposed to look at documents, right?" Hyeon pressed his face close. "And we've met before, right?" Hee-hoon tiredly hugged his head for a long time, then looked up, glancing at Hyeon. In the base, Hee-hoon finally remembered. "So, that person from before was trainee Kang Hyeon." Hee-hoon spoke, "Although it's late, thank you. Thanks to you, we were able to minimize the damage." Hyeon said modestly, "Ah, it's nothing," thinking, he probably didn't notice where I took the item. Suddenly, Hee-hoon spoke up. "However, trainee Kang Hyeon, you completed stage 5, right? You have an impressive sword. Isn't that the reward from stage 6? Hyeon said slowly, "I found it while conquering." Hee-hoon praised, "A good excuse." Hee-hoon began to warm up. "Well, alright. It seems like you have no intention of answering any more questions." "If that's the case," Hee-hoon's hand tightened, holding a weapon, preparing his stance. "I should also respond with something I found while conquering." Hee-hoon jumped up and disappeared. In an instant, Hyeon was standing behind Hyeon. Hyeon's eyes swept over. His sharp gaze swept over. Hyeon launched an attack, but Hyeon easily blocked it. Hyeon smirked. "I thought you focused on strength, but your speed is also impressive," Hyeon said calmly. "Only focusing on one thing will make you weak. Since I have recovery skills, just go all out and fight." Hyeon didn't want to hold back. "Then, I won't hold back anymore." Hyeon disappeared again. Hyeon ran up and attacked very quickly. Each attack was powerful, but Hyeon blocked them all. Hyeon was surprised. Incredible physical strength. Is he going to block all these attacks? Hyeon was satisfied, laughing loudly. "That's right, a sparring match should be like this." Hyeon assessed Hyeon's strength. "My self-recovery skill seems to be as effective as his." Hyeon spun his weapon around. "If that's the case, I have to use more power." Hyeon held his knife, attacking continuously. "I'll go first with an unavoidable attack." Hyeon smirked. Hyeon easily raised his hand to block Hyeon's attack. Hyeon was surprised. "It can't penetrate?" Hyeon's face was unreadable. "He's blocking it with his elbow and hand bones?" "Gotcha," Hyeon said nonchalantly. Hyeon was about to attack with more strength, but Hyeon dodged, causing him to lose his balance. Hyeon's face was close to Hyeon's. Hyeon lost his balance and fell backward, his glasses flying off. Hyeon collapsed exhaustedly, panting, "I lost." A bag of ice was placed on a chair. The sound of a soda can being opened. Hyeon praised. "Trainee Kang Hyeon, you're really strong." Hyeon praised in return. "Well, you are too." Hyeon drank soda while commenting, "In reality, this sparring match is a draw. We agreed not to use skills, but it seems I used them." Hyeon said nonchalantly. "Is that so?" Hyeon was cheerful. "Then I won. You can be expelled for breaking the rules." Hyeon was dissatisfied. "That's not fair. How am I supposed to turn off passive skills, right?" Hyeon smiled and sighed. He stood up. "Thank you. I feel much better now. Go in and rest." He reminded, "Tomorrow we will have a simulated dungeon conquest. This dungeon belongs to the Awakened Training School. Unauthorized entry will be reported and prosecuted." However, someone who had seen the warning was still approaching without any fear. His eyes were flashing with danger. He turned his head and glanced around, saw no one, then moved forward quickly. The dungeon door was getting closer. Suddenly, a gust of wind pulled the lock on the door, and the door slowly creaked open. A gust of wind went inside. It seems he concealed himself to enter. After he went inside, the door slowly closed. The rumbling sound of the closing door rang out. After a long night, a new day had arrived. Outside the dungeon gate, there were sounds of commotion. Hyeon introduced, "This place is designed as an educational dungeon by the Awakened Ability Training School. This is a level F dungeon, the Geeka Forest." He spoke eloquently. "The Geeka monsters that appear here are stronger than the monsters in normal level F dungeons. However, there are two reasons why this place is designed as an educational dungeon." Hyeon laid down the rules. "First, this is a battlefield-type dungeon, where there are various traps, but nothing is more dangerous than the monsters." Hyeon warned. "Second, Geeka don't live in packs, so everyone can lure them out and deal with them one by one." Hyeon was enthusiastic. "Some staff members are opening the door. When you all enter the dungeon, it will be explained in more detail." Looking at the scene in front of him, Hyeon couldn't help but look forward. "This is the first time I'm entering a real dungeon. Many people feel the same as me." Hyeon was nervous. "Since the tutorial started in the dungeon, I've never gone through a door like this." Many people were stepping inside, and it felt like they were floating as they walked through the door. Hyeon closed his eyes slightly. When he opened his eyes, it was a different story. In front of him was a completely different scene, and the sounds of commotion. In front of him was a vast forest, with rich vegetation, and the sounds of admiration didn't stop. "This is a dungeon." Hyeon turned to ask An Yusong. "The gate? The one we just walked through? If I go back there, can I go back to the same place?" An Yusong said calmly. "They'll explain it in class." An Yusong's face was teasing. "You can go back, you know." Hyeon protested. "All right, don't talk to me. I don't want to be seen as crazy." He was still poking. "You were the one who talked to me first." After entering the dungeon, Hyeon gathered everyone. "First, the teaching assistants will lure out the Geeka and demonstrate, and then everyone will hunt a monster in a group of 5. He called out, "Assistants." Hyeon explained, "When luring them out, move to a spacious area to make fighting easier. While moving, I will explain more about Geeka." According to Hyeon, Geeka were bird-like monsters, over 2 meters tall, with a similar appearance to an ostrich. He noted, its identifying feature is its very fast legs and extremely powerful beak. Its beak can even break armor. Because it can cause death, you have to be especially careful. Hyeon went ahead to demonstrate, the basic strategy is for several people to surround it and tie its legs. Suddenly, a notification appeared, attracting Hyeon's attention. The dungeon's core error has been eliminated. The gate leading outside has been opened. Everyone received the same notification. The system warned continuously, the dungeon is about to collapse. Everyone, please get out. Inside was chaos, and the protective shield of the dungeon was cracking severely. Hyeon reassured, don't panic, slowly get out, one person at a time. The noise grew louder. Hurry up, don't push. Hyeon reminded, we have to get out before the dungeon completely collapses. There's still enough time, move in order. The dungeon door opened. Outside the dungeon, seeing the door open, they were confused. What's going on? Wasn't there a notification saying the core error was eliminated? Wasn't the dungeon completed? After everyone inside came out, Hyeon counted, 2, 4, 6. Everyone is out. Hyeon was puzzled. Who completed the dungeon like that? A teaching assistant raised his head to the sky, stuttering, Instructor, that. Everyone looked up, at the dungeon. Hyeon was bewildered. That's impossible. After observing, he ordered, teaching assistants, please request support. Trainees, quickly leave the dungeon. The cracks grew larger, and the shouting grew louder. The dungeon is breaking. Hyeon, feeling strange, also ran to where Hyeon was. Instructor Kim Hyeon. What's going on? Hyeon was delighted. Trainee Kang Hyeon, you've come at the right time. Hyeon explained, this is a dungeon break. I need the trainees' help on the front line. Hyeon was surprised. A dungeon break? If you destroy or remove the dungeon core without killing the boss monster, then when the dungeon collapses, the remaining monsters will spill out through the gate. This is called a dungeon break, Hyeon said. Didn't you learn that in the theory class? Hyeon hesitated. I did. Hyeon cleared his throat. Actually, I was just testing if Hyeon knew it well. Hyeon was helpless. You're being silly again. I'm sorry, but I don't have time to joke. The Geeka will come out soon. I will lead the trainees, so you stay here first. At this moment, a Geeka broke out. Damn it, it's time. Hyeon quickly left. Kang Hyeon, I'm leaving it to you. Hyeon was confused. Hey, wait, I haven't heard everything yet. Hyeon's voice echoed. Hyeon quickly ran towards the east, gather into groups of 5. From now on, if you don't follow my orders, you may die. Hyeon realized. So it's, he turned his head back. A bunch of Geeka had broken out, yelling loudly. Hyeon panicked. He wants me to face these monsters alone? Did I understand it correctly? He asked himself. Hyeon was excited. Oh well, whatever. Let's start fighting. Suddenly, a voice echoed back. Me too, brother. And Yusong appeared, tapping a Geeka on the head. Hyeon was surprised. So that guy is in Yusong. Yusong's face was excited. The Geeka that was hit cried out in pain. Hyeon called out, and Yusong. Yusong stood alone in the front, making Hyeon confused. Yusong's face was satisfied, as expected, smashing it with a mace is the best. Hyeon's face was unpleasant. He's crazier than I thought. Yusong was still excited. You can't have all the fun by yourself. Hyeon assessed him, that's disgusting. Then, Hyeon brushed it aside. Okay, then. He held his sword, preparing to charge with Yusong. Having a madman by your side also provides some peace of mind. Hyeon held his sword and fought with all his might. He single-handedly took on all the Geeka, making An Yusong stunned. Hyeon warned, An Yusong, cover your ears. The system notified, activating Lion's Wrath Roar. Curses rang out. You idiotic chicken brains. In just a moment, all the enemy's mental stats decreased. Hyeon was surprised. It seems like they're suddenly weaker. There was some sound just now, wasn't there? Was that him? Is that trainee Kang Hyeon's skill? Does it have a debuff effect? Hyeon was optimistic. Support will be here soon. It seems like things are going smoother than I thought. But the problem is, Hyeon began to unleash more dangerous moves. Magic explosion. The attack was too powerful, exploding everything. Hyeon was surprised, panting. What skill was that? He walked back to where he had defeated the Geeka. I can use it, but others can't? Yusong ran up. Whoa. What was that, brother? Was that magic? Hyeon bragged. This is a skill I got before. Yusong asked. From a tutorial reward? Hyeon said mysteriously. That's a secret. Yusong reminded him. More importantly, look over there. In front of Hyeon was a scene of the earth shaking. Hideous claws slammed down on the ground. A lot of Geeka appeared simultaneously. They weren't ordinary Geeka, but mutated Geeka, the boss monsters. Seeing that, Hyeon was worried. This is not good. Support still hasn't arrived. Although trainee Kang Hyeon has faced a boss before, that huge body is a big problem. Even if it's those two, this is their first time fighting a real monster. Yusong stared intently. Brother. Yusong made a condition. That one is mine. Please give it to your younger brother. Hyeon said firmly. No way. It's mine. Inside the office, lively discussions rang out. Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony. There were some incidents during the conquest training today, right? Hyeon, holding a stack of documents, answered respectfully. Yes, that's right. Someone broke into the dungeon and intentionally set up a dungeon explosion. According to preliminary reports, it was a tactic used by dungeon terrorists that has been going on for a month. The woman sighed wearily, asking Hyeon, "Are there any outstanding trainees?" Hyeon pushed up his glasses, observed, and said honestly, "Yes, there are. There are 2 people." He recounted the whole incident. They were the ones who defeated the mutated Geeka boss. The woman laughed, expressing her interest. Hyeon began to introduce them. One person is a trainee with outstanding physical strength. Strength, speed, agility, everything is at the level of a monster. His greatest advantage is his incredible recovery ability. Not only is he resilient, but his recklessness and fearlessness of injury also make it difficult for enemies to fight him. Hyeon praised Hyeon. After introducing Hyeon, Hyeon introduced an Yusong. The other person is a different type. Should I call him a genius? He is a trainee who was born with excellent combat abilities. His quick reaction speed and highly effective techniques are truly outstanding. But his violent nature is his biggest limitation. The woman was surprised. It's rare for Kim Hyeon to praise someone so much. Have you offered them a recruitment yet? Hyeon was honest. When I was an instructor, that was illegal. The woman was helpless. You're still so rigid. Hyeon chuckled. It's normal for staff to be like their boss. It turned out that the woman talking to Hyeon was the chairman of the Dangun Association, Han Seun. Han Seun reminded Hyeon, becoming an instructor is good, but come back to the association soon. There's something strange about this incident. Yes, I understand, Hyeon replied. The principal of the Dangun school was speaking on stage. Thank you for your hard work during this time. I hope that you will become great people. Finally, he announced, I hereby declare the closing of the graduation ceremony. Applause rang out. Hyeon also applauded. That person is the principal? This is the first time I've seen him. Because I've met Kim Hyeon so many times, I thought he was the highest-ranking person. The ceremony ended, and a black-suited bodyguard with neat glasses bowed his head. Young master, please come in. Hyeon was surprised. He looked at Yusong's fancy car, and Yusong was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Fancy car, bodyguard protection. He's definitely not a normal person. Yusong opened the car door. Come on in, brother. I'll take you home. Hyeon was interested. Oh, thank you. I've experienced these types of cars before. As he was about to leave, a voice called out, making Hyeon stop. Kang Hyeon. Hyeon was surprised and turned around. Kang Hyeon? It's Hyeon. Hyeon approached. It's Kim Hyeon here, barely noticing. Hyeon was enthusiastic. You came to say goodbye? I didn't expect you to be so emotional. Hyeon was helpless. It's not like that, but let's just say it is. About the dungeon explosion incident yesterday. The rewards for completing it will be transferred to you too. Please know that we will contact you soon. You too, and Yusong. After saying that, Hyeon hurriedly left. Goodbye. Hyeon rushed to stop him. Wait, is that all you came to say? At least add a few wishes, you cold-hearted person. Hyeon sighed. Oh, then praise to please Hyeon. Kang Hyeon, you're strong. You'll definitely be even stronger. I'm sure we will meet again in the dungeon soon. However, never forget your responsibilities as a potential. Because Kang Hyeon is a potential now. Hyeon looked at the certificate card, absent-mindedly. He stuck the card to his forehead, proudly showing off around the house. Did you see that, Kang Hyeon? My potential. Hyeon pressed her phone. Yeah, it's great. I'm so impressed. Hyeon warned, from now on, don't act so disrespectful anymore. Starting tomorrow, I will conquer all the dungeons. Hyeon sighed. But there's a bigger problem now. Hyeon wondered. How do I find a dungeon? Will it appear on the map? Hyeon pressed her phone. I heard that there's an app for potentials that's like a radar. I think everything will be there. Hyeon was excited. Oh, is there? You're a genius, aren't you? Hyeon was helpless. You can find it on SNS. Thinking, in the past, he played so many online games, but why is he becoming dumber by the day? Hyeon muttered, dungeon map. Monster information. They even recruit members for parties? The Geeka Forest is said to be a level F dungeon. I can't go alone? I think I can handle it myself. I have to make a lot of money and show it off to mom, he thought, looking at the calendar. On the information board, the reward for conquering the lowest level dungeon, level F, is about 200 million won. Moreover, magic stones are considered a new energy source, and it's said that items dropped by monsters are also very valuable. The information board continued. For top-tier potentials, their monthly income is... Hyeon's dad called. Honey, have you heard what Hyeon has been saying these days? I heard that he received some kind of award last month. Hyeon's mom was peeling apples. He sent me 10 million won for spending money. Hyeon's dad was surprised. What? It seems like they also received an old car, Hyeon's mom said calmly. Hyeon's dad laughed. Is that so? Now he's even earning more than his father. Hyeon's mom handed over the plate of apples she had just peeled. But I'm still worried. I heard that many people are getting injured and dying. If something were to happen, Hyeon's dad reassured her, just let him handle it himself. It's still better than being unemployed at his age. They said on TV that when you enter a dungeon, you need to form a party. Hyeon isn't the type to like adventures. I'm sure he'll be able to handle it. My Hyeon has been smart since he was young. Inside the dungeon, Hyeon was training. The sharp and shiny sword slashes cut through the air. Hyeon was satisfied and laughed with delight. Bring it on. All of you. Just charge at me. His laughter was almost out of control. Near the dungeon, Hyeon's car, Buntley. Hyeon's phone was vibrating continuously. It was his mother calling. And she was surprised. He's not answering. Hyeon's dad was eating an apple. He's probably sleeping or something. Don't wake the kids up anymore. Let me call. She reluctantly agreed. Maybe that's it. I'll go back after washing the dishes. Please clean the room. If you call him tomorrow, remember to warn him about that, okay? He reminded her. What thing? Hyeon's mom wondered. That thing at the supermarket, he reminded her. She brushed it aside. Why would I tell him that? The government will handle it. But Hyeon's dad disagreed. How long do we have to wait? If Hyeon has a party, I'd rather call him. The size of the parents. Sigh. So dangerous. Outside the dark dungeon, strange noises were coming out. Many people were coming out. All of them were orc warriors, looking terrifying. The sky was dawning. A notification appeared again. The dungeon's core has been eliminated. The gate leading outside has been opened. Hyeon stepped out, sighing. I still conquered it in a day. He rested his hand and thought, should I go to a level E dungeon? Or, that's enough. It's best to be careful, right? Hyeon approached his car. I still don't know if resurrection can be used in real life. Hyeon opened the car door, and decided, first, I'll go home and sleep, and then eat beef with Hyeon. A notification appeared. It was Hyeon calling, with 36 missed calls. Hyeon answered, what's the matter? As soon as he answered, Hyeon spoke in a panicked voice. Brother, something happened. She stuttered, Dad and Mom. Hyeon said something. Hyeon was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. At this time, the news was announcing, the government is announcing that it is working hard to find a quick solution regarding the large-scale dungeon opening incident in Hangri. The hottest news right now is covering all major and minor news outlets. A dungeon in Hangri City has opened. The news anchor continued. The Ministry of National Defense, in collaboration with various potential user groups, has cordoned off the Hangri City area to prevent further damage. Concerns are growing for the citizens who are isolated in this area. This event has turned the once bustling Hangri City into an eerie silence. But on a more positive note, the Dangun Association has announced that they will actively participate in the relief and rescue efforts. Hyeon saw Hyeon putting on his shoes and asked again, are you really going? Even so, going alone is a bit. Hyeon reassured her. Don't worry. Who do you think I am? He pointed at himself. It may look like this, but I'm still a tutorial graduate, you know. Wait for me at home. Hyeon was silent, fiddling with her glass of water, and then reminded him, remember to be careful. Don't get carried away and show off too much. Hyeon clicked his tongue. I told you not to worry. Go inside and rest. After saying that, he slammed the door shut and left. I'll bring Mom and Dad back soon, Hyeon assured, then started the car and sped off, his eyes burning with determination. The police team in Hangri blocked Hyeon's car. You can't go any further. Please go back. Hyeon took out his certificate card. I'm a potential user, but I can't go in. They were hesitant. Yeah, an individual who doesn't belong to any association. The superior officer saw Hyeon's membership card and reminded him, let him through. All potential users are allowed to enter. He added, however, we are not responsible for any situation that may happen to you. Hyeon was happy. I understand. Thank you so much. The other person was wondering, aren't you a soldier or a civil servant? Hyeon's car sped straight into the center of the cordoned area. Up high, the warm sunlight shone through the green canopy, and the car was speeding through. There are at least 5 confirmed dungeons open. Even a level E dungeon? I hope they can still hold on. Will I make it in time? Hyeon thought. If no monsters appear on the road, then in about 2 hours. Just as he thought that, something attacked Hyeon, shattering the car window. The impact was very strong, sending Hyeon's car spinning several times. Its eyes were fierce. The car was now lying on its side at the corner of the road. Hyeon propped himself up and crawled out, cursing inwardly. What kind of rotten luck is this? Hyeon saw the wild boar attacking him and was annoyed. You damn boar. How dare you do that to my beloved car I just received? He pulled out his sword. Come here, you bastard. I'll avenge my Bentley. Hyeon was angry. The boar growled. Hyeon assessed it. It's quite big. Suddenly, his eyes widened. In front of him was something that was swarming towards him. Many monsters with bizarre shapes were rushing in. Did I burn down a whole goblin nation in my past life or something? As soon as I forget them, they come back to cause even more trouble. Forget about winning. I don't have time to deal with them. Hyeon was dissatisfied. Hyeon sped off. He decided to run. They say the best way to get revenge is to forgive, brother. I'm going now. The boar was surprised by Hyeon's action, and furiously chased after him closely, baring its teeth, looking very scary. Suddenly, countless arrows were launched. The boar was immediately injured, just as Hyeon had planned. At that moment, the goblin attacked. If you want to fight, let's fight. Hyeon was satisfied. Hyeon quickly acted. Bentley is gone. I shouldn't waste time on unimportant things. It was already dark, and Hyeon had run a long distance. He looked at the navigation. It's too hard to run to the destination on foot in one day. I also need to save battery, so I won't turn on the lights. He panted. If I had known sooner, I would have taken the main road with streetlights, and wouldn't have bothered with this shortcut. Loud cries echoed from the forest. Something attacked Hyeon from behind. He turned his head back. A monster attacked. Hyeon was lucky to dodge the dangerous blow. The monster roared, as if showing off its achievement. Hyeon was astonished. Are they the type that can become invisible? It seems like I won't be able to rest comfortably. Gusts of wind blew past, and they were surrounding Hyeon. Suddenly, countless wolves appeared, striding forward. Hyeon was highly vigilant, swinging his sword, slicing down the wolves that were blocking his path. Very quickly, Hyeon had defeated all of them. Night covered the bloody battle. He sighed in relief, his eyes dangerous. All right, let's see what you got, you bastards. The dawn had broken. After the battle, countless wolf carcasses lay scattered. Hyeon stretched and woke up. Phew. I can't sleep comfortably after having to fight all night. This tree isn't comfortable either. Hyeon held his neck, and his eyes suddenly noticed something. I have to hurry. Outside Hyeon's house, a message from Hyeon was sent. Hyeon's mom asked if he had eaten, and only now did Hyeon reply, Mom, Dad, I'm about to leave, so please lock the door and wait. At the latest, I'll be there tomorrow. Please be quiet and wait a little longer. Hyeon's mom was surprised. Did something bad happen, son? Answer me, my son. But Hyeon didn't text anything else. Hyeon's mom turned to her husband. Honey. Hyeon's dad held her hand. Be quiet. She worried. Is it okay to let Hyeon go there? Hyeon's dad asked back. Is it impossible to call him? Hyeon's mom shook her head. No. It seems like there's something wrong with the cell towers. She was confused. I said it would be okay. But, will it really be okay? That orc appeared yesterday, and I thought it could be dealt with somehow. People said it was a monster from a level F dungeon. Will Hyeon be able to defeat that monster that just appeared, and eliminate all those orcs? Hyeon's dad wondered. But contrary to his worries, Hyeon was very excited. Where did that terrifying creature come from? He smiled slyly. Orcs are just a light warm-up for me. Mom and Dad, your beloved son is coming. After eliminating all the small fry, Hyeon laughed triumphantly, full of pride. I'm the one who conquered the F-rank dungeon alone. Fighting these orcs is too easy, but there were still many orcs, hunting Hyeon everywhere. If they keep rushing in like this, it won't be too tiring, Hyeon assessed. Hyeon glanced into the distance. An information panel appeared. Orc warrior. Hyeon thought to himself, 3 orc warrior bosses? Only then did Hyeon realize, damn it, this is an E-rank dungeon, not F-rank? Hyeon knew he had arrived at an E-rank dungeon, but wasn't too worried. He shouted loudly to reassure his parents, Mom, Dad, I'm here to pick you up. Just stay quiet and don't make a sound. Inside the house, Hyeon's father realized, that voice, Hyeon. They looked out the window. That person. Is that Hyeon? What happened these past few months? Many monsters rushed to attack Hyeon, baring their fangs menacingly. But he wasn't afraid and faced them with courage. Both sides attacked with all their might, neither yielding. An orc gnashed its teeth, intent on delivering the finishing blow to Hyeon. Hyeon was also eager for battle. The orc swung its sword mightily. Hyeon quickly blocked it, using his strength to counterattack, causing the orc to fall. Another orc boss seized the opportunity to attack, but Hyeon easily ducked, directly hitting its stomach. The orc was severely injured. Hyeon used his elbow, slamming it into the second orc boss's body. Hyeon was single-handedly taking on 2 orc bosses at the same time. They gritted their teeth, creating pressure, but then Hyeon managed to break free, using his strength to smash them down. The orc was in pain, its face contorted, but still not subdued. But before it could do anything, Hyeon rewarded it with a punch straight to the mouth. Hyeon said in a low voice, explosion. Magic. Light emanated from the orc's mouth. Then everything exploded. blood splattering everywhere. Hyeon pulled his hand out of the boss's mouth, calmly sitting on them, then realized, damn it, many orcs were rushing in. The number must be in the thousands. A heavy footstep echoed, and a giant orc appeared. Are you the leader? You're ugly. Hyeon laughed loudly. I was trying to save my magic for recovery. But, facing these orcs, power up. Hyeon thought. His smile faded, and the system announced, Lion's Roar activated. Hyeon looked at it menacingly. Let's see what you can do to me this time, you bastard. But as soon as he talked tough, Hyeon was punched in the face by the giant orc, falling backward, blood spurting from his nose. I almost fell into those orcs. Suddenly, Hyeon jumped up, trying to keep his balance. You bastard! Before he could finish his thought, Hyeon was punched again. Then another punch to the stomach made Hyeon collapse. I don't know if my magic is being consumed, but my body can't recover on its own. I don't even know if I can revive. Hyeon clenched his fist. But, Hyeon struggled to get up. I can't run away when my family is behind me. Come here, you bastard. Hyeon challenged. The giant orc was provoked, grinding its teeth. Hyeon moved in to go all out, but suddenly, he noticed his house. Mom. Many orcs were crawling on the water pipes to attack Hyeon's house. These guys. Hyeon's father prepared his stick. Where's Calm? Hyeon's mother cried out. Hyeon looked up. No. Hyeon flew into a rage. You can't go up there, you dogs. He ran like the wind to stop the monsters, but the giant orc grabbed him with its hand. Hyeon pushed it, but the orc still wanted to grab him. Hyeon's determined eyes shone. The giant orc slammed its fist into the ground. Hyeon fell down. No. You can't go up. Hyeon's finger twitched slightly. Hyeon's eyes closed. Suddenly, powerful attacks rained down on the giant orc monster. The girl was very decisive in her actions. After finishing, Han Se-eun stopped. There was a call. Guild leader. Se-eun turned around. You're done too? Someone from the Dangoon Guild asked. Se-eun asked, how are the residents? We are prioritizing the evacuation of the injured. And my team is ensuring that others have also been evacuated. Se-eun sighed. The damage is too great. Thanks to someone gathering the orcs in one place, the damage here is less than in the surrounding areas. Se-eun asked, is it him, right? The one who held out until we arrived? Unfortunately, he passed away, someone reported. They looked down at Hyeon. Se-eun reminded, please take good care of his body. Huh? Se-eun noticed something. They looked around. Hyeon's body was gone. The body. Where did it go? At this time, Hyeon was still unconscious. Suddenly, he woke up, his eyes wide open. Hyeon looked around, confused to find himself perched on a tree. Did I fall asleep on a tree? The system notification appeared. Resurrection, ability, resurrect 24 hours after death. Description, resurrect until the earth is no longer in crisis. A second notification card appeared. If the resurrection location is not set, resurrection will occur at your previous sleeping place. Penalty, decrease 1 level, all stats reduced by 50% for 24 hours. Hyeon was puzzled, the previous place. So, he remembered the scene of his parents being attacked by orcs, his teeth grinding. It's been 24 hours. Hyeon grabbed his sword, about to jump down. He landed successfully. But the jump made Hyeon feel heavy. My body is so heavy. Is this the penalty for resurrection? Hyeon accelerated, running as fast as he could forward, praying silently. Please, please let everything be okay. The sky was just starting to get light. Contrary to Hyeon's thoughts, the scene that greeted him was his hometown, which had become a pile of ruins. Hyeon was silent. He continued to move. After wandering all night, he reached a military unit, borrowed a phone to contact a Han. After that call, he learned that his father had lost an arm, and his mother was unconscious. The phone hung up. Time passed quickly, and 2 months had gone by. On TV, the Dangoon Guild was preparing to hunt a boss in a D-ranked dungeon, Howie Plain. Guild leader Han Se-eun spoke about the recent appearance of a C-ranked dungeon. Ayeon saw Hyeon leaving the door. Are you going to the dungeon again? Hyeon nodded. Yeah. Hyeon was worried. You've died 3 times this week. I'm fine, Hyeon reassured. Hyeon comforted him. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself anymore. At the same time, Hyeon slammed the door shut, silently leaving. Hyeon was still silently observing. Inside the dungeon, a monster named Antria had been defeated. It was quickly taken down. A level up notification appeared. Tuft Hair excitedly said, Nice, I leveled up, everyone exclaimed. Oh my god, you leveled up again? Congratulations. They praised, you're truly our team's ace. Tuft Hair thought to himself, I'm the one who cleared up to the S stage. Soon I won't be with you failures anymore. Next month, I will reach level 35 and join the Dangoon Guild. But because I'm a good person, he decided to speak in a flattering tone. It's thanks to you guys. I believe you will catch up. Suddenly, he noticed, what's that? A figure was rushing in. It was Hyeon. Everyone quickly moved out of the way. Run. Who goes into a dungeon alone? Tuft Hair shouted. Hey! He warned Hyeon. The central dungeon is ahead. It's very dangerous. Hyeon didn't care and continued walking. The group was confused. What should we do? Should we follow him? Tuft Hair decided, let's follow him. Now, many Antria soldiers appeared. Hyeon calmly faced them. Wayne's power, Hyeon said. A notification card appeared, explaining Wayne's power, ability, when activated, all stats will increase by 40% of mana over time when the body is exhausted. Description: a madman of battle, spent his B-rank life pursuing terrifying battles, pushing himself to the limit. He succeeded in harnessing absolute power by destroying his own body. Hyeon was ready. All the Antria rushed to surround Hyeon. Hyeon used his techniques. 1/becomes 2. Magic explosion. They were all annihilated. This scene shocked everyone into a state of paralysis. Everyone's mouths were agape. They were all motionless for a long time. Hyeon thought to himself, I just received Wayne's secret yesterday. It combines so well with my physical recovery skill. He marveled, if I didn't have a higher physical recovery skill, it would have been more troublesome. The recovery board announced, Intermediate Physical Recovery 4. Ability. Recover wounds on the body using mana. All wounds, including amputations, burns, or frostbite, will be recovered instantly with mana. Intermediate Physical Recovery shows the miracle of healing even broken bones within a day. Tuft Hair spoke. Are you okay? I'm fine. Well, Hyeon replied. Huh? Tuft Hair was startled. Hyeon just glanced over, used his hand to conjure a common core, then quickly left. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Excuse me. They asked, aren't you going to pick up the mana stones from the corpses? Hyeon refused. No need, I'm leaving. They went to pick up the mana stones. Great. How much money will this be? No time to think anymore. I want to become stronger. Tuft Hair turned around, wondering, who was that person just now? But the others didn't care. What does it matter? We made a lot of money. That's what matters. Thanks to him. One person said, maybe that person. Someone who wants to conquer the dungeon alone. Tuft Hair dismissed it. No way. Even if the rumors are true, this isn't an F-rank dungeon. It's an E-rank. Conquering a dungeon alone? Even Han Seun or Choi Dong-woo. Before he could finish, a notification board appeared. The dungeon's main core has been taken. The gate to the outside is opened. There were countless corpses on the ground. Hyeon received a new skill, Antria's Armor F. A book containing the skill Antria's Armor of F grade. When activated, it can make your skin harder. Hyeon thought to himself, Wayne's secret and physical recovery have already drained my mana. And using this, but using it more won't make your skills stronger. Like the fighter ability imbued on Biljane's longsword. No matter how strong it is, it will be useless if not used at the right time, the notification warned. Hyeon thought to himself, no matter how urgent the situation. He regretted, if I hadn't lost my temper at that moment. Hyeon closed his eyes. Is using it also something I wouldn't regret? Now I just need to do one thing. Hyeon was determined, become stronger at all costs. His eyes lit up, I will master this skill. Outside, the reporters were buzzing, clamoring for interviews due to the shocking news they had just heard. They attacked relentlessly. Recently, I heard that someone cleared a dungeon alone. Today that person also came here. Tuft Hair hurriedly denied it. Oh, it wasn't us. It was just... Tuft Hair pointed towards Hyeon. There he is. Hyeon walked out from inside, sighing tiredly. Then noticed, what's going on? The reporters, sensing that Hyeon was the one who cleared the dungeon, began taking photos, the light from the flashes blinding Hyeon, forcing him to raise his hand to shield himself. They clamored, I'm from KTC. Are you the ability user from the recent rumors? Please look over here. Guilds also took the opportunity to hand out business cards. If you haven't joined a guild yet, join ours. Hyeon brushed the reporters aside. I don't care about the rumors. Get out of the way. You're blocking my path. Hyeon was annoyed. A reporter, resentful as Hyeon walked past, said, Hey, what's wrong with you? Did you just bump into me? Hyeon snapped, so what if I bumped into you? The reporter trembled, his face pale, sweating profusely. I'm sorry. The reporter stammered. Hyeon angrily left the annoying crowd. The reporters were confused. Did everyone see that? It was as if he was about to fight. Is he a thug? I think he has a criminal record. Entering the parking garage, Hyeon pressed the key to find his car, sighing, so annoying. They really wasted my time. This car was Hyeon's second Bentley. Suddenly a voice called, Kang Hyeon. Hyeon was startled and turned around. Who are you? The man, with a bright expression, explained, You don't have to be so guarded. I'm here to help you, Kang Hyeon. He handed over a business card. Here. Hyeon took the business card. Surprised, it read Seon Yonyo, member of the Ability User Alliance. He said, "We've been watching you for a long time. If you join, we will provide you with all the support you need." Hyeon considered. Yonyo wasn't in a hurry. "You don't need to answer immediately, just feel free to contact us whenever you want." With that, he bowed his head, "Goodbye," and quickly left. "So this is the Ability User Alliance," Hyeon said. From what Hyeon knew, the Ability User Alliance, unlike profit-seeking organizations like guilds, was established to support the rights of people with abilities. Hyeon ate his noodles while fiddling with the business card. "I've never known of an organization that provides this kind of support." Hyeon picked up his noodles, pondering, "Well, he said that I can contact him anytime." Suddenly, a child pointed at Hyeon. "Mom, a monster." Her mother quickly signaled her to be quiet. After finishing 3 boxes of noodles, Hyeon sighed in relief. "The biggest problem now is magic. Currently, most of the magic I use is for Wayne's secret arts and regenerating my body, so I don't have any free time." Hyeon rested his chin, amused. "I haven't fully utilized the Entria outer shell I just received, and I haven't even used the other attack skills properly. How annoying." Hyeon waited for the machine to load. "Items. I still need a few more." He clicked to check the situation. "I can't see anything useful." Suddenly, Hyeon swiped onto something quite strange. Effect distributed to 4 accessory items regardless of type. "I'll buy something cheap to increase 1 or 2 stats. I want to find something better than what I have before," Hyeon calculated. Then was surprised by what he saw. A series of strange search bars appeared. "What is this?" The next day, in the city of Hanam, there was a place called Goblin Village, an E-rank dungeon. Hyeon moved into it alone. There's a high chance they'll drop a ring that can help increase 1 or 2 magic stats, sometimes even a ring with all 4 stats. That place is a hidden gem that only those who know about it secretly come to earn money. Hyeon walked alone in the forest, learning information on his own. But recently some people have occupied this land and don't allow others to enter. They consider this their land. The government doesn't care. As long as the dungeon doesn't collapse, they don't pay any attention. Damn, I just hope that after reading this article, a large guild will come and clean this place up. On the article, there were comments like, "They are a big guild, they've already got many dungeons. They take the gold, control the market prices. I think we should give up. I've heard rumors about them, and it's really bad," someone else said. "Now people are openly killing others for money," another person commented. Hyeon read it all, clearing his throat. "I've reached the entrance of the dungeon. Surprisingly, no one is here? I thought there would be gatekeepers, but now there is something more important. Well, that doesn't matter." Hyeon opened the door, stepping inside. "I'm still too weak." He stepped through the door, surprised to sense, "What is this? There are still people coming in?" Facing Hyeon were 3 strangers. The group was curious when they saw Hyeon. "Oh, what's this? You're wearing nice armor. Must be expensive?" Another person spoke. "Hey, aren't we going to get a big reward today?" The girl in the group echoed. "I told you. I dreamed of a pig. We'll make a good profit today." The other guy ran out to talk to Hyeon. "Hey, haven't you heard the rumors? This place belongs to our bait guild. If you enter without permission, you have to pay. If you hand over everything you have, we'll let you off." But Hyeon didn't care. He ran past them. They were surprised. In just a moment, Hyeon killed one of them. The other 2 were stunned, mouths agape. Hyeon stood there calmly. The group, seeing this, shouted, "What is it? You bastard! Do you want to die?" One of them rushed to attack. Hyeon easily blocked it, his hand tightening. Mad. Then he used his strength to toss him away. The guy fell. Hyeon said, "I like kids like you. Do you know why?" Hyeon kicked and unleashed his anger. "Because I can beat the crap out of you bastards, and not feel guilty." He summoned, Magic Explosion. The guy was beaten to a pulp. Hyeon glanced at the remaining girl. She was scared, waving her hands. A magic explosion. Seriously, so terrifying. "You, stop. You maniac. Is that a long-range skill?" Hyeon moved closer. "Hey, thanks. Thanks to you, I've learned something new." Hyeon grabbed her hand, his voice dangerous. "In return, I'll also tell you some good news." She was startled. Hyeon looked at her with a devilish grin. "This needs more power, right?" She cried in pain. My hand. My hand." Hyeon brushed his hand off. That was nothing difficult. Hyeon looked to the right. "So." Hyeon looked directly at the group. "Who are you people?" They gritted their teeth in anger, questioning, "Hey, how dare you do this to the bait guild?" The leader pulled out his sword, threatening, "Don't even think about surviving." Hyeon smirked. "Oh really?" His voice was dangerous. "Just when I needed a guide. With you guys, it's too convenient." He recalled his journey. "The tutorial changed my life." He reminisced. Dungeon. A world decided by power. Violent images flashed. Alongside that is a huge reward. Money. So much money, he thought. Until 5 days ago, I was just a nobody. But now, I'm living in luxury. He was riding on a throne of money and status. Besides money, my status has also been elevated. Moreover, I've gained an exclusive position in the guild. It's like having wings. He was confident. As long as I'm in the dungeon, there's nothing to fear. You better not hope to return alive. Hyeon didn't say much. He threw a powerful punch. The punch surprised everyone. Huh? The guy's face was swollen, bruised like a balloon. He couldn't believe it. What the hell? All of them had fallen under Hyeon's hands. What the hell is happening? Hyeon sheathed his sword, sighing, TSK, you couldn't even dodge that. The group couldn't believe it. We were defeated by one person? Hyeon pulled out a blood-stained dagger, warning, hey, you damn criminals. I'll give you 5 seconds. Gather in front of me now. Hyeon licked the blood on his dagger. The recruitment begins now. Hyeon was excited. Now, the selection for the exclusive Kanghyan Guild begins. Hyeon put his arm around one of them. After careful evaluation, the lowest-ranked member of Bait, Kim Song-woo, has passed. Clap. The guys who were beaten up, kneeling down, not daring to make a sound, with the dagger to their necks, Hyeon commanded, clap. The guy was too terrified, stammering, yes, yes, clapping wildly. The other guys asked, what about us? Hyeon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, asking, will you guys reform and live a normal life? The guy nodded frantically, yes, yes, we will live well, we won't do bad things anymore. Hyeon punched him, and you thought I would believe that? Hyeon punched the guys repeatedly, spitting blood. You think I'm really going to believe that, you idiot? Hyeon punched continuously. You murderers are clearly lying. Damn it, you scum. Kim Song-woo panicked, stopping him. Hyeon stopped, putting his arm around Song-woo, pulling him away, leaving the other guys groaning. Yes, yes, it was getting dark. Not all dungeons are like this. Some are even bigger than cities, Hyeon assessed. Ah, this place is really big. Are you planning to wander around? Hyeon asked. Song-woo was scared. No, I'm just trying to avoid the paths with monsters. It's such a waste of energy. Hyeon held his sword up, threatening. Let's go to the monsters. I'm bored. Song-woo was surprised. Really? Then should we go to the monsters? Song-woo opened his mouth. Hyeon changed his mind again, scolding. Are you crazy? It's almost dark. Song-woo was flustered. Then what should we do? Forget it. Let's eat first. Do you have anything to eat? Hyeon dismissed it. Song-woo nodded. Ah, yes. Song-woo started a fire, cooking. Hyeon impatiently asked, Song-woo, is it almost done? Song-woo nodded. Yes, almost done. He looked Hyeon over, marveling. How does this guy have so many swords? Hyeon looked in. Oh, noodles in a bucket. Hyeon picked up the pot. It's been a long time. You still eat like this? Song-woo was startled. Ah, isn't it hot? Hyeon reassured him. Well, I can still hold it. Hyeon handed over the bucket of noodles. Here, eat. Song-woo thanked him. Ah yes. Thank you. Secretly cursing. I cooked it. Hyeon slurped the noodles. The two of them focused on eating. Hyeon spoke. Song-woo. How old are you? I'm 25 years old. Song-woo replied. Hyeon continued. Before you were a pro, were you a student? Song-woo nodded. Yes. Why didn't you continue studying? Why are you here? Hyeon asked curiously. Song-woo was silent, then admitted. I need money. Tuition keeps rising. I can't balance my part-time job and getting a scholarship. Things got even worse when my father's business failed, and the situation went downhill fast. My mother was in shock. Hyeon interrupted. Hey. Hyeon's face was dangerous. Are you going to talk about yourself? Do you want to die? Song-woo was furious. You asked me so I told you. Hyeon reminded. Stop whining and eat your noodles. We need to be ready. Song-woo nodded. Yes. After eating, the two of them fell asleep. Song-woo suddenly opened his eyes, struggling to get up, moving closer to Hyeon. This is the guy. If I kill this guy. Song-woo stared at Hyeon, remembering the terrifying scene. But then he dismissed it. I can't kill this guy. I should run. Song-woo was about to leave, but Hyeon's voice rang out. Song-woo, where are you going? Hyeon asked. Song-woo stammered. Ah, that. Going to do some chores. Hyeon ordered. Come here. Song-woo obediently replied. Yes. Hyeon threatened. If you run away, you'll die. Song-woo answered. Yes. Hyeon repeated. I'm not kidding. I'm being serious. I'll really die. The atmosphere was silent. Early the next morning, the two set off, Song-woo pointing in the distance. The place you see over there is the goblin territory, the heart of the dungeon. Hyeon was surprised. Oh, it's true. I can feel the incredible amount of magic gathering there. Song-woo was surprised. You can feel it? Huh? You can't do it. You're really incompetent, Hyeon criticized. Songwoo smiled awkwardly, muttering a mantra, calm down. Be calm. I won't be teased anymore, then secretly laughed, because that guy will die soon. Inside the dungeon, a goblin village. All the monsters were concentrated in the center, but they would patrol around. Our bait guild was attacked by those patrols. Now, we haven't encountered any patrols. Then their forces are concentrated in the territory. Let's see if you can survive an E-rank dungeon's attack. Songwoo smiled. Hyeon smiled with amusement. Good, good. Killing goblins is my specialty. Hyeon went alone to take on all the goblins. Let's see. Let's fight. A backpack was thrown out, hitting Hyeon on the head. Hyeon was surprised. Songwoo threw the backpack, before leaving, shouting, I'm outta here, you maniac. Meeting you was bad luck, and let's never meet again. A swarm of goblins rushed in. Hyeon smiled with amusement. If you run, you'll die. Songwoo was gasping for breath. Alright? No matter how strong he is, he can't defeat. Suddenly, an announcement. The main core of the dungeon has been removed. The gate to the outside is opened. Songwoo was startled. This is a dream? In the middle of an open area, a series of tents were erected. Goblin Village E-rank dungeon. A dungeon where all monsters were concentrated around the main core, ignoring the common cores. The system notification read, the main core of the dungeon has been removed. The gate to the outside has been opened. Standing before the gate, reading the notification, Kim Songwoo thought in fear, how could he clear a dungeon alone like that? He trembled, looking at the screen, remembering the scene of him rushing into the monsters. How could he withstand such overwhelming power? Songwoo wondered, did he use fire to burn them? Thinking about how he punched them, making dents in their stomachs with his bare hands. I know he's strong, but I don't know exactly what kind of power he has. Recalling his crazed appearance, he speculated, is it super strength or super endurance? Songwoo thought of something else. Of course both are important, but the monsters were lying scattered, while Hyeon was the opposite, pierced by a series of weapons. Kang Hyeon still stood firm in an attacking stance. He realized, what's really needed is overwhelming defense, and a determination that doesn't waver in the face of the enemy. If I can withstand their attacks, and reach the leader using the shortest path, I'm sure I'll win. The leader goblin was huge, its two fangs jutting out menacingly. Songwoo trembled, hugging himself, sighing, a plan where just a moment of negligence will lead to death. His face was pale, sweat pouring out. I thought he was just an idiot, but who is he really? He speculated, he must be very cunning. Meanwhile, Hyeon rushed into a pile of thorny vines, punching the monster straight in the mouth. Hyeon looked at it triumphantly, smiling. I knew it. The goblin was furious, its eyes glowing blue. Muscle power is the best, Hyeon praised. The system displayed loot information. Goblin Mage's Magic Stone. Goblin Mage's Ring D rank. Durability 50-50. Description. A ring used by the Goblin Mage Karke. It helps to increase magic power, increase magic stats by 4. Mana recovery rate by 10%. Hyeon looked at the two rings in his hand. Okay. Goal achieved. As soon as he stepped out of the gate, Hyeon took notice. Looking at the group of people in front of him, he was annoyed. What is it now? Hyeon said. Because they couldn't handle me, they brought this whole crowd to the meeting? Hyeon glanced and whispered, let's see. He muttered, go right, then glanced to the left, seeing Songwoo among the swollen-faced crowd. Ah, our Songwoo has appeared. Hyeon rotated his wrists to warm up, boldly challenging, 30 of you come forward first. The rest? He was talking when someone interrupted. It seems there's been some misunderstanding. Hyeon was surprised. The guy smirked. We didn't come here to fight, but to talk. It seems my guild members have done something rude to you? Hyeon just kept a straight face. The guy extended his hand to shake, forcing a smile. I'm Young-Ui Hoon, the owner of the Bait Guild. What's your name? Hyeon was indifferent. What if I don't like it? The guy's hand froze. Huh? Hyeon bluntly said, stop beating around the bush and get to the point. It's getting annoying. The guy forced a smile. Then let me be frank. Join my Bait Guild. I will provide you with all the support and fame you need, including a position in the board of directors. He secretly plotted, I have to recruit this rough gem at all costs. If I put him on the front lines, my guild will become one of the largest. Hyeon snorted, curling his lip in disdain. I don't like it, Hyeon said resentfully. The guy put his hand into his jacket, smiling fakely. I knew you wouldn't agree right away. Young-Ui Hoon held out his business card with both hands. Here, this is my business card, so please think carefully. Hyeon took the business card, looked at it thoughtfully, then calmly tore it, shocking the entire group. Throwing the scraps of paper away, he spat, even though I'm a bad guy, I wouldn't act like a bunch of gangsters like you. Before their shocked faces, Hyeon said with contempt, who are you guys? Just a bunch of third-rate thugs who are proud to recruit this and that. He smirked, suddenly getting close to Young Ui-hoon's face, provoking, "What? Getting heated? Let's fight right here and get it over with." The guy's face was full of veins, furious but still having to restrain himself, said with difficulty, "No need. I just came here to talk today. Let's talk again another time." Hyeon walked away, turning back to spit, "Get lost. There won't be another time. Meeting you guys is bad luck. Why do you keep swarming like bugs?" Young Ui-hoon said, gritting his teeth, "That maniac, what an impression." Kim Song-woo was still looking back at Hyeon. Hearing that, he turned his head back. The sign on the road showed directions. He sat in his car, his emotions numb, cursing inwardly. Damn it, his car had gone far away. Hyeon thought, there were probably more than 100 of them. With my current magic power, fighting all of them would probably lead to my early grave. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He muttered to himself, I haven't even dealt with Song-woo. Because of that bastard Young Ui-hoon. Hyeon clicked his tongue. I'll deal with them soon. I really will pluck them all clean. One guy, with a face full of injuries, pointed and accused, "That's right, guild leader." Kim Song-woo said he was the one who guided that guy. He was kneeling on the ground, listening to Young Ui-hoon questioning, "Is that true?" He stammered, "No." "Well, then," the guy ordered, "Sword," then took a sword from his subordinate. Kim Song-woo trembled. He clasped his hands, begging, "Please spare me. I'll do anything you say." The guy asked coldly, "Do you still want to live?" He cried profusely, begging, "Yes, I will do everything you say." So, before he could finish, blood splattered everywhere. He opened his eyes wide, paralyzed. Young Ui-hoon decisively stabbed his sword through his chest, his face contorted. "How dare a traitor like you still live, you pathetic bastard." He pulled out his sword, kicking him away, blood splattering everywhere. Kim Song-yu fell into the door, muttering, "Guild." The door slowly closed, his voice echoing, "Leader." The door slammed shut. In the middle of the dust, the group of people stood there indifferently. The guy called, "Vice Guild Leader." The other guy responded, "Yes." The guy threw the sword to him, "Find his personal information." The Vice Guild Leader responded, "Understood." In the car, through the rearview mirror, he saw a white car following behind. On the other side, the Vice Guild Leader reported, "I've sent someone to follow him." The person in the white car was watching his car. Young Ui-hoon laughed angrily. "How dare you refuse my offer?" He just got home, greeting his younger sister who was playing on her phone. On the other side, the guy plotted a devious scheme. "That's right. You're probably as strong as your arrogance, right?" He thought of the scene of him taking care of his mother in the hospital, murderous intent rising. "But can you still keep that attitude if something happens to your loved ones?" He raised an eyebrow, smiling wickedly. "If I can't tame him, then I'll just have to exploit his weaknesses." Young Ui-hoon said with contempt, "Let's see how long you can keep that smug attitude." At home, Hyeon was talking to Hyeon. "What should we eat tonight? Let me pay for mom's hospital fees first." At Cheonyuk Korean barbecue, the deep red slices of beef sizzled on the grill. Hyeon sat at the table, teasing. "A recent graduate with no job like you still goes out for beef so often? Have you found a job yet?" Hyeon, a proponent of "you can't fight on an empty stomach," replied, "If I have some money, what else should I do but eat? Eating is the most important human need." Hyeon reached out to grab some meat. "Let me grill it for you." "Sure," Hyeon agreed. Hyeon inquired, "Did you just come from the hospital? Is mom doing any better?" Hyeon explained, "The doctor said she's much better now, and she might wake up soon." Hyeon felt relieved. "That's good," then smiled. That joy didn't escape Hyeon's notice. "Ha, you just smiled." Hyeon, drinking water, was surprised. "Did I just smile?" Hyeon explained, "It's been a while since I've seen you smile. Lately, you've always been frowning, serious, so different from before." Hyeon protested, "What are you talking about? I'm always smiling." Remembering his weird, distorted smiles, Hyeon shuddered. That bizarre smile doesn't count. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him. Hyeon turned pale, clutching his stomach, standing up abruptly. "I need to go to the restroom." Hyeon called after him, "Right now? The meat is all cooked." Hyeon explained, "I know, but I'm in a hurry." "You don't know how difficult it is to use the restroom in a dungeon." Hyeon frowned, "Watch your language. We're in a restaurant. Just go quickly." Finally, he reached the men's restroom. The sound of running water echoed. Hyeon washed his hands. Waving his hands, he complained, This is as tiring as exploring a dungeon." After finishing, he stepped outside and saw a man in a suit talking to Hyeon. "Huh?" Immediately after, Hyeon pointed towards him. The man also turned around to look. Hyeon was still confused. "What's going on?" The man politely bowed, then hurriedly left. Hyeon walked towards the table, whispering teasingly. Hey, Kang Hyeon, did someone want to pick you up? She refuted, don't say that. That guy was looking for you. Hyeon was confused. Huh? Looking for me? Hyeon handed over a piece of paper. He asked me to give you this letter. Taking the letter, Hyeon was puzzled, but didn't forget to show off. If he was looking for me, why didn't he just stop and talk to me? People come to thank me a lot. But when he read the contents of the letter, Hyeon's expression changed. Hello, Kang Hyeon. This is the first and last warning letter I'm sending to you. From Young Ui-hoon, leader of the Bait Guild, and there was also a contact phone number. After eating, returning home, Hyeon regretted, I should have stopped by the convenience store to buy some things. She suggested, do you want to have a beer? No need, Hyeon replied. Hyeon opened the door to the house. Okay, then I'll drink. Hyeon stopped her. Actually, you stay home. I'll go. Then quickly stepped out. Hyeon was surprised. You're going? The streetlights illuminated the street. Hyeon pushed open the door to the convenience store. Hearing the familiar sound, welcome, please come again. He walked slowly back home. What is that bastard scheme, after all? How dare they target my family? Hyeon wondered, should I stop participating in dungeons and stay home? But Hyeon still has to go out a lot. They probably wouldn't dare openly attack her. Hyeon's phone vibrated. It was an incoming call. Father. Hyeon answered. Hello. In the phone, a voice said, Hey, Hyeon, are you home? No, I'm out buying things, he replied. The person on the phone announced, Your mother has woken up. Hyeon was overjoyed. Really? He kept asking, How is she? Does she have any after effects? The person on the phone confirmed, She's doing very well, but the doctor said she needs to be monitored and treated further. Hyeon placed his hand on his heart. That's good. The joy didn't last. The voice on the other end said, Ah, Hyeon, a friend of yours came to visit her earlier. Hyeon was puzzled. A friend of mine? Who could that be? No one ever comes to visit my mother. The person on the phone added, His name was Young Ui-hoon, I think. He also told me to send his regards to you. Is he your neighbor? Why haven't I met him before? The more he listened, the more Hyeon's anger flared up. Ignoring the calls from the other side, he remained silent. His whole body exuded a murderous aura. His face contorted, his white eyes full of rage. The next day, at the Awakened Abilities Training School, Myeowon happily greeted her classmates. Good morning. Her classmate probed, You're late for school today, Myeowon. Myeowon scratched her head, laughing. Hee, I slept in a bit. Her friend asked with concern. So, did you have a fun weekend? A voice rang out, Good morning. Myeowon turned around, smiling. Ah, it's Shin Sunga. Sunga took a bottle of water out of her bag. Here, have this coffee. Sunga gave Myeowon a bottle, then gave her classmate one too. Her classmate was shy. You don't have to give me a whole bottle. I'll just take. Thank you very much, Sunga said. A bottle of water isn't worth much. I'm happy if you guys accept it. Sunga bowed her head. I'm going now. Then left. Watching Sunga leave, her friend asked curiously, Why is she wearing armor? Myeowon defended her. Yeah, even though she's a bit weird, she's very kind. Twisting open the cap of her coffee, her classmate agreed. That's right. Everyone has their own style. Sunga is truly the angel who saved my life. Then turning to ask, Speaking of which, you've met a lot of weird people too, right? Myeowon was speechless, stammering, Well, then. The strange figures flashed through Myeowon's mind. They're really too weird. Just a sparring match and they broke their opponent's arm. Right from the time they signed the contract, they already started exuding a murderous aura. Myeowon shared, Even when I sleep, I dream about them. There's one guy who looks like an orc goblin. As she spoke, Myeowon sensed a thick murderous aura behind her. She turned her head slightly. It was Hyeon, standing there, staring at Myeowon. Myeowon observed him, but Hyeon just stood there, staring without blinking. Myeowon tried to see clearly. His eyes were cold, his pupils constricted, bringing a sense of unease, causing both Myeowon and her friend to scream, grabbing each other. After the others were frightened, Hyeon finally spoke. Hey. He approached. Police. Call the police, the two girls begged trembling. Hyeon tried to reassure them, but it was no use. Hey, he said a name. Kim Hyeon. Hearing this name, Myeowon felt a sense of familiarity, turned to look. Hyeon's face was pale. Do you two know where Kim Hyeon is? Without waiting for the two to answer, he continued, I have to find him, to protect my family. Myeowon and her friend were both scared and puzzled. Myeowon calmed down. If you want to find instructor Kim Hyeon, he's not here right now. In the meeting room, a lecture was being delivered, based on the statistical data. Inside, Kim Hyeon was presenting, the level of dungeons that have recently appeared is constantly increasing. Therefore, The most important thing right now is to find people who have. A knock on the door interrupted. He went to open the door. Annoyed. What is it? Can't you see I'm in a meeting? The staff stammered. Vice instructor, there's a very strong person causing a disturbance in the main hall. He said he wants to meet you. Kim Hee-hoon was confused. Huh? The weather today seemed beautiful. Perfect for a meeting. And right now at the Dangoon Group's headquarters. In the group's reception room, a meeting had taken place, with the two main characters being Hyeon and Hee-hoon. Instructor Kim Hee-hoon was a bit surprised when he saw Hyeon. He looked at him in simple clothes and couldn't help but wonder, it's true I said we would meet again soon, but I never expected it to be under these circumstances. What wind brought you here, Kang Hyeon? Hyeon said seriously, Kim Hee-hoon, I want to hire you. Hearing that, Hee-hoon took a sip of his coffee then said directly, can we get straight to the point? Well, sure, Hyeon replied without hesitation. With his professional way of working, Hee-hoon got straight to the main issue. Can you give me more details? Hearing that, Hyeon's face frowned, and he also said in a ready voice, the Bait Guild. They're targeting my family. He looked at Hee-hoon for a moment, then continued his intention. So I need someone to protect my family while I go and destroy them. Hearing that, Hee-hoon wondered, protect? What exactly happened? He put down his coffee cup, starting to talk seriously. The Bait Guild? Hee-hoon looked directly into Hyeon's eyes. I'm well aware of their notoriety. However, with the current situation, we have no justifiable reason to destroy or protect your family. Hearing him refuse, Hyeon was not willing. He looked at Hee-hoon like he was about to turn into a beast, gritting his teeth. Therefore, please protect my family, and then I will destroy them. This will be beneficial for both sides, won't it? Hearing his impatient proposal, Hee-hoon was helpless. You're still the same. Never willing to compromise. Then Hee-hoon looked at Hyeon for a moment, continuing, why me? It doesn't seem like you chose me because I'm a member of Dangoon? He was helpless, frustrated. You are the strongest awakened being among the awakened beings that I know. Hee-hoon asked, if so, then what about on Yusong? He looked blankly at him, asking, you want to leave my family with him? But I don't know his phone number. Hee-hoon didn't reply in helplessness. The two of them sat talking seriously. The atmosphere was a bit strange. He started to be serious. 1 week. Please protect my family for 1 week. I will pay you handsomely. Hee-hoon was silent for a moment, then said, I don't mean to brag, but, he looked at him in surprise. Kim Hee-hoon picked up his coffee cup, preparing to drink. I've already made a lot of money. Probably more than you think, Kang Hyeon. Moreover, I'm also holding the position of vice guild leader in Dangoon. He put down the cup. So, if you want me, you'll give me something, not money. Hyeon was bewildered. Not money? He widened his eyes. Don't tell me it's... He hugged himself, blushing, shy like a young girl. You want this body? Hee-hoon was helpless. Are you really here to negotiate? He sighed, closing his eyes. I have a feeling that talking to you any longer will just irritate me. So, let me suggest something first. It's not a big offer, but if successful, please come and meet our guild leader once. I'll need to gain his consent, but with this condition, we will be able to help you as a guild, Kang Hyeon. In front of the room, 2 bodyguards were already waiting. Turns out they are Hyeon's people. 5 bodyguards are on standby as per my instructions inside and outside the ward where your family lives. Outside, there are also 2 bodyguards guarding the front door. One of them is saying something into a walkie-talkie. I've also made up an appropriate excuse and placed 5 bodyguards at your sister's company, Hee-hoon explained. Hyeon sat in the car, hugging his backpack, looking at him. Hee-hoon looked at his phone. It's best to do everything thoroughly. However, he paused. Are you sure you'll be okay on your own? The cars of 2 Bait members are parked not far away. Bait is quite a big guild, he thought, looking towards the Bait Guild. But compared to your company, it doesn't look that big. He was still looking at his phone. The size of an office building doesn't determine the size of a guild, especially when the number of dungeons they own is unusually high. I'm sure they're plotting something behind the scenes. He raised his hand, rubbing it gently, then exhaled. Also, Kang Hyeon, you said you contacted me, and that you'd meet me as soon as you received the letter, right? Then they must have gathered their forces beforehand. They might also be ambushing you. I'll do as you say. Where should we meet? Hyeon thought. You know, the safety of my family is paramount. So even if they ambush me, I'll play along. Hee-hoon, thank you for protecting my family, he said while handing him a black object. Here. Please keep this safe for me. Hee-hoon received the object, wondering. He looked at Hyeon. Why me? Hyeon didn't explain, but left the car. Please go home and park. He left Hyeon looking confused. Are you serious, Kang Hyeon? He only replied confidently, don't be too quick to conclude that bad things will happen. I can't explain the details right now, but I'm sure I'll be back safe and sound before tomorrow. Saying that, Hyeon closed the door and left. Hyeon was both bewildered and worried. Right in front of the bait headquarters, the guild leader Hyeon was waiting. He gave an industrial smile. "Welcome, Kang Hyeon." Not only him, but also many subordinates. "They're only here to ambush me," Hyeon thought. Hyeon didn't feel ashamed. "We've been waiting for you for a while now." Hyeon smirked. "Preparing such a crowd, are you here to welcome me? Are you trying to challenge me?" Hearing his displeased tone, he spoke to vindicate himself. "No, not a fight. Kang Hyeon, you are also part of the bait family. So we're all here to welcome you. From now on." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Hyeon's scornful laughter. He frowned, glancing at him. Hyeon laughed like he was going insane. His murderous aura spreading, laughing while looking down on him. "Family? You said family?" Hyeon gave a bizarre smile, his voice sinister. "If F stands for family, then what does the F stand for you?" He went crazy, his power exploding. "I'll kill you, you bastard." The system-activated lion's roar. A surge of power rose within Hyeon, causing him to lose control. He shouted, "Magic explosion." Then he slammed his hand hard on the ground, the power exploding, affecting everyone. He smiled with satisfaction. One guy tried to resist. "This is crazy." Another guy grimaced. "What is he doing?" Hyeon increased his magic power, causing the ground to crack. The group was scared. The ground. Hyeon was frightened. This crazy bastard. What if the ground collapses? The ground broke, revealing an iron net below. At this time, Hyeon pulled out his sword, glaring at him, smiling wildly. "I know, you bastard." He focused his power on his arm, secret of the crescent moon. Strength of a giant. With one slash, his eyes flashed with anger. With one swing of his sword, he sliced everything in half, causing everyone to fall into the pit. Hyeon's group was frightened. "He's gone mad. Retreat." Finally, they all fell down, not lightly injured, including Hyeon. He stood up in the rubble, returning to normal. The effect isn't bad. Hearing Hyeon call, Hyeon turned around. He appeared from behind. "Please think carefully, it's not too late. We can still be good partners." Hyeon went crazy again. "Think carefully, partner? What are you barking about? You're the one who crossed the line first." With a moralistic tone, he bowed. "I apologize for targeting your family. But think again. If you and I join forces, we can overthrow Dangun. Hanseun is just talk. We can take them down." He continued, "Do you understand what it means for me and you to be in an alliance?" Hyeon didn't care. "You're really a bunch of bullshitting idiots." But he didn't give up. "There are more than 200 members in this building alone. If it's nationwide, it will be many times that. We only lack one thing. It's the representative for the guild. That person has to be an unparalleled strongest person in the world. Only with that, bait can expand outside of Korea and reach international levels." Before he could finish, Hyeon openly looked down on him. He spat without hesitation on Hyeon's face. That action shocked him, leaving him paralyzed. Hyeon boiled over, glaring. "Hearing you talk all this time? It's like listening to an elementary school student giving a presentation." He touched his face, angrily trembling. I knew it." His fake smile was gone, his face frowning, distorted. "How can someone at the bottom of society like you understand my lofty dream?" Hyeon remained calm, firmly gripping his sword, standing in the middle of the ruins, listening to Hyeon angrily rant, "This lowly commoner, how could you possibly understand my grand ambition?" Hearing these words, Hyeon suppressed a laugh, his face distorting. Very quickly, he couldn't hold back anymore, laughing loudly. Hey, did you hear that? Commoner, ha ha ha." Hyeon curled his lip, mocking. "It's the 21st century, and you're choosing words like that. What kind of Yangban are you? Something like, the leader of a gang of thugs." These words made him furious, his face turning red, clenching his teeth. You lowly thing." Hyeon raised his hand, signaling the group above, shouting, "See how long you can keep talking tough. Kill him." Two figures attacked. The black-haired one unleashed white energy, shouting, "Seal magic." The brown-haired one, mental poison. Following that, a series of powers were released. The girl holding the scepter, blacken. Another person released a source of energy, sense disorder. Countless energy streams attacked Hyeon, but he wasn't worried at all. A notification appeared, Lion's Roar Rage activated. Hyeon's body transformed. He roared. His whole body emitted a stream of energy that blocked everything. The system announced, "Debuff has been resolved. The Mind Enhancement Ring resists abnormal conditions. Enemies' power and stats have decreased." The others were terrified. Hyeon cursed, "TSK. You idiots! Stop controlling him! Kill him! Kill him!" The group obeyed the order, unleashing new attacks. Hyeon was still happy. "Good. Very good. Let's see if magic works or not." Hyeon's skin changed to a jet black color. Antria's skin. He was pleased. Then a huge explosion occurred, creating a strong aftershock. Hyeon retreated. The explosion hadn't stopped yet. The group had already rushed forward, wielding weapons, constantly attacking Hyeon. Hyeon jumped, dodging, then swung his sword, slashing clean, blood splattering everywhere. Hyeon was resentful, gritting his teeth. Ugh. Below, after the slaughter, Hyeon took a breath, then shouted loudly, "Magic explosion!" A terrifying explosion carrying smoke and fire engulfed the entire building. Soon, the building was in ruins. Inside, Hyeon's whole body was covered in blood, surrounded by rubble, and the corpses of many others lay scattered. Hyeon still stood firm among the ruins, a sharp sword in his hand. Behind him was the group of people equipped with weapons. This scene startled Hyeon. He quickly backed away, forcing a smile. "Haha. Are you okay, Kang Hyeon?" He pointed at Hyeon, pleased. "Now you're a murderer too. One of us?" Hyeon curled his lip. "Bullshit. If you're planning to use the guilt tactic, then stop. If you're planning to kill someone, you should be prepared to be killed." Hyeon's face was unpleasant. "Humph. You're about to die and still acting tough." Below Hyeon's feet, the ground cracked. Something was moving. Hyeon's voice rang out. "Pretending is useless." Vines shot out, tightly wrapping around Hyeon. The person behind him also rushed in with his sword. Hyeon was confident. "Stupid. It's nothing." Before he could finish, his expression changed, horrified. A sword pierced through his chest, blood pouring out. "Ah, that's it. This attack I can't," Hyeon thought to himself. Hyeon laughed loudly. "Well done, Vice Team Leader. Let me finish him off." Hyeon collapsed. The Vice Team Leader, "With that wound, you've managed to last this long. Your power is admirable, to the point that I want to trade this trash for you. But an uncontrollable beast is no different from garbage." He moved closer, one last time. "Do you have anything you want to say?" Hyeon calmly, lightly curled his lip. "Every soup you eat will have hair in it." Hyeon went mad with anger. "Is that so? Wanna die in pain? Huh?" He placed his hand on Hyeon's head. Flames erupted, burning his hair, then spreading throughout his body, causing him to cry out in pain. Hyeon ignored it, turning away to leave, lighting a cigarette. "What's the situation?" A subordinate reported, "The number of deaths has exceeded 30. The number of seriously injured is estimated at 50. Hearing that, Hyeon's face darkened. "Damn it. We're at a great loss, all because of one guy." He waved his hand. "All right, clean up his equipment. It looks pretty good. Let's salvage whatever we can." The subordinate turned to inspect it. Then he stammered, Guild leader? That?" Pointing towards the flames, which were now empty, leaving only a sword. His body disappeared. The scene changes to a high-rise apartment. The system notification read, "You have resurrected. Level decreased by 1, all stats decreased by 50% for 24 hours. The room door slowly opened. Hyeon was using her phone, looked up, calmly said, "I thought things were calm these last few days." Hyeon stepped in, rubbing his head. "I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Hyeon frowned. "You died again? I can tell as soon as I see your face." Hyeon rubbed his head. "Ah, sorry." She still didn't let it go. "Shoes. Take them off. Clean them yourself. Then wash the blankets too." Hyeon relented. Okay, I'm sorry." Time passed quickly until 2 days later. At an abandoned construction site, there was a large door. 2 people were guarding. "This is Keika Canyon, a dungeon belonging to the Bait Guild." The gray-haired one complained, "I'm so bored. Why are so few people coming these days?" The blonde-haired one smoked, "I heard rumors about our guild have spread all over the radar." The gray-haired one scratched his ear. "They're really cowards. So what if our equipment is stolen? We also take their lives." Suddenly, he noticed something. "Hey, someone's coming," he said seriously. The blonde-haired one was curious. "Oh." On the opposite side, someone wearing strange clothes was approaching. A strange appearance made the two of them speechless. The atmosphere was a bit odd. The two glanced at each other, then asked in unison, "Who the hell is this?" After countless resurrections, Kang Hyeon had learned some painful lessons. Remembering his reckless rushes, he told himself, "Rushing in head first is like throwing eggs at a rock." Hyeon chuckled softly. "Of course, I have countless eggs, but I can't keep taking the resurrection penalty. I need to take things step by step." With his newfound experience, he began to plan meticulously. Hyeon scoured every dungeon belonging to the Bait Guild, mercilessly slaughtering the guards. Their corpses lay scattered everywhere, leaving only the trembling blonde-haired guy, whom Hyeon choked until he was breathless. His face turned pale, tears welling up in his eyes. Stammering, I'm sorry." Hyeon glared, his voice low and menacing. "Sorry? What did you do wrong that you have to apologize?" The guy trembled like a leaf, his voice weak. I I don't know. Hyeon's annoyance increased, his grip tightening. If you don't know then. He threw the guy to the ground, causing him to writhe in pain, then shouted, "Don't apologize, you bastard." Hyeon placed a piece of paper next to the guy, who looked at it blankly, not understanding what was going on. Hyeon sat down next to him, handed him a pen, and ordered, "Write down the locations of your other dungeons here. Do that, and I'll spare your life." The guy was like a dog obeying its master, diligently writing everything down carefully. Meanwhile, Hyeon said sarcastically, "Hey, you guys kill so many people, yet you haven't been caught? Do you bribe the police or something?" The guy stammered, Something like that. I'm not really sure. Choosing dungeons without cameras is also a part of it." Hyeon nodded, pretending to understand. "Ah, I see." The guy quickly handed the piece of paper to Hyeon with both hands, his eyes pleading, "I've written everything I know." Hyeon took the piece of paper, read each word carefully, then nodded, praising softly, "Good." The guy was startled, thinking that he would pat him on the head, but Hyeon focused his power on his hand, terrifying the guy. With just one close combat move, Hyeon killed the guy instantly. After finishing, he calmly stood up, holding the paper, muttering, "Then I guess I won't be exposed, huh?" Leaving the dead behind, Hyeon coldly left, not forgetting to leave a threat for those who were about to meet him. "Wait for me, you bastards. An even bigger bastard is coming for you." News of the chaos at the Bait Guild quickly spread. The press ran the headline, "Monsters Escape. Tragedy Strikes Famous Guild." The Bait Guild hastily released a statement, "Researching monsters is for the future of humanity." However, the very next day, two of the guild's headquarters buildings were in ruins, with shattered glass. Hyeon sat in his chairman's chair, listening to the news, his anger boiling. "Damn it," he gritted his teeth, his face contorted. "This backup excuse has to be used to cover up dealing with one crazy guy." The room door burst open, a panicked assistant rushed in. "Guild leader, things are not good." Immediately, he received a hard blow from an ashtray to his forehead, crying out in pain. Hyeon frowned, scolding, "This guy dares to barge in. I'm already irritated." The assistant was terrified, bowing his head repeatedly, apologizing, then stammered, That guy has appeared again." Hyeon's face darkened, asking, "That crazy guy is still targeting our dungeons?" The assistant replied, "Yes, he's already attacked 7 dungeons, and more than 100 guild members have died." Hyeon was headache, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, who is he? The more people we deploy, the more people die." He ordered, "From now on, everyone goes into the dungeons, no shifts, take turns sleeping. If you understand, then get out." After the assistant left, Hyeon could finally sit down on the chair, pondering the current situation. Suddenly, he remembered. 5 days ago, Kang Hyeon attacked, then his body disappeared. 2 days later, a crazy guy keeps targeting our dungeons. Everything was gradually becoming clear, a connection between the two events. Indeed, I suspected it. Kang Hyeon definitely has accomplices. Hyeon tapped his fingers on the table. Taking his body away was probably due to some skill. Without any information, it's difficult to plan a counterattack. Finally, he had to call someone. "This isn't good. Though I don't really want to." The voice on the other end of the line teased, "Hey, righteous hero, what's up?" Hyeon frowned. "I need your help." The other person laughed. "Ha, Mr. Leader of the Bait Guild needs help? Oh right, your guild has been getting trashed lately. It must be because of that, right?" Hyeon gritted his teeth, trying not to curse. The other person continued, "What do I get if I help? I'm richer than you." Hyeon tried to suppress his anger. "A battle. Don't you want a fun battle? There's only one suspect, definitely not someone you can mess with. You'll be satisfied." Hearing about a strong person and a battle, the other person was eager. Might as well give it a try." As night fell, the dungeons became deserted. Outside, a guard and Yusong were waiting. Yusong started a conversation with the guard. "Hey, what's your name?" The other person replied, "I'm Kim Il-woo." Yusong smiled. "Okay, whatever, I don't really care. Just call me Hyeon's underling." Yusong yawned. "So when is that strong person coming? Is he definitely going to appear here?" He glanced at Il-woo, smiling strangely. "If I wait and no one shows up, then you're gonna get it." Il-woo was sweating, not daring to look directly into Yusong's eyes. Immediately, Hyeon appeared in front of them. Yusong saw Hyeon. His attitude became serious, slowly walking closer. He whispered, "This is terrifying. It's the first time my sixth sense has reacted so strongly." Yusong summoned his system, marveling. "It was always just a vague feeling, but now it's screaming in my head. If you don't want to die, you have to immediately run away from that monster." But Yusong was excited, taking out a spiked ball, ready for battle. Before he could fight, Hyeon recognized the familiar face. He asked, bewildered. Why are you here, on Yusong? Yusong was also shocked. That voice. Kang Hyeon? Yusong was suddenly stunned. Kang Hyeon? Why are you here? He tilted his head, curling his lip in a smile. Ah, could it be? Yusong slowly walked towards Hyeon, his hand gripping the spiked mace tightly. So you're the one who keeps visiting, huh? Haha, you always do such interesting things. Hyeon, assessing the situation, speculated, there must be someone backing him. He immediately thought of Kim Hee-hoon. He's also quite rich. Could it be that the person behind the bait guild is? Hyeon pointed his sword directly at Yusong, angrily glaring, threatening him. Are you also a member of the bait guild? Yusong laughed mischievously. But his words were sharp. Hey, you. I'm sad that you would say I'm in the same guild as that trash. What will people think of me? The guild members behind him felt a little uneasy. Hyeon laughed lightly. Ah, so why are you here? Yusong pointed behind him. You know Young Ui-hoon, right? The guild leader. Such an arrogant and conceited guy, yet he asked for my help. Isn't that interesting? Hyeon was speechless with this kid. Ah, okay. He patted Yusong on the shoulder, continuing his work. Okay, forget it. I have nothing to say to you. Don't get in my way. Hyeon ran straight ahead. Let's grab a meal together sometime. He flicked his nose, turning his back quickly. Humph. We don't even have each other's phone numbers. What is he talking about with a meal? Suddenly, Yusong attacked Hyeon from behind with a murderous aura. He kept walking straight without looking back. Just at that moment, Hyeon turned back quickly, blocking the attack smoothly. Hyeon angrily looked at Yusong. What? Yusong laughed teasingly. Haha. I'd be sad if you left like that. He held the mace in a fighting stance. The two weapons touched and scraped against each other. Hyeon's face darkened. Even though we know each other, I won't show any mercy. Get lost, you dog. Yusong suddenly trembled. That's what I wanted. Let's fight. Hyeon's demeanor changed. His arm became stronger. Red power emitted, spreading down. It was the power of the giant, Wayne's secret technique. He decisively slashed his sword forward. A terrifying power grazed past Yusong. He managed to dodge, but was still slightly injured. Yusong laughed excitedly. Ha! Just how much of a monster have you become in the past few days? Yusong and Hyeon fought without a clear winner. One person attacked, the other blocked and counterattacked. You're quite good, Yusong laughed loudly. Hyeon seemed to be in a rush. This battle was hindering his plan. He gritted his teeth, trying to end it quickly. The battle was still intense without end. Hyeon suddenly became interested. It had been so long since he had such an exciting battle. Yusong saw that excitement. Indeed, you like it too. He was preparing for a real battle, when suddenly, the guard shouted as he rushed towards them. Die! Both of them turned their attention to him. He wanted to seize the opportunity to advance. Yusong released a palm strike, blowing the guard's head off, blood splattering everywhere. He sighed in relief. Phew. Then he glared at the corpse. I'm having fun. Don't interfere. Hyeon, observing the situation, was sure of one thing. They were not allies, but it's so easy for him to kill? Yusong sighed in frustration. Ha! I lost my mood. I really wanted to have a real fight with you. He scratched his neck. But I can't fight now. I don't want you to hate me. Hyeon thought to himself. No, I've hated you for a long time. Yusong became happy again. But hey, do you know what kind of person Young Ui-hoon is? Hyeon frowned. I don't know. Yusong explained. Young Ui-hoon is the illegitimate son of a large corporation's chairman. That's why those trash dare to act so arrogantly. Hyeon was cold. A soap opera at 8 o'clock? He was annoyed. So what? Because that guy is rich, you're telling me not to mess with him? Hyeon turned to leave. If you're afraid, you shouldn't have done this in the first place. Don't waste my time. Go home and get some sleep. Yusong grabbed his shoulder. Hey, I haven't finished. He smiled brightly. What you're doing? Let me join. I also want to see that bastard get angry. The scene shifts to the bait headquarters. It was morning. Young Ui-hoon angrily held his head. Damn it. 3 dungeons have been robbed, and I've lost contact with on Yusong. He slammed his hand on his desk, his anger exploding. You useless bastards. His assistant could only stand still and endure it. Ui-hoon pointed at his assistant, ordering, gather all the guild members, have them here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The assistant nodded, sweat pouring down. I don't know how many people we can gather. Ui-hoon was stubborn. Regardless of all reasons, even if they're sick or have family matters, they must assemble. Don't you understand what I'm saying? The assistant diligently reported. Many people have left the guild recently, and some have cut off contact. Ui-hoon was still indifferent. Then kidnap their parents and threaten them. Those who don't listen must be made to listen. The assistant was awkward. The atmosphere in the guild isn't good. If we threaten them, it will be difficult to handle. Ui-hoon angrily held his face and shouted loudly. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Damn it. Why now? On the screen was an unknown number. Hoon answered the call, smiling. This voice, perhaps things will be easier than I thought. The scene shifts to a group chat. What's going on with bait lately? The farmable dungeons are almost all cleared. It seems like they're not managing it anymore, so they don't add any items. I also heard from the members who went yesterday, every dungeon was empty. That day was extremely effective for farming. Everyone took about 300. It was great. What are those greedy bastards doing? I have an acquaintance who is a leader at bait. They said someone is attacking the guild members. Is there any evidence? That's ridiculous. Even if it's ridiculous, it's still nice to hear, haha. Hyeon was messaging in the group, Yusong was watching. It seems very effective. I just need to smash the dungeons for a week and it'll be over. The two of them had just come out of a dungeon. That's right. It's almost over. Yusong smiled cheerfully. How do you plan to end it? Hyeon pondered, sighing. It's probably okay to tell you. He moved close to Yusong's ear, whispering, listen to this. Yusong was shocked after listening, sweat pouring down. Oh, are you in your right mind? The person picked up a piece of paper on which was written, if you want to save your guild right now, meet me at 6 p.m. tomorrow at the dungeon on Mount Soseon, Anyang City, Disrupin Forest. Signed, Demon Blade. Hoon gritted his teeth, crumpled the paper, and resentfully spat out each word. That arrogant bastard. You want to fight now, huh? He led his large group, muttering, all right, today I will come and admire that conceited face, then I'll break your bones and peel your skin off. The people in the ranks looked at each other in confusion. One person whispered, damn it, I didn't even plan on showing up. The person next to him replied, what can we do? If we don't go, who knows what they'll turn us into? They whispered reminders to each other. It's best to just avoid it wisely. Hoon, overhearing their discussion, cursed angrily, damn it, why did I bring this useless bunch along? Listening for a while, Hyeon grew even more annoyed, his face flushing red. He suddenly thought, if I can lure him in. Switching scenes to the day before, Hyeon was in his office, his belongings smashed to pieces, when a call came in. You seem tired lately, Hyeon? Hyeon stood up to answer the call. This voice, on the other end of the line, a blond man laughed, yes, it's me. I'm calling to offer my help because I see you're having difficulties. Hyeon thought, forget it, since there's no way to contact them, I can only rely on guys like an Yusong. Why is this guy calling out of the blue? Thinking this, Hyeon still smiled. Ha ha ha. You called at the perfect time. If you help, I won't let you suffer any losses. My father will support you as well. He hadn't finished speaking when the other end of the line interrupted him. What? Hyeon was taken aback. The person on the other end said nonchalantly, who did you say was supporting who? Seems like you haven't grasped the situation yet. I've changed my mind. I won't help. Hyeon panicked. Wait. Why are you suddenly? The person on the other end ignored his reaction and coldly said, just stick to your arrogant father. Then, he hung up. Back to the present, Hyeon remembered this incident and was still furious. He clenched the piece of paper, and it showed signs of catching fire. He muttered, that bastard, he's even more of a jerk than an Yusong. The paper in Hyeon's hand was reduced to ashes. He said to himself, let's see how long those arrogant bastards can keep their heads up. Switching scenes, at a storefront building. The blond man who called Hyeon earlier was talking to another man. So that's how it is. The Bait Guild has summoned all its members. Seems like Hyeon is at his wit's end. Huh? Youngshik, sitting across him, asked cautiously, even though we're still allies on the outside, are you really not going to send support? He called the blond man by name, Choi Minjin. But Minjin still calmly enjoyed his hot tea. He put the teacup down and slowly replied, whether it's necessary or not doesn't matter. Supporting that trash would just be a waste of effort. Youngshik was puzzled, but if he dies, then Chairman Young Sang-soo won't let it slide. As soon as he mentioned that name, Minjin shot him a sharp look. A burst of red energy erupted, forming tendrils that tightened around Youngshik's neck. He gasped for breath, his eyes bulging in pain. Minjin used his power to lift him up, casually putting his hands in his pockets, watching him struggle. So what? Do I have to rely on that old man to live? Youngshik, being choked to the point where tears and drool were leaking out, managed to reply, no. I was wrong. Minjin glanced at him then sighed slightly, retracting the tendrils, and Youngshik fell onto the sofa. He quickly sat up, clutching his neck and coughing. Minjin calmly walked to the door. Just continue the work you were doing. Research the new funding sources. Yes, sir? Youngshik quickly responded. Switching scenes, at a D-grade dungeon in the Disrupin Forest. A group of people had just entered the gate. It was Hyeon's group. He asked his subordinate, what time is it now? 6:03, the person replied. Hyeon frowned, damn it, we sent the signal, but there's no sign of him. Could it be that we lost? He turned his head to remind his subordinates, Everyone, get ready to fight. We don't know how many enemies there are or if there's an ambush. Yes, sir, they shouted in unison. Suddenly, one person pointed toward the direction where a cloud of dust was swirling like a tornado heading toward them. The group panicked, their eyes strained to observe, and the person emerging from the dust was Hyeon. He was carrying a large bag, smiling brightly as he ran like a bullet, but he was followed by a pack of large, ferocious wolves. The closer Hyeon got, the more bizarre his smile became, a terrifying and cunning look in his eyes. Hyeon, seeing Hyeon's face clearly, recoiled in horror. Kang Hyeon? Twins? No, he exclaimed, his eyes wide, unable to believe it. He's still alive? Hyeon greeted them carefreely. Young Hyeon, long time no see, how have you been? He pulled something out of the bag, laughing. I have a gift for you. In Hyeon's hand was a cute little wolf pup with sparkling eyes. The entire group of Hyeon instantly melted, in a daze, their faces flushed. Is it a disruffin pup? It's so adorable. Hyeon took a baseball pitching stance, grinning as he said, all right, here it comes. He threw the small wolf pup hard, yelling. The people on this side, who were obsessed with the cute creature, immediately became furious. That lunatic. He threw the adorable little animal. One of them dropped his weapon. The bald guy stepped forward to watch where the little wolf was falling. I'll catch it. He knelt down, raising his hand. I'll catch it. The little wolf cried out in fear. The bald guy successfully caught the pup, happily hugging it to his chest. It's okay. Daddy will protect you. The little wolf had tears in its eyes. The surrounding people were melting. So adorable. I want to hug it. The crowd had turned into a group of crazed fans, yelling and pointing fingers at Hyeon. Hyeon was speechless, furious, and shouted, shut up everyone. He understood how abnormal Hyeon's actions were, gnashing his teeth, searching for a clue. Hyeon saw that Hyeon still had a few more little wolves in his bag. That lunatic, he stole Disrupfin's pups. Hyeon realized the situation. The Disruffin are so agitated that they're out of control. They're coming here. Hyeon laughed. Here's your gift, everyone. Then he threw the entire big bag into the air. The cute creatures inside looked confused, just sitting still. Hyeon's group stared, bewildered. When they fell, the little wolves panicked. The subordinates shouted, ah, cute kids from the sky. While everyone was focusing on the bag, Hyeon jumped forward to approach Hyeon. He activated his ability, swinging his weapon down hard toward Hyeon's position. Luckily the guy managed to dodge in time. Right behind Hyeon, the big wolves caught up. They leaped forward. The wolves showed their teeth and claws, growling, attacking anything in front of them. Hyeon quickly created a fire shield to defend himself. A figure quickly flashed past him. Hyeon glanced over in shock, gritting his teeth. Kang Hyeon. Hyeon leisurely slipped away, turning his head. You guys have it rough. The situation was dire. Hyeon no longer had time to pay attention to Hyeon. He focused on withstanding the wolves' attack, resentfully turning his head to watch Hyeon run off, cursing, damn it. Hyeon was calmly fighting against the crowd. Hyeon thought, it's hard to deal with the Disrupin due to their camouflage ability. Hyeon joining in only messes up the formation. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became, yelling. Despite his unwillingness, Hyeon could only give the order, everyone retreat, quickly get out of the dungeon. The group hurriedly ran toward the gate. Some people said in despair, damn it, I'm lucky I was at the back. Run faster. Someone else even declared, tomorrow I'm running away from this crazy guild. The gate was right in front of them, but a figure appeared, blocking them, and Yusong, with a calm smile, said, hello, there. He took out his weapon. The group stared in confusion. Huh? Before the group could react, Yusong swung his mace down. A scream rang out, blood spilled. As the spiked mace swung, fresh blood splattered, staining the weapon red. And Yusong stood right at the gate, slaughtering with a maniacal frenzy. The group stunned, unable to react. The more he fought, the more energetic he became, his smile growing wider, his face crazed. A massacre broke out. Fresh blood and desperate screams filled the air. Help! Young Hyeon noticed the commotion and shouted, and Yusong. He hesitated, backing away, his body stiff, his face full of confusion. He's betraying us? Since when? Hyeon sensed an intense danger. This is bad. He glanced around frantically. What can I do? But before his eyes was a scene of his subordinates being torn apart, unable to resist. He shifted his gaze to another side, and the situation wasn't better. Kang Hyeon and An Yusong were full of vigor, taking lives one by one. There's no way to stop them. Hyeon was distraught. How can we escape? His whole body trembled. He was unwilling to give up, grinding his teeth, an idea forming. If this continues, then the last resort. Hyeon activated his power, a blazing red flame engulfing his fist. In another corner, a servant was slashed, his eyes wide, coughing up blood. Kang Hyeon finished off another, his actions without hesitation. Blood splattered on Xian's face, making him look like a god of death. TCH, they just keep coming. These guys are like leeches, so annoying. Just then, Hyeon charged forward, yelling, "Kang Hyeon!" Hyeon turned his head on reflex. Hyeon's entire body was enveloped in a raging fire. He yelled, "Even if we're finished." It was a suicide move. Hyeon was betting it all. He rushed madly toward Hyeon, screaming, "At least you'll be my companion." The flames reached Hyeon, who calmly raised his hand to defend. The fire flared up violently, engulfing the area. The subordinates standing nearby cried out in pain. Hyeon stood in the middle of the inferno, his whole body burning, but he was still focused. "Skills with such powerful fire make my life critical, but if I use this method, he'll also." He didn't even get a chance to imagine a better future when the scene before him left him stunned. A large, powerful hand reached out from within the fire. Kang Hyeon was alive and well, stepping out, his eyes sharp, grabbing Hyeon by the head. "Unbelievable!" Hyeon groaned in agony. Hyeon's body was still covered in embers, his face swollen, but he said nonchalantly, "You had to go this far for just this much? Foolish." Hyeon casually threw Hyeon out of the fire, then kicked him to the side. Even a casual kick sent him reeling in pain, his mouth gushing blood. Hyeon skidded until he crashed into a dead wolf. Thud. His body was smoking, groaning in pain. Hyeon said coldly, "Just sit there and watch, because I'll deal with you later. I'm still a mess. Don't you dare think you'll get off easy. Your subordinates, I will make you witness their final moments." Then, he returned to the battlefield, continuing the purge. The screams continued incessantly. Hyeon sat slumped there, his face down in despair. It's over. It's all over. Just because of the mistake of touching one person. He went crazy, laughing mindlessly. Ha ha. He raised his head, his eyes vacant, laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha. Hyeon looked like a madman, just sitting in one place, his mouth open in laughter. That mindless laughter echoed through the forest. Switching scenes, a while later, the surrounding area was nothing but ruins. Corpses of people and beasts littered the ground, fresh blood staining the grass. Hyeon and Yusong approached Hyeon, who was sitting, laughing vacantly. His eyes were empty, white, and he continued to laugh mindlessly. Yusong bent down to look at him. "What's so funny, big guy?" Hyeon said calmly. "Let him be. Maybe he's dreaming a nice dream." Hyeon sat there, dazed. "It's over. It's all over." Suddenly, he thought of something. "Wait." His eyes widened. "Over? Who? Who is it?" Hyeon's whole body trembled, muttering, "No way. It can't be." Hyeon noticed this unusual reaction, glancing down at him. Hyeon gritted his teeth, his jaw clenched, his face full of unwillingness, tears welling up. "I can't die like this." Hyeon recalled his life. "I am an illegitimate child, an outcast, a bastard, a stepchild, an outsider." He painfully remembered, "My siblings, who are no different from strangers, didn't care about me, looked down on me. I was dragged into fights for positions that I never coveted. They controlled me as they pleased. My father pitied me and provided for me fully, but that was only a reason for them to attack me. And then, one day, the world changed." He remembered that day vividly. The tutorial started. Then, the appearance of dungeons and awakeners. The world began to return to the logic of primal power. Hyeon was lost in his memories. At that time, I had a premonition. This was my chance to turn the tables. But before he could finish speaking, a beam of light flashed through his neck. His head tilted to one side, his eyes wide in shock. The setting sun was so beautiful, Hyeon's head rolling on the grass. At least he had the chance to admire the spectacular scenery at the end of his life. Hyeon glanced over, sighing. "Phew. These guys talk so much," Yusong said excitedly. "You should at least listen to a person's last words." Hyeon retorted, "Why should I?" He continued, "Well, it was hard work anyway. It's not your problem." Yusong waved his hand, laughing. "It's nothing. It was fun." He turned to look at Hyeon. "So, what's it like to finally get revenge after all this time?" Hyeon rubbed his chin, thinking seriously. I don't know. The end of revenge is emptiness, right?" Yusong seemed interested, waiting for an answer. Hyeon spoke again. "Anyway, the guy who deserved to die is dead. If I had to compare it to something, it's like cleaning out a huge chunk of earwax. It's nothing big, but it feels relieving." He gestured, demonstrating how he dug his ear. Yusong found it funny. "Alright, stop with the comparisons." Hyeon didn't mind, flicking away the earwax he had just picked out. He walked to the pile of corpses. What about the dropped equipment? Should we sell it and split the profits? Yusong was lazy. I don't need it, I have enough money. Hyeon bent down to pick up some equipment. Really? You don't need it? He suddenly fell into thought. Money. Hyeon thought to himself, even now, I'm not too concerned about money. The rewards from clearing dungeons are enough so I don't feel deprived. He remembered the letter. Hello Kang Hyeon. I am writing to inquire about Young Wee-hun, the guildmaster of bait. Hyeon's face hardened. But this time, I understand clearly, I can't protect everything just with my own power and that money. He put his hand into his system space, making up his mind. I have to accumulate. And also, I'll build my own force. By the time the two were done with everything, it was completely dark. Yusong said in awe, it's finally over. Hyeon said nonchalantly, yeah. His face showed a serious look, pondering over something. He was silent for a long time, then spoke. And Yusong, if I told you that I'm going to start a guild, Yusong continued, you want me to join? Hyeon said sternly, I haven't finished. Yusong said directly, if it's a guild created by you, it will definitely be interesting, right? My gut feeling is telling me that. Hyeon chuckled. What gut feeling? I haven't even said I would let you join. The two walked side by side, Yusong laughing. Hey, you were about to recruit me. I know it all. Hyeon cursed, get lost. At that moment, no one knew that a small guild started by two men as a joke would become the most infamous guild in South Korea, of course in a negative way. And at this moment, those two were still arguing about food. Wanna go eat some beef? Yusong asked. Are you paying? Hyeon replied annoyed, you're richer than me. Switching scenes, sometime later, in another place, the chairman's office, an angry voice boomed, isn't the story supposed to be different? The person questioning in fury was Hanseok Group's chairman, Young Sang-soo. He pointed directly at the person opposite him and roared, you said you would take responsibility and care for Young Wee-hun. You violated the contract, he shouted loudly, Choi Min-jin. But the person being criticized remained indifferent, sitting still, not responding. Choi Min-jin smiled, turning his head to look at the hot-tempered chairman. He glanced over and then turned back to his original position, his back to Sang-soo, shrugging and saying, violated? You're kidding. I don't know what you're talking about. Young Sang-soo was shaking with anger, his voice strained. Are you still pretending you don't know now? It's been a week since my son and the guild members lost contact. Based on the current situation, it's clear that. Choi Min-jin interrupted, so what exactly do you want me to do? The chairman was startled, dumbfounded. What? Choi Min-jin stretched his legs and crossed them on the table, scoffing, I supported an incompetent, powerless person to become the leader of a guild. Didn't I do what I was paid for? Young Sang-soo was speechless, trembling with anger. His face flushed red, unable to refute. You, he ordered, attack him, kill him. The bodyguards immediately obeyed, rushing forward, weapons aimed at Choi Min-jin. He was not fazed, glancing at them with contempt. Choi Min-jin used his power, streams of energy coiling into thick, sturdy tendrils. The long tendrils shot out in all directions, easily controlling the bodyguards. They were also surprised to see this power. Gasp! The bodyguards, their necks constricted, cried out in pain. Choi Min-jin sat calmly in his place, while the bodyguards couldn't even touch a hair on his head. All of them were caught and restrained. Choi Min-jin slowly stood up, saying, Chairman Young. He took a step closer to Young Sang-soo, still holding the bodyguards suspended in the air. We clearly signed a contract, and I fulfilled the contract as agreed. Why are you playing games with me? Young Sang-soo's entire body was trembling again, but this time it was from fear. He was sweating profusely, stammering, You? Choi Min-jin glared at him, warning, if something like this happens again, I won't let it go, understand? Young Sang-soo looked at his subordinates, and said knowingly, Understood. Choi Min-jin smiled in satisfaction as if nothing had happened. He retracted his power. The bodyguards fell to the ground, coughing. Choi Min-jin turned and left, waving goodbye. Good thing you understand. Please transfer the promised amount to my account before the day is over. He muttered, I'm very curious, who is the one who overthrew Young Wee-hun? What followed was this. The bait guild disappeared. The sudden disappearance of a large guild created countless rumors and ghost stories. The media also made a big noise for a while, and social media had discussions and open forums. Is it true that bait has collapsed? Foreign policy, the collapse of bait, the increase in missing people in dungeons. Some also thought, this is the result of a power struggle between guilds. Breaking news, dungeon criminals, is it okay? It's a time of unrest. And countless other news items sprung up. Leader of the Awakened Alliance Choi Dong-woo needs preferential treatment for Awakeners. Increased dungeon terrorism, possible organized crime, Awakener of the Month interview. Fire Dragon Guild leader Park Hyeon, exclusive news about Goblin Slayer. In short, in the context of many new guilds and awakeners appearing every day, the Bait Guild was increasingly forgotten. Switching scenes, somewhere else, the morning light shone on the rows of houses. In a room, there was a discussion. Good, there definitely won't be any chance of being caught. Sitting in that room were Kang Hyeon and An Yusong. They were having a meal. There won't be any consequences left. I've dealt with all the troublemakers. This time I might even level up after the fight. Hyeon rambled. The equipment we picked up has also been taken care of. We even got to eat good food. Yusong noticed something, smiling as he asked, "Isn't everything fine? What are you still upset about?" Hyeon looked down, picking at his food, the surrounding air becoming cold. He was trembling with anger. The new title I got this time is the problem. On Hyeon's status board it read, Title, Ruthless Family Destroyer. Description, it is a prejudice that monsters don't have families. The title is given to those who have destroyed many families in horrifying and cruel ways. Effect, increased strength +2. Increased hostility. The owner of this title will create an instinctual sense of fear in others. What Hyeon was emphasizing was the effect, increased strength +2. Increased hostility. The owner of this title will create an instinctual sense of fear in others. He slammed his chopsticks on the table. Even a title that's not equipped has some effect, right? But the problem is, the status board clearly states that all effects except for the selected title only have 50% effectiveness. Hyeon said frustratingly, I've been very stressed lately. I've been misunderstood even more because of this. Yusong found it amusing. Speaking calmly, you don't need to be misunderstood. You're inherently evil. It doesn't make a difference anyway, so don't worry. The phone on Hyeon's table vibrated. Someone was calling. The caller's name displayed as Instructor Kim Hee-hoon. Hyeon answered the phone. Jung Ui-hoon. The person on the other end corrected, it's Kim Hee-hoon. I hope you don't call me that. He asked, you still remember that promise, right? Hyeon didn't remember anything. His head tilted with a question mark. Promise? What promise? Hee-hoon sighed. I thought you knew. He got straight to the point. Please come meet with our guild leader. It's quite urgent, so I hope you can come right away. When are you free? Switching scenes. A high-rise building. Dagon Guild. The elevator went up to the 12th floor. Hyeon suddenly asked, it'll be okay, right? He was asking Kim Hee-hoon for his opinion, pointing to the file attached with An Yusong's name on the side. Can I bring him with me? Hee-hoon replied, this is something that the guild leader has already authorized. Yusong shrugged, smiling and boasting, you don't need to worry, Han Se-eun and I know each other. Hyeon asked, hearing you call her older sister, I find it weird. How do you two know each other? Yusong answered honestly, I've met her before at a social gathering. The image of Yusong in the past made Hyeon wonder, who is that? He pouted, muttering, a social gathering. The guild leader must be rich, and a tutorial graduate too. This world is so unfair. After a while, they had arrived at their destination, standing before the door of the reception room. Hee-hoon went ahead, knocking on the door. Guild leader. Inside, a voice responded, come in. The three of them opened the door and stepped inside. Han Se-eun was already waiting. Hyeon looked up at the person in front of him, stunned, as if he had recognized something. The beautiful woman in front of him smiled friendly. Please come in. I'm the Dagon Guild leader, Han Se-eun. Hyeon shook her hand, replying, oh, yes, I'm Kang Hyeon. Se-eun smiled, hello, Hee-hoon has mentioned you a lot. Yusong cheerfully said, it's been a while, big sis. Hee-hoon opened the door and walked out, bowing, I'll go outside. Se-eun replied, thank you for your hard work. She also smiled at Yusong. Long time no see. And Yusong. She gestured for Hyeon to sit. Please, have a seat. He sat down. Hyeon spoke first. Thank you for helping me. I don't know how to repay you, Se-eun said politely. It's nothing. It wasn't difficult. Don't worry about it. Hyeon said seriously, but I don't want to owe any favors. Why did you call me here? Se-eun asked. Can I be direct? Hyeon said decisively. You know everyone is busy. Se-eun smiled. I was just planning to chat for a bit. Since you said that, I won't be polite. And Se-eun looked directly at Hyeon, her eyes serious and determined. Kang Hyeon. He looked up. Se-eun's eyes were full of sincerity. Do you want to join the Dagon Guild? Hyeon didn't hesitate for a second, replying bluntly, no. Both sides fell silent, the atmosphere becoming awkward and uncomfortable. Se-eun sputtered, stunned. Oh, okay. Se-eun was puzzled. Mr. Kang Hyeon, why don't you want to join our guild? He replied nonchalantly, I don't like it. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. After a while, Se-eun spoke. Oh, okay. Yusong, sitting next to him, waved his hand teasingly. You're pretty sharp, bro. That's going to cut someone. He asked, puzzled. Huh? What's your point? Se-eun smiled. It's okay, on the contrary. Hearing you say it so clearly makes it easier for me to give up. That's good, he continued. Anyway, I will repay this favor in another way. If you need any help, just call me. She didn't take it to heart, speaking politely. Don't worry about it. Having a connection with someone as strong as you wouldn't be a loss for us either. We'll be in touch when we need to. Hyeon shrugged. But honestly, does the #1 guild in the country need my help? Of course, if there's anything I can help with, I'll still help. Seun called him again. Mr. Kang Hyeon, how long do you think the current peace will last? He was silent. Peace? He remembered the chaos caused by Uihun's guild, the increasingly powerful monsters, the appearance of dungeons, and rampant crime. A peaceful world? He looked at Seun. Could she have seen that too? The thing he had also seen. A scene of monsters swarming the streets, the image of the 8th layer of the tutorial. You could say that the world is peaceful now if you compare it to that image. He closed his eyes, leaning back lazily. I don't know. It's not a problem I can solve. Anyway, my becoming stronger is the only countermeasure. He looked at Seun. Besides, there are still 5 years left until the so-called Haken dimension, right? Seun suddenly said. 3 years. Some countries will definitely be in danger in the next 3 years. We don't have much time. He questioned, what makes you so sure? She refused to answer. I can't say exactly. But she still revealed some information that surprised him. There is a divine entity that knows everything. We have people on our side who can communicate with that entity. Hyeon remembered the administrator. A divine entity? Is she talking about the administrator? Someone who can communicate with the administrator? Seun said seriously. Actually, you, Mr. Kang Hyeon, can feel it too, right? The difficulty of dungeons is increasing, but the development of awakeners is stagnating. But he thought, I don't feel that way. Yusong suddenly spoke. Then why did you say that? The more reckless awakeners are, the stronger they become. He saw Hyeon looking at him and continued, that's why hunting with guns isn't effective. Hyeon realized, oh, is that so? That's why no awakeners use guns. Yusong gave an example like sunga, bows or crossbows are different from guns, because they can be upgraded according to level. It seems like there are a lot of theories. Huh, Seun agreed. That's right. So, only strong and reckless people like you, Mr. Kang Hyeon, can solve the current situation. You could become a hero. He scratched his face awkwardly. Even though I don't like to say it, I'm not a good person either. You know that, those guys from Bait were also dealt with by me this time. Yusong nodded in agreement. However, Seun said something unexpected. Those pieces of trash don't need to be worried about. He was shocked. Huh? She explained slowly. Either way, they're people who are not useful for the survival of humanity. They are people who are not worth protecting. Seun's expression completely changed, becoming emotionless. To humanity, one person like you, Mr. Kang Hyeon, is more important than hundreds of people like that. The person who protects the world is not a gentleman, but a strong person. After a while, Ihun arrived at the door of the room. He opened the door and stepped in. Seun smiled. You saw them off already? He replied, yes, I confirmed they were in their car before I came back. Ihun asked about the conversation just now. How was it? First impressions meeting in person? Seun rested her chin on her hand, her voice low. Honestly, he exceeded my expectations. She closed her eyes, smiling with satisfaction. That's right. She recalled Hyeon's gaze, although it was only a brief moment. When I mentioned the story about the administrator, his pupils dilated. Seun smiled. He's someone who graduated from the tutorial. Outside the gate of the dungeon was being guarded by soldiers. Inside the dungeon, it was dark and gloomy. D-grade and E-grade dungeons, only one letter difference, but there was a big gap. In the middle of the hallway, the corpses of monsters littered the floor, blood almost dyeing the pathway red, leaving behind Hyeon's bloody footprints. The power and number of monsters had increased. The most obvious difference was their diversity. Especially in the D-grade dungeon, the Dan's laboratory, the diversity had reached its maximum. He single-handedly annihilated this place without taking any damage. Based on the level of monsters he had encountered, normal monsters, whether they are regular or bosses, are all the same species, so they're easy to fight. But here, the number of monsters is too high, so it's annoying. Their weaknesses and attack methods are completely different. While he was thinking, something blocked his path. Its shadow was so large it covered his entire body. He looked up in surprise. What is this? In front of him was a giant monster 3 times his size. The system also displayed above its head. Ogre, Chimera, Uarg. It saw him and roared, opening its mouth wide. But Hyeon wasn't afraid at all. Oh, the size ratio is much bigger. An ogre with a goblin head attached. Is it nerfed? He glared at it and then, as if he remembered something, do you want to join my guild? I bet in Yusong on who would find a candidate to join the guild first. It refused by raising its thick, heavy hammer. Hyeon exuded murderous intent, calmly watching it raise the hammer to smash him. If you don't want to, say so, but you're not qualified. The ogre roared angrily, spitting out a bunch of yellow liquid. Hyeon created an energy ball, disgusted. Damn it, so filthy. The energy ball exploded, causing the saliva to splatter everywhere. He jumped behind it, discovering that the corner of the wall that had been hit by the liquid was sizzling and melting into a large hole. Could it be corrosive acid? Behind him was the core of the dungeon. But he was only concerned with facing the ogre. Its skin is also thick, and its body is also larger than mine. But because I use my brain, I'll always find the answer. He looked at it excitedly, smiling gleefully. If I can steal that hammer, what could be better? A loud noise echoed through the dungeon. In another place, a spear wielder heard the sound. Big bro, have you heard any monster screams lately? Guzik didn't pay much attention. Someone's probably hunting. And he smiled lecherously, looking at a girl holding a bow. We just need to pay attention to the feast in front of us. Sunga clutched her knife, defensive. Guzik rested his sword on his shoulder. This is why I like dungeons. The spear wielder heard something again, asking him, Big bro, did you hear something? Guzik was suspicious. Huh? What sound? Just as he said you don't have to pay attention to those hunts, a giant hammer of the ogre slowly appeared. Hyeon was dragging the handle of the hammer on his shoulder, his face dark. It stinks. The whole group noticed him. He dragged the hammer, walking toward them. You guys, stink. This is... By the time he looked up, it was his familiar twisted face, his whole body surrounded by a surging murderous aura, tinged with a deadly red color. Mocking. The smell of trash, low-grade, inferior criminals I defeated, isn't it? The group of people stared in disbelief at the thing behind Hyeon. What? What's that guy holding on his back? A hammer? The atmosphere fell silent. Only the sound of the hammer being dragged on the ground remained. Then, Hyeon frantically lifted the hammer wanting to slam it down. But the space was too cramped. The hammer got stuck on the ceiling. The weight of the hammer caused the ceiling to cave in, scattering debris and rocks. Guzik's group struggled to withstand the falling rocks like rain. Damn it! When everything quieted down, the image of Hyeon holding tightly onto the stuck hammer handle was revealed. Guzik was sweating in panic but still tried to appear calm. Is he crazy? Why swing a hammer in this cramped place? As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the hammer stuck on the ceiling suddenly moved. He looked up in shock. Right after, the hammerhead made a long line across the ceiling. Hyeon used force to slam the hammer down on the ground, leaving a deep, long trench. Guzik's group clenched their teeth in terror. The ground in front of them was smashed into a big hole by the hammer. Hyeon lowered his head, sighing, and casually waved his hand. It's really heavy. It's not good for a main weapon. He casually stored the hammer into his inventory. Let's just leave it here for now. Guzik's group stared blankly. Guzik tried to act calm, forcing a smile. Showing off your strength. I thought you were so amazing. Looks like you don't know the situation, huh? He stepped forward, raising his sword wanting to slash Hyeon. You shouldn't put your weapons down right now. Just as he opened his mouth to say die, a red light flashed and kissed his cheek. Hyeon, without saying a word, used his right-hand rule to swipe his cheek. Guzik didn't even have time to react before his pupils glazed over, his cheek deformed by the slap. He had only swiped lightly, but the man lost all his strength and collapsed on the ground. The remaining guys watched in shock at this unbelievable scene. Hyeon grabbed Guzik's hair and pulled him up. Come on. The other hand grabbed his fallen sword. You damnable criminals. Although he said that, he looked more like a criminal than the entire group put together, his mouth wide in a grin, glaring at the remaining guys, holding the sword to the neck of Guzik, who was trembling in fear. Take everything you have with you out here. The spear wielder stuttered. That lunatic. He took a deep breath, gnashing his teeth, releasing energy through his body and shouting, everyone attack. Isn't he just one person? Hyeon pouted, pulling Guzik's hair tightly. Hey, can't you see I'm holding a hostage? This guy has lived his whole life. He glanced at Guzik and asked, what's your name? He stuttered in fear. Kim Guzik. As soon as he received the answer, he threw away the sword. Okay Guzik. He used his dragon claw to grab Guzik in the groin. Guzik's face paled, feeling like an electric current had run through his brain. A muffled syllable escaped his throat. At the same time, Hyeon said affectionately, I'll get revenge for you. The spear wielder who was charging forward was startled. Hyeon lifted Guzik like a cannonball and slammed him into the spear wielder. Annihilation strike. He was hit in the forehead and fell backward, while Guzik died on the spot. His tears and snot streamed down his face, foam bubbling at his mouth as his broken balls bid farewell to the world. The remaining people following behind watched this terrifying scene in shock. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. They stopped moving, looking at the spear wielder lying on the ground. and at Guzik, who was unconscious in Hyeon's arms. He looked up at them. "Oh, this doesn't feel too bad." He smiled gleefully like he had discovered a new toy, rolling Guzik over. "Everyone come at me. I'll face you with my new weapon, Annihilation Siege Hammer." The group, seeing their brother's pathetic state, trembled like a leaf, their legs not moving, only whimpering in plea. Don't come closer." But that terrifying figure was still closing the distance. He used Guzik's body to make Annihilation Siege Hammer, blood splattering everywhere, accompanied by a mournful cry, "Damn it!" My lip touched. He turned to take care of each of them one by one. The sound of heavy body impacts and desperate screams rang out incessantly. "Help! Help me!" Sunga watched from start to finish, stunned. She silently watched his back amidst the bloody bodies. Hyeon scratched his head looking down. "Is this what a D-grade dungeon raid team is like? It's taking more time than I thought." Behind him, a voice said, "Thank you." He turned his head to see Sunga bowing. "Thank you for helping. Thanks to you, I wasn't in danger." Hyeon waved his hand. "It's nothing. I actually enjoyed beating them up. Raise your head." She looked up, introducing herself. "I'm Shin Sunga. Could you tell me your name?" He scratched his face awkwardly. "My name? My name is Kang Hyeon." Suddenly he heard her call his name in a formal tone and came to his senses. "Mr. Kang Hyeon." She placed a hand over her chest. "I want to ask, how can I become strong like Mr. Kang Hyeon?" Her face was full of sincerity. Hyeon's face went blank. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. This is a historic moment when the three worst troublemakers in South Korea gathered, but that has to wait a while longer to be known. The mouths of Guzik's group were all swollen like sausages, lying flat on the ground. On the other side, Sunga was still seriously asking Hyeon, "How can I become as strong as you, Mr. Kang Hyeon?" She stared intently at him. He scratched his face absent-mindedly. "You're asking how to become stronger?" He thought cluelessly. "Just be diligent." She was dumbfounded. "Just be diligent?" She usually was like that when it came to that. "If I'm diligent, Hyeon interrupted. "Not all efforts are the same. You have to try to die. That's the literal meaning." Sunga lowered her head, contemplating. "To die?" He became flustered seeing her like that. "Well, the words of someone who died and came back to life like me aren't very logical, are they?" But he didn't explain further. Turning to leave, "Be careful. It's up to you whether you spare them or kill them." Sunga watched his back. When he was out of sight around the corner, he suddenly stopped and poked his head out. "Can you go alone?" Sunga didn't hesitate at all. "No." Hyeon was puzzled. Isn't it normal for people to beg for help? Even so, he was still polite. "I really want to help you. But not right now. I have to clear this stage." Sunga suggested, "If that's the case, can I go with you?" He was stunned. "Huh?" He didn't care. "Do you believe what I said before? Forget it. If you actually die." She had already refuted. "It's not that," Sunga said seriously. "I know my limits. I'll go with you to dig for mana stones. I definitely won't hinder you." When she saw his expression, she added, "Of course, all the mana stones will belong to you." He was only worried about her. It's dangerous. Sunga was an awakened being, daring to go into a dungeon alone. "I know how to protect myself." Hyeon thought for a moment and then agreed. "All right then, come with me." Wherever they went, the monsters fell. Hyeon led Sunga, handling everything himself. Sunga suddenly spoke. "You've been working hard." She pulled out a dagger from her hip. "Now, I'll dig out the mana stones." She made a clean cut right where the mana stone was located. He watched her fluent movements with reassurance. Looks like she can protect herself as promised. Throughout the process, Sunga always hid in a place to support him. I don't know if she has a stealth skill or not, but every time a fight starts, she quickly retreats to the back, occasionally supporting with arrows that don't hinder me. He looked at the mana stone in her hand. "Also, she helps me collect all these annoying mana stones." Indeed, the strategy has become much easier. He signaled to Sunga, "Let's go like that." Based on the aura, it seems like the boss is ahead. "From now on, it might be very dangerous," Sunga said firmly. "I've made my decision. I'll go with you." In the dim sky, a notification board appeared. Two notifications clearly appeared. The main core of the dungeon has been destroyed. The main exit has opened. Hyeon was surprised. "Oh." He was puzzled. "Did I clear everything? Did someone go before me?" He noticed something and widened his eyes. "Wait." He looked towards the aura in front of him. "I can feel the boss." When he thought of a possibility, he was even more surprised. The rift. On TV at this time, news about the third large-scale dungeon opening was being broadcasted. Suspected terrorism. For the first time in South Korea, a D-grade dungeon rift incident has occurred. Dozens of dungeons near Seoul have opened simultaneously, causing what is known as a monster wave. The 2.8 dungeon opening event. After the Hangrae Legion blockade, This is the third incident in the country. In the hallway of a building, a man ran quickly, pushing open the door. Alliance leader, the man inside said, "You've arrived?" It was Alliance leader Choi Dong-woo. He said sternly, "The dungeon rift, is everything ready?" The man hesitated. "That, according to the report we just received." Dong-woo frowned. "There's information that one of the dungeons where the incident occurred is a D-grade dungeon." Dong-woo quickly headed towards the door. "Location?" The other man, "It's the Daeance laboratory in Suwon, Gyeonggi-do." He was worried. "Why there?" "Because it's such a complex dungeon, the enforcement has been delayed, and now this happens." He walked quickly. "Are there any large guilds nearby?" The messenger replied, "There's the Hangul Guild, but their main forces are all on assignments." Dong-woo ordered, "Immediately gather 50 elite soldiers, we will go to Suwon. The other teams go to the other dungeons." "Yes sir." At the Hangul Guild's building, Seun walked while asking, "What's the situation?" Hyeon reviewed the tablet. "I heard that Alliance leader Choi Dong-woo will personally handle the Daeance laboratory. He's heading there with his elite forces." "Seun, if that's the case, it'll be too late. Are there any guilds nearby that can guarantee a defense?" Hyeon pushed up his glasses. "Besides the Hangul Guild, there are only small and medium guilds left, but..." He looked at Seun. "There's information that an awakener is dealing with the monsters at a very fast pace." She was surprised. "Alone?" Hyeon smiled slightly, bowing his head. "A giant greatsword and a large figure, and also..." He paused, looking at Seun's surprised expression. "A ferocious face that's no different from a monster." Seun smiled reassured. She knew his fighting ability. "If that's the case, then we don't need to worry about that side." At the D-grade dungeon rift, Sunga and the other awakeners were stunned. "This is crazy. He's dealing with them all alone?" They watched in disbelief at Hyeon's back amidst the pile of monster corpses. "That's what a real awakener is." The blonde-haired guy, "Thank you for saving our lives." He was about to say "for this grace" when Hyeon said coldly, "Get lost." He was bewildered. "Huh?" Hyeon turned his head with murderous intent, grinding his teeth. "Get lost. If you don't get lost, I'll deal with you next." He was still bewildered. "Huh?" Hyeon looked back in shock. The rift, it was still open and emitting a dangerous aura. It's still not closed. This means that the skeleton, the final boss, is still alive. Hyeon, seeing the crowd of people swarming around, was furious and roared, "The final boss hasn't appeared yet. If you guys are still here, you'll die." The others were blank-faced. The blonde-haired guy pursed his lips and frowned, not afraid to die, wanting to argue, "Wait a minute. Either way, we're all awakeners. We can help even a little." He completely lost patience, his face dark. "You." The blonde-haired guy was startled. "Huh?" He asked directly, "How many chimera did you guys catch just now?" He continued. "Huh?" Hyeon closed the distance, pressing, "Did you catch even one? You guys being here is just hindering me. If you understand, go back and help the civilians evacuate." The blonde-haired guy was bewildered. "What do you mean, huh?" The people behind him started whispering, "What's wrong with that guy? Why is he talking like that? No matter how strong he is, this situation..." One person looked up at Hyeon. At this moment, Hyeon had completely gone insane. His eyes red like a demon, biting his lips and not saying anything. His whole body exuding murderous intent. The guy was sweating in fear, avoiding his gaze. "Let's just go." "Yeah, let's just go." The whole group quickly left. Hyeon breathed a tired sigh. Only Sunga remained, and she suddenly called out, "You." She hesitated. "I." But in the end, she avoided his gaze. Hyeon spoke, "Can you do it? Can you do it?" Sunga didn't understand. "Huh?" He pointed at himself. "Back me up. Find a place to hide." He looked at Sunga, who still didn't move. "Can you do it?" Sunga then realized, "Yes." Inside the rift, there was a shift. A foot in armored boots stepped out. Following behind were several beast-like monsters. 3 large figures carrying terrifying magical power stepped out together to face Hyeon. He looked up. "What the hell is this?" In front of him were 3 monsters, an ogre wearing a steel helmet, a tiger, and a snake. All 3 were 2 or 3 times bigger than him. "The 4 heavenly kings?" "No, you guys are not the 4 heavenly kings." He frowned, remembering the ogre with the hammer he had just encountered. "These guys are all at the same level as that ogre, and more." He looked past them into the rift. A bony arm covered in magical power, and a skull that was slightly open and exhaling. He felt a heavy pressure start to weigh down on him. A figure wearing a cloak gradually stepped out. The final boss had appeared. The rift shot out lightning and then shrunk. The skeleton boss was revealed. Looking around, these buildings have such unique architecture. Hyeon was surprised. "A talking monster?" He looked down at Hyeon. Den said in a deep, arrogant voice, "Human, You intend to defeat me alone? Hyeon reached into his system. That's right. He pulled out the giant hammer, slamming it hard onto the ground, splattering blood, dirt and rocks everywhere. He smiled eerily. I'll crush your skull and then reassemble it like playing a jigsaw puzzle. Dans was silent for a moment. Arrogant human. But your body seems useful. I will personally. He interrupted. All right, that's enough. You and I. Let's have a fair solo fight. Let's eliminate the minions, leaving only the two of us. Noble like two men. Dans was not easily provoked. I refuse. He spat a mouthful of saliva onto his hand. I wasn't expecting anything anyway. He clenched the hammer, resting it on his shoulder, challenging, come on. Hyeon charged towards the three giant monsters with his hammer. They also welcomed him. Both sides were filled with vigor. Hyeon took a deep breath and then roared, sound waves enveloping everything. The spirit of the raging lion will be activated. The armored ogre was enveloped in magical power. The other two beasts didn't escape either. Hyeon quickly launched, raising his hammer high, aiming for the armored ogre. First, let's start with this guy. The hammer struck straight on its head. Hyeon frantically lifted the hammer. Die. Then he delivered another fatal blow to its head. Dans looked down at the overwhelming scene. I can't sense any magic. Is that pure power? Dans muttered. It would be such a waste if he died. He extended a finger. I will control him and turn him into a slave. Hyeon powerfully slammed the hammer down onto the armored ogre's head with a bone-jarring thud. From the beginning, it hadn't had a chance to retaliate. Blood streamed down its face, and cracks appeared on its helmet. After that, the helmet completely shattered, revealing its bloody forehead. It screamed in pain, and then shut down, going to collect its lunchbox. Hyeon also landed on the ground. Even if I attack with such strength, the weight of the hammer still brings a terrifying pressure. My legs have started to tremble. It's too heavy. Above, Dans had moved his finger, a powerful stream of red magic rushing towards Hyeon, mind control technique. Immediately, Hyeon's expression went blank. His eyes gradually lost focus, a green color slowly appearing within, with patterns trying to swallow his pupils. He was smug. Take this. Light shone from his eye sockets. With this move, he watched Hyeon, who had lowered his hands and stood still, his whole body enveloped by his magic. Welcome, my slave. Now, bow your head and show your loyalty. Hyeon gradually opened his mouth, his hand slowly reaching out. Dans was startled, feeling strange. Hyeon didn't follow orders, but smiled and raised his middle finger, cursing, you bastard. At the same time, the system notified, the Ring of Fortitude resists all mind control techniques. The scene immediately froze. After a while, Dans understood. So, he protected himself with an item. I was planning to collect him intact, but it's a pity. Right after, the tiger charged forward, swinging its fist at Hyeon. He couldn't dodge in time, and had to use his skill to defend, one side of his face turning black. System, Antria skin. A collision rang out. Even though he was strengthened, Hyeon was still punched and sent flying dozens of meters, crashing into a shop across the street. Dust billowed into the air. Suddenly, an arrow flew out from somewhere, piercing the tiger's temple. Even Dans was surprised. Looking around, he has an ally behind him. However, he looked at the uninjured tiger and searched around. It's nothing important. Hyeon smiled slightly. Perfect timing, Sunga. Dans was shocked to hear his voice. He could still get up after the tiger's punch. He picked up the hammer, two hands gripping the hammer handle. This is, he rotated the hammerhead, smiling, a perfect weakness to attack. It was the arrow that was partially stuck in its head. He used his strength to slam the hammer into the arrow. Like nailing it in, blood splattering everywhere. The arrow had fully penetrated its head. The tiger roared in pain, collapsing. Right after, a sharp snake tail stabbed forward. Hyeon was startled, his eyes wide. Because of the speed, he couldn't dodge, and had to take a stab straight through his chest. He gritted his teeth in pain, dropping the hammer, grabbing the snake's tail tightly. It was surprised. He turned and slammed it into the sky, then smashed it to the ground, shattering the road. He reached into his system, pulling out his sword. Hyeon was full of murderous intent, swinging his sword towards the snake that was struggling to get up. It looked up in shock. In front of it now was a crazed, bloodthirsty maniac waiting to stab it with a sword. After a blood-curdling scream, blood splattered, dyeing the sky red. When everything stopped, the sword was soaked in fresh blood. Dan silently watched Hyeon finish off his subordinates. Hyeon propped his sword on the snake's corpse, his whole body exuding a strong aura of death. He wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth, and spoke. Now. Hyeon looked up at Dans, smiling provocatively. There's only one last one left, right? His face was twisted, his eye sockets glowing with anger. Hyeon's voice softly reached him. Like a mockery. Baldy. After finishing off all the attackers, Hyeon turned his head to look at the lich dens, still hovering in the sky. Only one left. His whole body was covered in blood, laughing like a crazy demon. Baldy. The lich calmly observed. Arrogant. Someone who has hardly any magical power left. What makes you dare to challenge me? Annoyed by the taunt, he frowned. He noticed. Hyeon sensed the remaining energy. That's right. I'm losing my magical power. The regeneration of my body is also reaching its limit. He looked up at the lich who still hadn't moved. And I don't have the strength to fight him in the air. His legs were trembling. I don't have the strength to jump or hover anymore. If only I could use the strength of a giant. Suddenly, his heart thumped, interrupting his thoughts. Blood immediately flowed from his nose. A feeling washed over him. Ah! Hyeon clutched his heart, the terrible pain making him stiff. He yelled. He stepped on an enemy's open wound, falling hard to the ground. Trembling. What the hell? The lich stood watching, his arms crossed. You're finally starting to realize. The lich watched Hyeon tremble in pain. It was hard to attack your inner body. There's no reason not to use poison. Hyeon's face was full of panic, blood flowing non-stop from his nose. Seeing Hyeon still stand up with his sword, the lich said, "You have no chance of winning. I will give you the antidote. Just obediently surrender and become my slave." Hyeon laughed. Damn it, his pupils contracted. Laughing madly. What did I say? I'll punch your skull in. I'll make a 3D model of you. His eyes flared like fire, his pupils disappearing. The gathering magical power made Hyeon terrifying. I'll use all the remaining magical power to detoxify, and also, a last resort. Notification board. Bilgeon's Greatsword, B. Durability 500/500. Description. The sword that accompanied Bilgeon throughout his 30 years wandering the battlefield. Originally, it was just a normal sword, but it absorbed demonic energy and blood during its time with Bilgeon. Ability. Berserker. Increased endurance. Berserker. Strength and physique increased by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. However, the ability to judge will become difficult and there will be serious side effects when used. After activation, a terrifying power exploded, startling the lich. Veins popped on Hyeon's face. He shouted, "Come on, you bastard. If you're going, I'll take you to the underworld." A voice suddenly rang out, "That's enough." Hyeon was startled. A fully armed man stepped forward. "Even though I don't know who you are, you've done a great job." He turned to look at Hyeon, smiling. "From now on, this place will be taken care of by our awakened alliance." Hyeon was stunned. His energy subsided. Someone who graduated from the tutorial. The man moved forward, blocking Hyeon. It was Choi Dong-woo, the chairman of the Awakened Alliance. He looked at Hyeon. "Your wounds are quite severe, please rest." Hyeon was bewildered. "What? Wait a minute. I haven't." Suddenly his whole body stiffened. Something had triggered. Hyeon groaned, his legs buckling. His head spun wildly. Damn it, I was about to catch him. Hyeon fell, sighing. Appearing in such a cool way is useless. Switching scenes, a large hospital, a clear blue sky. Hyeon opened his eyes. Kang Hyeon was sitting, drinking water. "You're awake?" Hyeon touched his head. "Just woke up and I see that annoying face." Hyeon was annoyed. "What are you barking about as soon as you wake up?" She looked down at her phone. Such a waste of money. Hyeon was sulking. "Is that how you talk to your brother who just woke up?" He suddenly remembered and was startled. "How is the Berserker dungeon?" She didn't care. "I don't really know, but it's been resolved." Remembering when she arrived at the hospital and met Choi Dong-woo, "Do you know how surprised I was? I received the news that you were in the hospital. I came right away, and then I saw the person I only ever saw on TV. It was the chairman of the Awakened Alliance." Hyeon lowered his head. Chairman of the Awakened Alliance. He remembered the business card. The Awakened Alliance Seon Yun-ho. Humph. I don't need to feel indebted. Hyeon, I didn't expect that. Even though you have special abilities, what if you really died? Hyeon felt a pang of guilt. Even if I say it, that's true. He sighed. You think I want to die? My level drops. My mood is bad. Who would want to die? He suddenly widened his eyes looking at Hyeon. Her face was flushed red, frowning in displeasure. Hyeon was silent, scratching his head. I don't know what to say. I'll try my best. At the building of the Awakened Alliance, inside the chairman's office, that awakener named Kang Hyeon. Is he someone you know? Dong-woo was typing on his keyboard. Huh? No. Oh, I heard the report that you contacted him. Yun-ho. Then, why did you personally take him away, and even pay his hospital bills? Dong-woo laughed. Haha. Because I witnessed the birth of a hero. If not then, when would I have the honor to help him? He remembered the moment when Hyeon shouted loudly, tears falling but still bravely not retreating, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will take you down, Dongwoo said seriously, resting his hands on the table. So, how did that go? Yun-ho. The lich escaped. Switching scenes to a luxurious hospital, with many buildings and patient rooms next to each other. The doctor said gravely, the results are nothing special. Awakeners really do recover very quickly. Hyeon walked out of the examination room. Ugh. I should have been discharged yesterday. Kang Ah-hyeon walked next to him. Why are you always complaining? The guild is paying for the hospital bills anyway, he said. Do you know how much I lose for a day off? A voice replied from the side, there is no patient named Kang Hyeon, sir. Hyeon turned his head towards the voice. Suddenly, there was a reminder. Kang Ah-hyeon, please go in first. Shin Tae-gil continued to question the nurse. There really isn't? The nurse. That's right. If that person has been discharged, then we can't look them up. He sighed in disappointment. Too late. There was a voice calling, Shin Tae-gil, who are you? Hyeon approached. Their eyes met with confusion. Shin Tae-gil stammered, you're... Hyeon? I'm Kang Hyeon. I heard you call my name. He explained, about that. Please wait a moment. Shin Tae-gil handed a business card to Hyeon. I'm Shin Tae-gil. Hyeon took the card, surprised. Special Ability Management Team, National Security Department. Why is the government looking for me? Switching scenes to a restaurant. A sizzling steak on the grill. Hyeon was puzzled. Are you really sure about this? This place is expensive. Shin Tae-gil. You don't have to worry. No problem. Hyeon said humorously. Oh, so the taxes I paid are returned in this way. He looked straight at Shin Tae-gil. So? Shin Tae-gil was nervous. Are you asking me to join the government? Of course, we're not forcing you. We're just making an offer. Hyeon wondered, I'll become a civil servant? What's good about that? Shin Tae-gil, we're not just civil servants. To deal with the turbulent future, the country has established an organization, the Special Ability Management Team. He explained, because the government has acknowledged that controlling those with abilities is impossible. The number of people with abilities is increasing. Not only is it impossible to control with force, but confronting them doesn't bring any benefits. So, we decided to build on a relationship of mutual support, maximizing support for them instead of confrontation. Shin Tae-gil flipped the steak on the grill. Hyeon said to himself, why does he grill meat like that? Hyeon replied, oh, I see. Hyeon asked, so, what benefits would I get if I joined? Shin Tae-gil, the biggest benefit is of course money. We will provide enough funding so that you don't encounter any difficulties during your activities. He added, and if there is a problem with your safety, we will be responsible for your family for life, guaranteeing a level of benefits equivalent to people with merit to the country. Hyeon, those are good conditions, but I'm sure there's a lot of work to do, right? Shin Tae-gil said with satisfaction, I don't deny that. However, we won't make unreasonable or unfair demands of you. You only need to continue your current life, and only when we request your help do you need to appear, Hyeon said seriously. Not bad conditions. Shin Tae-gil, by the way, the leader of the Awakened Alliance Choi Dong-woo and guild leader Han Se-eun of Dagon are also cooperating with us. Hyeon, they do that too? Shin Tae-gil, why not give it a try? Switching scenes to the Gyeonggi-do region, Suwon, the area near Dan's old research facility. Hyeon was walking alone through the neighborhood. Phew, and they even brought the car close to this area. I wonder if the car is still intact after that mess. Someone called, Mr. Kang Hyeon. He turned around. It was Shin Sunga, her eyes sparkling. And you called my name? Ms. Shinso? She approached. I'm Shin Sunga. Hyeon was confused. Sunga held out a bag. This is... Hyeon saw the bag full of colorful stones. This is... She gave the bag to Hyeon. I'm sorry for being late. I intended to give it to you right away, but since you collapsed, I had to take you to the emergency room. Hyeon, could it be that, not knowing if I would come back here or not, you were still waiting here to return this to me? Sunga, that's right. She said to herself, what a rigid person. Hyeon was embarrassed. You should just take it. She refused. I can't. I promised you. Hyeon turned to leave. Okay then, I'll take it. Thanks for your concern. Sunga watched Hyeon's back. Mr. Kang Hyeon. Hyeon turned back. Huh? Sunga bowed deeply. Can you take me as your disciple? Hyeon was bewildered. What? Switching scenes. The moon rose high. Dark clouds covered the sky. In an area, a strange door appeared. F-grade dungeon Kirka Barak. There was a cough. Cough. Lich Dan sat leaning against a tree, in pain. I didn't expect to be cornered by humans like this. He was filled with resentment and anger. There was a call. Lich Dans. So you were hiding here. Choi Minjin approached. He mocked. Not worthy of a D-grade dungeon boss. Lich Dans, he said fiercely. Who are you? Choi Minjin. Don't be so wary. I'm not your enemy. I will free you, he continued. How does that sound? Lich Dans was angry. What is your purpose? Choi Minjin smiled sinisterly. Hey Dans, you should cooperate with me. Switching scenes to a restaurant with an old-fashioned style. Sunga said seriously as she introduced herself. I'm Shin Sunga, it's nice to meet you. And Yusong sat opposite, looking at her with a judgmental eye. He laughed, speaking to Hyeon. I thought you would never be able to recruit a member. Is it because you don't have friends? Sunga retorted. What do you mean by that, kid? Hyeon tensed. Hey, who said I don't have friends? I still have 1 or 2 friends. After saying that, he wondered, right? Hyeon laughed. And I won the bet for recruiting a member. So you have to pay for the food as promised. He laughed sarcastically. Well, I'm always the one who pays. And Yusong added, all right, fine. I admit that I lost this bet, but you have to pass the test to join our guild. Can we go to the dungeon now? She hesitated. Yes. I, of course, have no problem with that. He knew Yusong's purpose. I see. He's only doing that because he wants to go hunting. Switching scenes to a D-grade dungeon, Harpy Cliff. Suddenly a harpy swooped down, rushing toward the group. Sunga took out her bow and arrow, aiming at it. The arrow flew quickly, hitting the harpy. The harpy screamed in pain. Hyeon reminded, you don't need to deal with it too thoroughly. You know, if it's inconvenient for you, Sunga said with exhaustion, it's okay, I like doing it. Yusong, bro, that's money. You shouldn't waste it, because you still don't have any money. Hyeon, hey, who said I don't have money? Collecting cores is more profitable, you know that. What about you? Why aren't you going to collect cores? Yusong, you annoying devil. Hyeon, I have a bunch of money already, he said with a deeper tone. He reminded, hey, and Yusong, you feel it too, right? Yusong asked, huh? What is it? He sensed danger, his face worried. Yusong's eyes turned dangerous as he clearly saw the abnormality. Sunga, what's wrong with you two? Hyeon closed his eyes, sensing the dangerous object more clearly. Hyeon clenched his fist tightly, swinging it forcefully, creating a powerful energy. The fist quickly flew to the dangerous object. The space was covered in dust. Youngshik immediately took a lightning punch to the right cheek, knocked unconscious, collapsing on the ground. Hyeon, what is this? Yusong, impressive stealth skill. And Yusong, normally I have a good sense for these things, but I didn't detect him until he was so close, and because there's no murderous intent, it seems like he's not targeting us. Hyeon, but I guess he didn't come here with good intentions, right? Something stinks. And Yusong, maybe he's just a passerby with abilities. And if that's the case, then it's an unprovoked attack, bro. Hyeon, sneaking behind people's backs in the dungeon is clearly bad behavior. He deserved to be hit. And I have a feeling about something. Switching scenes to a contract, just signed by Hyeon. Shin to Gil. This is the completed contract. Please keep it safe. Hyeon. Sure. If there's anything, just contact me. Shin Taegil said seriously, I'm sorry, but I want to tell you about something in advance. Do you know about the series of dungeon terrorism incidents lately? Hyeon. That's about someone trying to cause a dungeon overflow. Shin Taegil. That's right. We've caught the tail of that force, and we're currently pursuing their head. He listened intently. Soon, a large-scale attack will be carried out under the government's direction. I need your help, Kang Hyeon. Youngshik's face was awakened by a yellow liquid. He woke up, angry. What? What is this? Hyeon lowered himself. You're awake, huh? Youngshik was scared. Where? Why am I tied up? Youngshik was worried. Who are you? What are you doing? He smelled the liquid. This smell. What the hell is this smell? Hyeon? Sorry about that. We were initially going to wake you up with water, but we didn't have much drinking water left. Hyeon added, so we used the urine from a harpy's bladder. He was bewildered. What? Switching scenes to a rocky and sunny mountainside. Youngshik was angry. You crazy bastard, pouring that monster urine on someone. He yelled in front of the 3 people. Hyeon, now it's time to answer. He sat closer to Youngshik, scaring him. He stared into his eyes. It's you, right? Dungeon terrorism? He closed his eyes, sighing with satisfaction. Terrorism, huh? That's what they call us. He laughed smugly. You know nothing about the noble purpose behind our actions. Hyeon was displeased. I don't care about some noble purpose. Spit out what you know quickly, and then I will let you go. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the barren mountains. As the sun set, casting a faint light on the water's surface, Shin Taegil called out, Kang Hyeon, you've caught the terrorists. He grabbed Youngshik's clothes and dragged him along. Yeah, here they are. Youngshik's face was covered in wounds, groaning. Please arrest me. please. Shin Tae-gil looked at him. Why did he end up like this? He ignored him. I don't know, he probably got messed up by those harpies. Shin Tae-gil's subordinates approached Young Young-shik with heavy footsteps. He said, anyway, we'll take care of it from here. Thank you for your cooperation. And Yusong greeted. We meet again, government bro. Shin Tae-gil said politely, yes, and Yusong, hello. Hyeon was curious. You guys know each other? He replied, and Yusong is also a recruitment target. But he refused immediately. Yusong said triumphantly, working for the government isn't fun. Hyeon glanced at Yusong. You really don't let anything go, do you? Shin Tae-gil. Well, it's getting late. There are also outsiders here. Let's discuss this more tomorrow. The night sky covered the forest. Dawn broke at the government building. Shin Tae-gil announced, the name of the terrorist is Young Young-shik, he said. His unique ability is stealth. It seems like he holds an important position in the organization. Hyeon. Ah, okay. He thought to himself, actually, I've already heard about it. Shin Tae-gil, thanks to this, we found their base. As I mentioned, we plan to launch a large-scale attack, 2 weeks from today. Hyeon was surprised. 2 weeks? Why do you need to prepare for 2 weeks? Can't you attack right away? Hyeon, you know that China just finished clearing their first C-grade gate in the world a few days ago, right? He said nonchalantly, I think I saw it on the news. Shin Tae-gil lowered his head. So this is going to be fast. That the danger level of the dungeon is increasing exponentially, he said seriously. Around 1,200 people will be deployed for this hunt. More than half of those 1,200 people have died. Hyeon became serious. Shin Tae-gil, Kang Hyeon, since you entered a D-grade dungeon alone, you must know. It's said that just going up one level doubles the required number of people. He was thoughtful. Finally, I might level up. They say the number of people doubles. I always go alone, so I don't really know. Shin Tae-gil, China's strategy is a human wave tactic, but that's their failure. The numbers are significant, but the average ability is low. So we are selecting an elite team to hunt the C-grade gate that appeared in Gangnam, Vanandi Forest. The C-grade gate has guards and an intricate design, a strange, magical color. He was clearly intrigued. Hyeon, is it really necessary to hunt it? China already got the first title. As long as we destroy the cores regularly, we can stop the dungeon from opening. Hyeon, what's the point of hunting it now? He said with satisfaction. You analyzed the situation surprisingly accurately. Hyeon, surprisingly? Shin Tae-gil took a sip of his coffee, putting the cup down heavily. Who do you think I am? The problem is, we've never succeeded in hunting a regular core. He added, in this situation, the dungeon will open in 2 weeks. Information from the C-grade dungeon, the time remaining for Vanandi Forest C to open. 12 days, 9 hours, 26 minutes, and 37 seconds, he said seriously. Dungeon monsters that can handle hundreds of awakeners will be released into a crowded soul. Hyeon was surprised. Shin Tae-gil, of course, we are preparing thoroughly for it. Considering the special location and danger level of the dungeon, experts believe that the losses will exceed the first dungeon opening. He listened carefully. This is an urgent matter. Because you've taken time to talk to me in such a busy situation, you're inviting me to participate, right? He replied gently, yes, but I don't fully understand the regulations either, but participating individually in this hunt isn't allowed. Hyeon listened. So, I'm asking you, Kang Hyeon, can you create a guild? Shin Tae-gil, I know you prefer to play alone, but can you endure it this once and help for the benefit of the country? He added about the benefits. Of course, we will take care of the complicated procedures, and we won't hesitate to provide support. Hyeon calmly listened to Shin Tae-gil's presentation. Hyeon accepted painfully. Phew. I'll let it go this time. I was also planning to create a guild anyway. This is you offering it right to my mouth. His mind exploded. Indeed, living well will be rewarded.